Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I've received a message from the Senate returning the Corporation Review Fees Amendment, Technical Amendments Bill 2025 without amendments. I have received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. I'll call the Assistant Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted?
That'll be you, Tim.
The member for Goldstone has granted leave. The Assistant Minister.
I move that members be appointed as members of certain committees in accordance with the list which has been placed on the table. As the list is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read the list to the House. Details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Chief Opposition Whip.
Government Whip.
Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, Parliamentary Frameworks Legislation Amendment Reviews Bill 2026 and Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Amendment Bill 2026 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
Before I call the clerk, the member for Goldstone has indicated he is seeking the call. I'll give him the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a quick personal explanation.
Does the member claim to be misrepresented?
I do, Speaker. An article on ABC Online published this morning and following media reports stated I own shares in a company called Naractive Pty Ltd. I have never owned shares in Naractive Pty Ltd. Shares have been owned by a family trust and that trust has been disclosed on my register and is accurate. I understand the trust sold the shares and the ASIC register has been updated accordingly. I understand the journalist was reporting from outdated information.
Member. The call to the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Parliamentary Frameworks Legislation Amendment Reviews Bill 2026, resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. Give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And for the Parliamentary Frameworks Legislation Amendment Reviews Bill 2026 is, for most parts, a relatively straightforward piece of legislation that seeks to address some other components of legislation, including the Parliamentary Workplace Support Services Act 2023 or the PWSS Act, the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984 or MOPS Act, and the Parliamentary Business Resources Act 2027. The legislation seeks to ensure that these pieces of legislation work in a correct and proper fashion sufficient with the objectives designed for its purpose. The PWSS was established in 2023 and provides independent support, complaints handling and human resources advice for parliamentarians, their staff and other parliamentary workplace participants. The MOPS Act provides the legislative framework for the employment of staff by members of parliament and senators, including advisors and electorate staff. It sets out the authority of parliamentarians to employ staff and governs the terms, conditions and administration of those employment arrangements. And the PBR Act establishes the framework for the provision and use of public resources to support parliamentarians in carrying out parliamentary duties or their parliamentary duties. It sets out the rules for entitlements such as office expenses, travel, staff support and other resources and establishes oversight and administration arrangements through the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority. All, of course, members of this parliament are familiar with those pieces of legislation and the roles they play on workplaces, staff and resources. At times, it can be a complex system to navigate, with MPs, senators and staff having to deal with multiple agencies and departments in the operation of our day-to-day workplaces. We understand the government has a view to simplifying the current frameworks and systems that govern how MPs and senators work, and this is something the Coalition is supportive of. It makes sense to bring forward these 3 statutory reviews so they can be considered as part of the government's review of the parliamentary ecosystem. It is worth noting, however, that this process follows several reviews in recent years that the government has implemented in part or are yet to be responded to. This includes the independent review of resourcing in parliamentarians' offices. The review found that parliamentarian officers are under increasing workload pressure and that current resourcing is often not sufficient to meet the modern demands of busy electorate officers. The government agreed in principle to all 10 recommendations from the review, but as often the case with Labor, you have to look at what they do, not at ultimately what they say. And what did they do, Speaker? Shortly after the review was released, they trashed conventions of this parliament and sacked hard-working opposition staff, heaping more pressure on workplaces already struggling with a lack of resources. So we know full well that despite the rhetoric of trying to support parliamentarians in their duty and upholding democratic accountability, the response from the government has been the reverse. We've seen this also, of course, in their attempts to shut down freedom of information laws, as they have done recently, of course, thankfully, that has now been shelved after sanity prevailed in the Senate, despite every single member of the government on the other side of this chamber being tainted with attempts to shut down freedom of information legislation. Of course, it was a particularly vindictive move from this Prime Minister, who wants to entrench his control rather than actually advance the best interests of Australians and our democracy. We really hope that despite the promises of transparency and accountability by this government, we have seen the complete opposite, and stripping the opposition of experienced staff impacts our ability to scrutinise the government effectively and responsibly, which is fundamental to the functioning of our democracy so that it can be sustained for future generations. So while we support the review of the systems and frameworks that govern parliamentary workplaces, I urge the government to urgently progress the implementation of outstanding recommendations from the resourcing review and consider returning to the bipartisan resourcing of the parliament. Finally, I understand the government is committed to consulting closely with the opposition and crossbench throughout the review period, and that is something that we ultimately welcome. Speaker, it's quite simple. The legislative framework sitting around parliamentary practices should be designed to maximise parliamentarians to fulfil their duties for their communities and in pursuit of the best interests of Australia. The current legislative framework can, of course, always be improved, as any legislative framework can be improved. But the question is whether the work has been done sufficient to make sure that we get the best things forward for our country. One of the biggest limitations now on our democracy has been the deliberate acts of this government to limit the capacity of the opposition and crossbench to scrutinise the government, which only entrenches the government's position and power and undermines accountability in our democracy. This is not a healthy development for any of us, and we all hope that it sees resolution soon. Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Speaker.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move the debate be adjourned and resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Business, order of the day number 2.
Oh, my apologies. Before I call the clerk, the member for Ryan is seeking the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion, that the House 1 notes that nearly 100 Australian military personnel will be sent to the Middle East alongside military equipment that will be used to participate in the US and Israel's war with Iran, and that this decision to deploy military personnel has not been discussed by the Australian Parliament. 2, rejects Labor's push to be part of another US-led war in the Middle East, which has already seen thousands of civilians injured and killed and caused even greater insecurity and economic damage around the world and in Australia. 3, calls on the government to immediately end support for the US and Israeli war with Iran, withdraw all Australian troops from the US military, prohibit the US from using Australian-based military assets, and not send any Australian troops to the region to participate in this illegal war.
Is leave granted? Leave has not been granted, so the member may move that motion, and I'll get her to do so if she wishes.
I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Ryan moving the following motion: that the House, 1, notes that nearly 100 Australian military personnel will be sent to the Middle East alongside military equipment that will be used to participate in the US and Israel's war with Iran, and that this decision to deploy military personnel has not been discussed by the Australian Parliament. 2, rejects Labor's push to be part of another US-led war in the Middle East, which has already seen thousands of civilians injured and killed and caused even greater insecurity and economic damage around the world and in Australia. And 3, calls on the government to immediately end support for the US and Israeli war with Iran, withdraw all Australian troops from the US military, prohibit the US from using Australian-based military assets, and not send any Australian troops to the region to participate in this illegal war.
Member may proceed.
The Prime Minister says we're only politically supporting the war. Then we hear that they're considering defensive aid. Now we hear Australian troops are being deployed, Australian aircraft, Australian missiles. For Trump and Netanyahu's war? When did they ask the Australian people or the Australian Parliament? We should be debating this, which is why I'm moving this motion. Troops are troops. Deploying defensive troops to the Middle East is joining the US's war effort. Its effect will be to free up offensive capabilities for the US and for Israel. If not now, when are we going to debate this in the Parliament? Australian troops, Australian aircraft, Australian missiles. Did the Prime Minister ask the Australian people? Did he ask if we ever wanted to get involved in another illegal US forever war? Did they ask us if we wanted to deploy our troops, our aircraft, our missiles to support Donald Trump's and Netanyahu's illegal war? Did they ask us if we thought putting Australian troops' lives at risk was worth it to support Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war? The war that started with the bombing of a primary school and the killing of 150 school children. No, the Prime Minister has just unilaterally committed us to this, seemingly after a 2 a.m. phone call with Donald Trump. What's worse, his government has been lying to us, saying troops would not be deployed, and now, of course, we do have personnel deployed. We're putting the security of Australians back home here at risk by getting involved, making ourselves a target. We're taking the side of Trump and Netanyahu in their illegal war that is both costing human lives and also causing economic shocks that will crush everyday people across the world. Who benefits? Who benefits? Certainly not the Australian people, but one big beneficiary will be the gas companies that extract Australian gas for free without paying any royalties and export it overseas for massive profits. They will massively benefit from price spikes after Qatar's gas operation went offline, but only their shareholders will see that benefit, not ordinary Australians. Exactly what happened just a few short years ago after the Russia-Ukraine war that saw energy bills for Australians, for ordinary Australians, skyrocket. But what does the government do? Not put in a super profits tax to crack down on war profiteering. Not unequivocally condemn the attacks. No, we're getting ourselves entrenched in this conflict, contributing to the prolonging of the war, escalating it, making us all a target. Will the Prime Minister jump to comply with Trump's next demand? First it was political support, then refuelling planes, now troops. What will his next demand be? The Australian people deserve to know. I remember Vietnam, sold to the public as a defensive war. I remember Iraq, sold as necessary to prevent weapons of mass destruction. That turned out to not exist. Labor had the courage to oppose that war. Where is Labor's courage now?
Is the motion seconded? There being no seconder, the motion then lapses. The call to the clerk for the next order of the day.
Government business, order of the day number 2. Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Amendment Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Nationals.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and deliver this response on behalf of the Federal Coalition to affirm our support for the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Amendment Bill 2026 in extending the NAIF for a further 10 years from 30th June 2026 to the 30th June 2036. This is a bill which stems from the independent review into the NAIF chaired by the Honourable Warren Snowden and assisted by Professor Peter Yu and Dr Lisa Caffrey, which was tabled in Parliament on the 27th of August last year. Just as the Federal Coalition recognised the significant economic contribution of Northern Australia to our nation when we first established the NAIF in 2016, so too did this independent review panel. The independent review panel concluded that Northern Australia, which is home to just 5.1% of Australia's population and comprises more than half its total landmass, produces a gross regional product that is significantly above per capita rates for the rest of the country. The panel acknowledged that since 2016, when the former coalition government initially set up the NAIF, that it was provided crucial financial assistance which has bridged gaps in commercial financing to build infrastructure across the north, which supports sustainable economic and social outcomes. Importantly, on the extensive consultations with stakeholders that was undertaken across Northern Australia, the review panel reported that the NAIF was a known and trusted entity in supporting development and is seen as a key part of Northern Australia's economy. And significantly, the review determined that stakeholders see the NAIF as part of the Northern Australia ecosystem. Given the laudatory feedback received from stakeholders, the review panel assessed the NAIF's current legislative time limit, with its investment window ending on the 30th of June 2026 for making investment decisions. On this point, the panel's very first recommendation to government was that the government remove the existing time limit to allow the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility to make investment decisions in perpetuity. Mr Speaker, the Federal Coalition has always recognised the unlimited potential of providing sustainable and resilient economic development in the north. The NAIF has financed projects in the sectors of agriculture and water, energy, resources, social infrastructure and transport and logistics across Queensland, Western Australia and the Northern Territory. It's delivered enormous public benefit through new employment opportunities, regional economic wealth and population growth, and has contributed to an overall confidence across half of our country, which delivers boundless economic results for all Australians. We recognise how the NAIF alleviates economic and social disadvantage, and it improves the lives of Indigenous people and communities. The NAIF implements key infrastructure projects and contributes to realising the critical minerals strategy of 2023-30. Proudly, the NAIF has a track record of delivering tremendous outcomes which have made a real and enduring difference on the ground. Since the former coalition government established the NAIF in 2016, as of December 2025, it has supported 33 projects. This is underpinned by $4.3 billion worth of commitments, with the ultimate public benefit to Northern Australia forecast to be $33 billion, or $7.60 in forecast public benefit for every dollar of the NAIF finance. Crucially, the NAIF also supports over 18,000 jobs across the north. Mr Speaker, Northern Australia has always been an exciting and challenging frontier with incredible and immense opportunities. On this front, the NAIF is perfectly poised to encourage and support investors in converting risk and opportunity into jobs, fostering sustainable communities, delivering transformational infrastructure and helping to secure a strong and more robust overall economy for both the North and the whole of Australia. We should all continue to support the vital work of the NAIF, and that's why the Federal Coalition will be supporting this legislation. I thank the House.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move the debate be adjourned and resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to present a bill for an Act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The member for Fairfax has granted leave. The Assistant Minister may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Migration Amendment 2026 Measures No. 1 Bill 2026 in the explanatory memorandum.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Handed over my procedure. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the bill now be read a second time. The Australian Government is committed to ensuring Australia's migration system works in Australia's national interest. At any point in time, there are many temporary visa holders outside Australia holding a temporary right of entry to Australia granted to support travel for a genuinely temporary purpose, like a holiday or attending a conference. The current situation in the Middle East demonstrates how quickly circumstances can change that may impact whether those temporary visa holders could fulfil that temporary purpose in Australia, including whether they would leave Australia should they travel here. In these circumstances, it is vital that government can respond appropriately, including by placing temporary limitations on the ability of certain cohorts of non-citizens from travelling to Australia. Without legislative change, the only way to prevent travel to Australia by persons holding valid visas is to individually assess whether there are grounds to cancel each visa, a process which is not suited to responding efficiently to international conflict or other rapid international developments where thousands of visas may be affected simultaneously. As we have seen with this conflict and recent global shocks, the migration system must be able to respond quickly and at scale to events where it may be necessary to limit travel to Australia on a temporary basis. The Migration Amendment 2026 Measures No. 1 Bill 2026 will allow temporary restrictions on the arrival of certain classes of temporary visa holders in Australia where it is necessary to protect the integrity and sustainability of Australia's immigration system. This includes when events or circumstances outside Australia mean that there is an increased risk that certain temporary visa holders will not depart Australia. The bill will expressly provide the Minister for Home Affairs, with the written agreement of the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, the power to make an arrival control determination in relation to a class or classes of non-citizens. The Minister may make an arrival control determination where an event or circumstance has occurred or is occurring outside Australia and where one or both of the following apply. Having regard to the event of circumstance, temporary visa holders covered by the determination may, if they enter Australia, remain in Australia after the visa ceases to be in effect, or the temporary visa may not have been granted if the event or circumstance had occurred at the time the visa application was being considered. The Minister must also be satisfied that it is in the national interest to make the determination. This would result in the temporary prevention of travel to Australia for those temporary visa holders covered by the determination while it is in force. This will provide the government with time to assess the evolving situation and take the necessary steps to manage any risk to our national interest. This bill will strengthen the migration system and enable government to respond rapidly to any international crisis, importantly with a range of safeguards applying to this power. The determination is limited to temporary visas. It cannot be exercised in relation to any permanent visas. The determination can only be in effect for up to 6 months. It cannot be varied or extended and must not be longer than the period that the Minister considers appropriate in all the circumstances. A new determination can be issued upon expiry, but only where all elements of the legislative test are met. The determination will not impact a visa held by a non-citizen who is in Australia at the time the determination is made. This bill recognises the importance of family reunion and our international commitments. The bill expressly provides that the power to suspend a temporary visa will not apply if at the time the determination is made the non-citizen is A, the parent of a child under 18 years old who is in Australia, B, an immediate family member of an Australian citizen or permanent resident, C, the holder of a temporary protection, refugee or humanitarian visa, or person who holds a bridging visa granted in association with one of these visas. There will also be the ability to exempt individuals from the determination on a case-by-case basis, enabling travel for those individuals by issuing a permitted travel certificate. This balances the need to act rapidly, with flexibility to support certain individuals where appropriate. For example, in compelling or compassionate cases, or where it is in Australia's foreign policy interest or the public interest to do so. The determination would be required to be tabled in both Houses of Parliament together with a statement of reasons. If any permitted travel certificates are issued, The legislation also requires the Minister to table a report on the number issued in each 6-month period. These requirements provide for appropriate transparency and accountability in relation to the exercise of the powers in this legislation. The determination will not operate to cancel anyone's visa or refuse the grant of a visa application. Once a determination ends, visa holders will be able to travel if their visa period is longer than the determination. If a non-citizen's temporary visa expires during the period of the determination, they are eligible to apply for a further visa. The determination suspends travel to Australia while it is in force. It is not a bar on visa applications. Any new visa application would be appropriately considered having regard to the applicant's intention, circumstances and other relevant matters at that time. This new framework will ensure that government can quickly take the necessary steps to manage risk before it manifests in Australia. It will also ensure where risks can be appropriately managed, that travel limitations can be lifted as soon as it is in the national interest to do so. This bill allows Australia's visa system to continue to operate effectively and to the benefit of Australia. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Is leave granted to continue the debate? I give the call to Member for Fairfax.
Leave is granted.
And I give the call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Assistant Minister. I want to note that the responsible Shadow Minister, Senator Duniam, has received a verbal briefing from the government. I note too that he has received a draft of the legislation. This legislation does have the Coalition's in principle support. I note that there will be a Senate inquiry this evening which will inform the final position taken by the Coalition, but we do not see any major hurdles, and thus today we will be supporting the passage of the bill through the House. This bill contains reasonable measures to strengthen the integrity of Australia's migration system. The bill provides the government with additional tools to temporarily restrict the arrival of certain classes of temporary visa holders where circumstances overseas create a risk that people may not depart Australia when their visas expire. These powers are designed to protect the integrity and sustainability of Australia's migration system, particularly where international events increase the risk of visa overstays. In particular, the bill allows the Minister to make an arrival control determination which can temporarily suspend the effect of certain temporary visas for people outside Australia where it is in the national interest. These determinations are time limited and subject to reporting requirements, ensuring that they remain targeted and transparent. The Coalition has, of course, always argued that Australia's migration system must be well managed, orderly and sustainable, and measures that strengthen system integrity are sensible and will be supported. However, this legislation also highlights a broader issue, that being Labor's overall record on immigration management, which has been deeply concerning. Under Labor, migration numbers have been too high and standards too low, placing pressure on housing, infrastructure and vitally important public services. While targeted integrity measures like those in this bill are welcome, they cannot substitute for the strong overall migration management that Australia needs. The Coalition has consistently called for a migration program that balances economic needs with community capacity and strong integrity safeguards. We'll continue to support measures that protect the integrity of the visa system while holding the government to account for its failure to properly manage migration settings overall.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
The call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Goldstone is seeking a call. Before we move to the next order of the day, I'll give the call to the member for Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd be grateful if my dissenting vote could be recorded in the Hansard.
Yes, a member for Clark's objection will be noted. Call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Coal mining industry long service leave legislation amendment bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the legislation, and from the outset, I want to make it clear that the opposition will be supporting this bill because it's both non-controversial and pragmatic. It resolves long-standing uncertainty and provides fairness to employers who have acted in good faith and preserves the integrity of the coal long service leave scheme for the workers who rely on it. It's quite straightforward. The legislation exists to facilitate employers who were advised previously they were not part of a scheme to now be part of a scheme and provide a pathway forward, and welcome the government's, frankly, pragmatic approach on this legislation as a consequence of a series of court decisions. It's also a reminder that good industrial relations legislation comes from cooperation, consultation and common sense, not mad ideology or confrontation. The purpose of this bill is actually shockingly straightforward. It establishes a voluntary pathway for certain employers to repay historical levy debts owed under the coal mining industry long service leave scheme, debts which are legally payable, overdue and would be subject to penalties, but which arose from a genuine uncertainty about coverage under the scheme. Under the bill, eligible employers may enter into repayment arrangements over 6 years once 80% of the debt has been paid. The remaining 20% is then waived associated with the LSL scheme due to surplus funds available to it. Importantly, once an employer enters into such an arrangement, no further penalties or enforcement actions apply. This is not a write-off, it's not an amnesty, it's a simple structured, conditional and time-limited mechanism to deal with historic liabilities in a way that protects workers, hopefully avoids business failures and maintains confidence in the system, and also gives a pathway forward. So, despite the temptation, Deputy Speaker, I'm really looking forward to the Minister in question time railing that we were against this, even though I've made it very clear we're supporting it because we support workers, because we support people working hard and hard work paying off. The long service leave scheme has a proud history. It was established in 1949 and underpinned by Commonwealth legislation since 1992. It provides a single national system of long service leave for black coal miners, recognising the unique nature of work in the industry and the mobility of its workforce. Obviously, in the context of Goldstein, we don't have many people, but I have spoken to lots of colleagues around the country, including those who have FIFO workers who deal with the realities of this scheme. The scheme is funded by a mandatory levy of 2.7% on eligible wages paid to eligible employees. That levy is paid by employers, not deducted from workers' wages, and Coal LSL manages the fund to ensure it can meet all the obligations and entitlements while withstanding market and industry fluctuations, something that present moments would remind us of. As of June 2025, the scheme holds more than 71 million hours of long service leave on behalf of 160,000 workers, including around 65,000 currently active employees. That is a significant trust for these critical workers and is one that this Parliament has a responsibility to safeguard. However, over recent years, serious uncertainty has emerged regarding the coverage of the scheme, particularly for employers providing specialised maintenance and services on coal mine sites. Companies have found themselves unexpectedly exposed to substantial historical levies and levy debts, going back many years following federal court decisions that clarified eligibility. It wasn't the companies doing the wrong thing. They were given one bit of advice. Courts have decided otherwise. It's now about how we get them to maintain and honour their obligations. Large miners will be able to do it. Smaller miners, it will be more challenging. There were not cases of deliberate non-compliance. They were cases where the law was unclear, the boundaries of coverage were contested, and businesses structured their operations based on reasonable interpretations that were only resolved years later by litigation. The result was the real prospect of large, immediate liabilities that pose genuine risks to business viability, employment and investment. The bill strikes the right balance because it upholds the principle that lawful levies must be paid. It ensures workers' entitlements are protected, and it recognises that imposing immediate full repayment of historical debts arising from legal uncertainty could cause disproportionate harm, including insolvencies and job losses. The staged repayment model ensures that employers contribute the overwhelming majority of what is owed, where the conditional waiver recognises the exceptional circumstances and incentives compliance. Crucially, the fund itself will absorb any shortfall arising from the waiver and advice before the Parliament makes clear that given the limited number of anticipated arrangements and the front-loaded nature of repayments, there is no material risk to the scheme's financial viability. This is not about shifting costs onto other coal producers or compliant employers. Their levy rates are unaffected. The integrity of the scheme remains intact. Industry has worked closely with government to design these arrangements. The Australian Industry Group, which was heavily involved, has been very clear that many businesses faced hardship or insolvency without some model of reform that would impact, of course, thousands of jobs and needlessly being put at risk. The Minerals Council of Australia has also welcomed the bill as a positive step in resolving commercial and financial uncertainty, and I note the Mining and Energy Union has also expressed support. So there you go. You've got the Liberal Party, the National Party, the Mining and Energy Union, you've got the Minerals Council, the Australian Industry Group and the government all in one big group hug in favour of workers. How about that? There you go. The Minister on the other side of the chamber is saying he loves it. But it also shows that, without ideology dictating industrial relations policy, there is room for cooperation where it's appropriate. From a small business and employment perspective, the bill is particularly important, and this is the part that matters most, of course, to many people on this side of the chamber. Service providers to the mining sector often operate on tight margins, employ highly skilled workers and invest heavily in safety and compliance. Sudden retrospective liabilities of the scale can be fatal regardless of intent or past conduct, particularly when everybody acknowledges that the employers did not engage in misconduct. If there is to be change, the government needs to be facilitators towards a better future, and the Parliament is taking that responsibility. By avoiding unnecessary business failures, it's not just good economics, though it is, it's actually just good social policy, because what we actually want is to make sure that Australians are empowered, have more agency and control over their lives, not simply make people mendicants of the state. Every insolvency avoided is jobs preserved, families protected and regional communities kept strong. This bill provides certainty, stability and a clear pathway forward. For those reasons, the opposition supports the bill, and no doubt it's the reason that it's not been put forward by the Treasurer. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do indeed rise to speak today in support of the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. I imagine most of us take it for granted when we can just flick a switch and the lights are on, the kettle boils, the fridge is cold, the oven is warm, and we can sit back and enjoy the latest binge-worthy show on Netflix. But of course, none of this would be possible without the people who dedicate their working lives to supplying the resources we need for energy supply. And I'm talking about our mining workforce in particular. My electorate of Shortland straddles the Lake Macquarie and the Central Coast, and these are critical centres for Australia's coal mining industry and home to thousands of coal miners. These hard-working people are entitled to the long service leave that has accrued during their employment. This is regardless of whether they have worked for one or multiple employers. They deserve to have their continuity of service recognised without penalty. Workers in the black coal mining industry hold transferable skills, and they can and will move their employment to where there is demand. That is why it makes sense, like certain other industries, that their long service leave is portable, as is the case for building and construction, community services and contract cleaning. The Coal Long Service Leave scheme is funded by a levy on employers and ensures workers keep their entitlements even if they change employers. And it's part of a dense architecture of support for the coal mining industry that's grown up organically and through struggle from workers and their representatives over decades. It's an industry that is incredibly dangerous and risky. Every year I attend the Miners' Memorial at Aberdare or Cessnock, where there's more than 1,800 names listed of men, women and children as young as 8 who have died in our coal mines, supplying energy to our country, and they make enormous sacrifices in a very risky industry. Part of their struggle has been for safe workplaces, but also the architecture that goes around that in a truly tripartite way, whether it's the mining rescue service, whether it's long service leave, whether it's the broader safety scheme or the superannuation. This is an industry where it's genuinely tripartite, where workers and their representatives, the unions, and good employers strive together to have world's best regulation, and this legislation goes towards that. There are impediments to the success of the current scheme for black coal industry workers. Firstly, there's the issue of historical levies owed by employers. This has meant that employees have been unable to accrue and access long service leave entitlements. Secondly, the additional levy employers must pay on late levy payments needs to change to meet current cash rates to encourage employers to pay on time. This bill will ensure more Australian workers can access their lawful long service leave entitlements. This bill incentivises employers to comply with the coal long service leave scheme. It will ensure workers in the black coal mining industry can be more certain of their financial future. And ultimately, this is about the Albanese Labor government standing up for workers' entitlements. Our miners deserve this certainty, particularly at a time when some mines are closing and many hard-working Australians are struggling with the cost of living. This is why it makes sense that this government is amending existing legislation to remove the current barriers to some eligible workers being able to accrue and access their long service leave entitlements. Deputy Speaker, in my great electorate of Shortland, I'm no stranger to the mining industry, and thousands of my constituents have spent their lives employed at the local collieries, and I'm incredibly proud of that. In fact, my electorate is named after Lieutenant John Shortland from the First Fleet, who was the first European to discover coal in Australia in 1797. Just a short drive from my electorate office sits the Chain Valley Colliery on the southern end of Lake Macquarie. This colliery operates as part of an integrated mining operation that includes the smaller Mannering Colliery just a few minutes down the road and supplies the Vales Point Power Station. Underground mining operations began in 1962 with thermal coal extracted from the Wallara, Great Northern and Fassifern seams over this period. And for decades, miners have combined board and pillar and mini wall mining to supply high-quality thermal coal primarily to the nearby Vales Point Power Station. At its peak employment period in the mid-1980s, Chain Valley Colliery boasted a workforce of around 380 personnel. These employees, a skilled workforce of miners, engineers and administrative staff, have and continue to play a vital role in supporting the energy supply in our region. And they're just some of the over 1,000 coal miners who work in my region, who live in my electorate. They'll cross Five Islands Bridge to work in the coal mines on the other side of the lake, or go up the valley to work in the mines up the Hunter Valley. And I'm incredibly grateful for the sacrifice they make, and I honour their sacrifice and the sacrifice of tens of thousands of retired coal miners who have graced my region. And I hope this legislation sends a clear message to workers like those at the Chain Valley Colliery that the Albanese Labor government values their vital contribution and has their back. It's the right thing to do, and we know how much it will mean not only to miners and mining families in my electorate, but right across the country. We know there have been cases of employers who've disputed whether some workers have coverage under the coal long service leave scheme. And this has caused considerable stress and anxiety amongst coal miners and their families, not knowing whether they were able to accrue or even access their entitlements, not knowing if there was anything they could do about it. So as I said, under this bill, employers will be incentivised to comply with the coal long service leave scheme. Employers will be able to repay their debts over a period of 6 years, making debt management more predictable and manageable. The 20% debt waiver will incentivise participation in the payment arrangement scheme by supporting employers with significant levy liabilities. And we're streamlining the onboarding pathway for employers who opt in to the payments arrangement scheme. Employers will provide Coal Long Service Leave, the organisation, with information necessary to create new or updated service records for workers coming into the scheme. Ordinarily, this information will include service records and wage data. But what about when someone's records are missing? What happens then? Well, the good thing about this bill is that it will allow for reasonable assumptions to be made about a worker's service so they don't miss out. For example, there is no requirement that employers hold service records that are more than 7 years old. In this case, a reasonable assumption of what an employee is entitled to could be made. This is designed to ensure the loss of historical records or incomplete historical records aren't a barrier to access, that an eligible worker is not excluded from their full entitlement because their employer has failed to do the right thing or accidents have happened. I understand that Coal Long Service Leave, the organisation, is already working with dozens of employers to assess eligibility for the scheme. These are employers that undertake a broad range of activities across the mining industry. We're talking about maintenance and repair services, labour hire firms that supply maintenance and repair labour, short fire employers, emergency service providers, and businesses that conduct testing, inspection and certification of mining operations. It's due to the findings of the relevant Hitachi and Orica cases that the government has moved swiftly to protect the entitlements of mining industry workers. With the clarity gained from these legal proceedings, we can move ahead with this important legislation. And this bill ensures eligible workers get their full entitlements, some dating back 15 years. Deputy Speaker, the current scheme was hard won by unionist coal miners more than 70 years ago, making it one of the first portable long service leave schemes for blue-collar workers anywhere in the world. It was founded based on their struggle and their sacrifice, and now we're refining it to make it even stronger. And in a media release from the Mining and Energy Union on the 27th of November last year, welcoming the legislation, General Secretary Graham Kelly said, and I quote, "Legislation introduced to Parliament today strengthens the Coal Long Service Leave scheme and ensures coal workers get the money they're owed." He said it was a long overdue fix that puts workers first, and I wholeheartedly agree. Deputy Speaker, this bill is another example of how the Albanese Labor government is standing up for our miners, just like we did before the federal election in May 25, that saw Labor retain government with the start of our same job, same pay changes. This began on the 1st of November 24, and it was a fantastic initiative for Aussie workers, particularly coal miners. Same job, same pay has been a game changer. I remember when former Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Murray Watt, joined me in Newcastle just 2 months after same job, same pay came into force. We saw just in that short time, just in the first 2 months of operation, 120 New South Wales mine workers saw their wages grow by up to $35,000, and also at the same time another 1,500 New South Wales coal miners had applications in for their wage rises. This pay rise was long overdue because coal miners doing the same job should get paid the same amount of money. Coal miners who risk their lives every day, and the member for Patterson has been a staunch defender of this initiative, coal miners who get up and risk their lives to power our state should not face wage apartheid because one happened to be directly employed and another was through a labour hire provider. And that's why I'm so proud of same job, same pay, and that's why I was so horrified that this initiative was opposed by the Liberals and National parties who voted against it, and in fact the opposition leader Angus Taylor even went so far as to call these laws dangerous. Well, it's dangerous to allow wage apartheid. It's dangerous to say coal miners don't deserve the same pay for doing the same job. And at the same time, we saw then coalition frontbencher, the member for New England, Barnaby Joyce, before he defected to One Nation, saying same job, same pay was, and I quote, ridiculous. And let's not forget that his newfound friends in One Nation also voted against it or didn't even bother showing up to vote at all in their Work to Rule campaign. One Nation called the new laws a sham, demonstrating yet again that they're happy to don the high vis coat their face with a bit of coal dust and claim to be the friends of coal miners, but when coal miners need them to stand up for their rights at work, to say that people should get paid the same for doing the same job, they disappear or even worse, vote against it. Let's be very clear about this. Pauline Hanson and One Nation are no friends of coal miners. They're happy to schmooze with mining bosses. They're happy to take the largesse from large mining corporations, but they vote against coal miners' interests every day of the week, and people in my community are jack of it. Deputy Speaker, let's also not forget the plight of hundreds of workers at the Myina colliery in Wanji in Lake Macquarie. Here workers were at risk of losing their jobs because of a commercial impasse between Origin Energy and Centennial Coal about supply of coal. That's why I was so pleased that a community campaign sprung up, led by the mining unions, the MEU, the AMWU, the ETU, the Coal Officers Organisation and Professionals Australia, to say that we need certainty for the 300 workers and their families at the Myina colliery. And I was proud to join with the other Hunter Labor MPs in calling for Origin Energy and Centennial to do the right thing, sacrifice a tiny bit of profit to give certainty to those workers at Myina colliery. Our view has long been that as long as Eraring Power Station is open, it should be supplied by coal from Myina colliery, which is a captured coal mine that has supplied coal since the start of the power station and have no opportunity to supply coal to the export market because they are a captured coal mine. So I was delighted that the public campaign, led by the workers and their representatives, was successful, and that Origin and Centennial have come to the party, and there's good prospect that Myina colliery will remain open for the life of the Eraring Power Station, and I pay tribute to everyone involved in that campaign. So, Deputy Speaker, I stand here proudly today in support of this bill with the knowledge that the Albanese Labor government is improving the wages and entitlements of hard-working Australians. Once again, we're delivering on what we're promised. I stand here proudly with coal miners and their families and say we've got your back. We acknowledge and are deeply grateful for the sacrifice you make to keep power on in our state and our nation and to provide export dollars. I will always stand up for your wages and conditions and say we're proud of the job you do, we're proud of the job you do, we're proud of the sacrifice you make, we honour the sacrifice you make, and we'll always stand up to protect you and make sure that you've got safe working conditions and fair entitlements. And on that note, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Well, I'm interested to see the member for Fenner and the Minister at the table. He has written a number of publications in recent years, one of which is entitled The Economics of Just About Everything, The Hidden Reasons for Our Curious Choices and Surprising Successes. And apart from the 1,152 speeches he's given on legislation to this place, when he adds another chapter, when he adds the sequel to that 2014 publication, he may well want to include some sentences about this particular bill, which is rather an oxymoron because we've got Labor talking about coal miners and we've got the Coalition talking about workers' rights. And, of course, we're all in furious agreement, I think, Deputy Speaker, which is also rather unusual. And the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 is important. It absolutely is. And it's important for many of the reasons that the Minister has just described. Indeed, it's a member for Shortland. It's also very important because we need to protect the rights of our coal miners. And the reason we need to absolutely 100% get behind them is because coal generates 47% of Australia's electricity. And we've just seen in recent days, and I do look forward to question time today when the Energy Minister is going to hopefully explain what the government is doing in the area of fuel security. But when we talk about securing our nation's wealth, when we talk about feeding our nation, one industry which very much comes to mind, front and centre, at the forefront of all this, is the black coal industry. And anyone who represents the hunter should know that. Anybody who comes from Queensland coal mining areas would know that, and anybody in Australia should absolutely respect the job that our coal miners do. And they've been demonised. They have. Bowen Basin, I just hear from the member for Wright, and indeed he is right, as always. Coal is Australia's second largest export after iron ore. And of course we've got agriculture as well. And I often hear from those opposite, particularly the Treasurer, the member for Rankin, talking about the $1 trillion of Liberal Party debt that the government inherited when it took office in May 2022, and that is not right. Nowhere near $1 trillion, and not just Liberal Party debt. Indeed, the Nationals were in very much coalition with the Liberal Party for those years of government, those successful years of government. You can write in your book, member Fenner, if you like, if you want to sing out, add it to your next chapter. But, and I say it with all due respect because you are a learned person who I do have high regard for your economics and your economic background. Now, that said, what we did during the COVID years was protect jobs and save lives, and it took a lot of money to do that. But Australia finished up as the second best in the world for COVID-19 preparedness, according to the John Hopkins Centre, and as former Deputy Prime Minister for many of the COVID years, I'm proud of that record. Coal supplied 62.6% of electricity to the national electricity market in 2022-23. Gas 4.5%, hydro 8.3%, other renewable energy, wind, grid, solar and batteries 24.1%. Australia has the fourth largest share of coal reserves in the world. And our coal is the best in the world. It's the cleanest in the world. And we have it as an export. It has helped the member for Rankin, the Treasurer's ability to create a surplus in this nation. And without it, that surplus would not have been able to be put in place. In Australia, nearly 80% of coal is produced from open-cut mines, in contrast to the rest of the world where open-cut mining accounts for only 40% of coal production. And such mining is cheaper than underground mining, and it enables up to 90% of resource recovery. And they're important figures. But behind all of those important figures are workers. Those men and women too who put on the high-vis and the helmets with the torches and go out and work and help our country be powered, help our exports be strong and help our nation. And many of those people who live in our cities and enjoy their lattes and their magics and whatever other coffee brew they have of a morning don't quite, I think, appreciate, Deputy Speaker, that without our coal miners they wouldn't be able to enjoy that beverage, that morning cup of pick-me-up coffee. Now, since May 2022, the Environment Minister has approved 12 new coal mines or expansions with 1,725 million tonnes of lifetime emissions. Well, I know that they'll have to be abated. That's the way life is these days until we get some common sense. But I would applaud and encourage the opening of those new mines, and indeed encourage even more, because without it we're not going to be able to power Australia. We should have the cheapest energy in the world. We should. Unfortunately we don't. Unfortunately we don't. I'd love the Energy Minister to explain why that is so, but when you see in the 12 months to May 2025, $45.8 billion of coal exports, $45.8 billion worth of exports in coal. Could you imagine trying to provide the National Disability Insurance Scheme support, the support for public schools, the support for public hospitals, just keeping the lights on, keeping the wheels of economic activity in this nation without that coal wealth. And when I say wealth, I talk about the 27,000 Queenslanders employed by coal mining, and those people would perhaps not be in work. Tell you what, they certainly wouldn't be in ecotourism. The Greens would like them to be. There's no jobs in ecotourism like coal mining wealth. And coal royalties, $5.5 billion a year. $5.5 billion a year. And the member for Wright talks about overtaking iron ore, and indeed, without those two industries, without our great miners, our brave miners, then where would we be? Now, this bill creates a voluntary pathway for employers to pay historical debts related to unpaid portable long service leave levies of employees in the black coal industry. And we know that workers in that industry often change employer. They often go from mine to mine, employer to employer, and they take their experience with them, they take their know-how, their skills, and they move about. The black coal industry, as I said before, it remains a critical pillar of Australia's economy, a critical pillar. And anybody who comes into this place, and I know the member for Paterson wouldn't, but anybody who comes in here and decries, because I think she's the daughter of a coal miner. She's nodding. She's correct, she says. Anybody who decries coal miners, the coal industry, is decrying Australia. They are going against what this nation stands for. Those miners who have helped build this nation. Those miners who have made this country what it is today. And we should say to them, thank you. We are grateful. We are appreciative. We look forward to you doing more in the future. And this bill will enable the employers to ensure that they provide the support that is needed. The Coalition supports this bill, and very much we support the industry. An industry which backs tens of thousands of workers, an industry which has provided so much hope and aspiration, fulfilled the dreams of so many Australians. Now, industry has welcomed the legislation. The minister's intention to grant extension of time for repayment plans are in light of ongoing litigation. We don't want to see too much of that when we, because of lapsed legislation or procrastination within this place, when we line the pockets of lawyers. That's not a good thing. That's not an outcome for anybody. That's why the bill is important. The Australian Industry Group says that many businesses were facing hardship and potential insolvency if required to pay historical levy debts immediately. A large number of jobs were at risk. Therefore, the introduction of the bill into Parliament is very welcome. We recognise that the bill needed to strike a balance between the interests of all parties. This balance was achieved following the government's lengthy consultation process, in which the Australian Industry Group was heavily involved. And that's an interesting thing, because all too often I stand in this place and I speak on most bills. We often find that the government hasn't done the proper consultation, unfortunately, and often what we have found, particularly in this term of Parliament, is that the government is all too willing to rush legislation through the Parliament without proper debate in this time, clamping down, nullifying debate, gagging democracy and sending it off to the other place and hoping for the best over there. And I do hope that when this bill goes to the other place, that the senators can see reason. They will understand that this has received bipartisan support. I'm not sure where the Greens stand on this, but then again, who would be sure where the Greens stand on anything, quite frankly, Deputy Speaker? And when we saw that little stunt by the member for Ryan this morning, just unbelievable, quite frankly. And anybody, I mean, if the Greens are ever the answer to policy in this place, well, it must be a pretty stupid question. But the opposition does support passage of this bill. We do. We support wholeheartedly, vehemently, the black coal industry. And I know that sometimes for those opposite, saying the words black coal must be like they want to grab a glass of water and wash their mouth out. But and I know that in the Treasurer's first budget, he couldn't bring himself to say black coal. or even coal, member for Wright, because they were words that he just wasn't able to say. But what he described them as is the things we sell overseas, the things that make our wealth, the things which helped make his budget surplus. And again, I say we should be applauding our coal mining workers, because without their work, without their effort, their zeal, their determination, their commitment, their perspiration, we wouldn't have that great industry. We wouldn't be able to keep the lights on. We wouldn't be able to turn the wheels of industry and manufacturing in this nation, and also provide a great export besides. I say again, thank you, coal mining workers. This bill will go towards delivering certainty, stability and fairness, while also strengthening the confidence of the coal long service leave scheme. I just note the member for Fenner has texted me saying thank you for the kind words, and I look forward to his next book, his next publication, where perhaps he might bring himself, and I appreciate he is a member representing many Canberra constituents, might bring himself to exalting and applauding the efforts of our coal miners, because this city, great city that it is, and it is, would not be the capital of Australia that it is without the beautiful roads and the infrastructure, something that has been acknowledged by visiting parliamentarians and world leaders. Without black coal, without the mining industry, without those hard workers from the member for Wright's electorate, and no doubt the member for Dawson's and others besides, because they're the workers who are doing the hard yards. They're the workers who we should be very much applauding. And many of them, as the member for Wright comments, are FIFO workers, fly-in, fly-out workers. I know when the former member for New England, the one before the current serving member, and I did Tony Wins at the Independent, we did an inquiry into fly-in, fly-out workers, and called the nation's salvation or cancer of the bush, or words to that effect. And indeed, and I think the member for McEwen might well have been, he was on that particular committee. We did some good work, and we actually took a lot of evidence from mining workers, Moranbah and elsewhere, and by gee, they do a mighty job. And I know the member for McEwen understands that as well. Families spend a lot of time away from home. They do. They come from the member for Moncrief's electorate. They come from electorates right across Australia. They come from my electorate, indeed, to work in Queensland, to work in wherever Western Australia, wherever the case might be. So thank you, coal mining workers. This is important legislation. It's got the support of the coalition, and let's see that it hopefully gets through the Senate as well.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Patterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I too rise today to speak in support of the coal mining industry long service leave legislation amendment bill 2025. I do so not only as a member in this place and the very proud member for Patterson, but as the proud daughter and granddaughter and great-granddaughter of coal miners, the proud friend, the proud aunt, someone who is well and truly still enmeshed by those who either used to work in the coal industry or still do. I grew up in a household shaped by the rhythms of the coal industry, by shift work. In fact, my father worked dog watch, which is really known as night work these days, for the last 17 years of his career. 17 continuous years of dog watch. I remember seeing him come home just as I was about to go to school every morning. And in fact, I can remember a big deal in my house was when Mum got an extra small washing machine to wash Dad's overalls so that she didn't have to clean out our normal machine after washing those clothes. Times have changed in the coal mining industry, and it is a good thing. My father was a coal miner at Bloomfield Colliery, and I'm proud to say my grandfather worked there too, and to this very day we still extract coal out of that mine, which is less than a kilometre from my house where I live now, and we've been doing so and sending it to Japan for 90 years. So that's the depth and the breadth of coal and how much it means not only to my region and the people who extract it, but also to our country and the revenue that we gain from it. And I want to thank each and every one of those workers who continues to extract coal from Bloomfield to this very day. It is an important part of our story. Coal mining isn't just an industry in our region, it's actually part of the fabric of who we are, our identity. It's powered our nation, sustained regional economies like the Hunter, and provided generations of working people with good incomes, with secure, skilled employment. And it'll continue to be an integral part of the Hunter for many years to come. And that's why it's so important when we say we back the coal mining industry, workers 100% of the way. And this bill is doing exactly that. At its heart, this legislation is about fairness. It's about making sure that workers in the coal mining industry can access long service leave entitlements that they've lawfully earned. Entitlements that recognise the physical demands, the risk, the long-term commitment required in this industry. And as was just pointed out by the member for Riverina, also the changing nature of work in the industry. In coal, in the Hunter, we're not so much FIFO workers as in fly out, fly in, fly out, but people drive long hours on top of a 12-hour shift in our region. Sometimes they'll drive up to 2 hours to get to work for 12 hours and then drive home again. It's a very long day. That's why these people need to be paid fairly and properly. Eligible workers in the coal industry are entitled to portable long service leave under the Coal Long Service Leave Scheme. That has been the law for decades. But the reality is that for too long, some workers have been unable to accrue or access those entitlements, not because they're ineligible, but because of prolonged disputes about employer coverage under the scheme. Over many years, a number of employers have disputed whether they employed eligible workers in the coal mining industry. These disputes had very real consequences. They've left workers without service records in many cases, they've prevented accrual of entitlements, and in some cases they have meant that workers who dedicated years of their life to the industry walked away without the long service leave they were in fact entitled to, and that's just not acceptable. I want to share an example from my electorate of Paterson. Stuart from Maitland spent nearly 7 years working almost entirely on coal mine sites while employed by a contractor. About 90% of his time was on coal mines. There was no question he was working in the mining industry. But because of the way the law operated at the time, his employer was able to avoid paying the black coal long service leave scheme. In effect, it was a loophole, and one that left workers like Stuart carrying the cost. Eventually, workers challenged it. The matter went through a major dispute and was ultimately recognised, but only after a significant fight, and with the support of the Mining and Energy Union, I might add. Stuart lodged a claim for his long service leave. He had to gather years of evidence, site login records, employment documents, detailed work histories, just to have his service recognised. When his claim was finally approved, his accrued long service leave increased from roughly 300 hours to around 900 hours. He told me it was about fairness. He was working side by side with employees directly engaged by the mine. We refer to those people as the permanent shirts as opposed to the contractors. He was doing the same job on the same crew, day after day, sometimes night after night. They were accruing 13 weeks after 8 years. He was accruing far less. It's simply not right. Stuart now has 2 young children, and like many long-term miners, he hopes one day to use his accrued leave to either spend extended time with his family or as a bridge into retirement. And as he said, if you're working on a coal mine, you should clearly be covered. It shouldn't depend on what logo appears on your pay slip or your shirt. And that's precisely what this bill seeks to address. This bill is designed to fix the problem at its source. It incentivises major employer compliance with the Coal Long Service Leave Scheme, with clear and practical focus on connecting workers to their full long service leave entitlements. Importantly, where records are missing, and there will be people listening to this wondering about their records, because records are more than 7 years old sometimes are not kept, they are no longer required to be kept. This bill allows for reasonable assumptions to be made. This is a critical reform. It ensures that workers are not denied their entitlements simply because the historical records are incomplete or unavailable or have been discarded. In other words, this bill places the focus where it belongs, on the worker, not on the paperwork, not on the gaps that no longer serve any legitimate purpose. The benefits of this bill will be felt across a wide range of employees in the coal mining industry. At this stage, it's difficult to quantify the precise numbers of workers who will benefit, as employers will need to submit service records and eligible wage data. But what we do know is that the Coal Long Service Leave is actively engaging with dozens of employers to assess eligibility. These employers operate across a broad range of activities within the industry, including maintenance and repair services, labour hire firms supplying maintenance and repair workers, shot fire employers, emergency service providers, and businesses conducting testing, inspection and certification. This really matters because the modern coal mining workforce is very diverse. It extends well beyond the mine gate, and it includes thousands of skilled workers whose labour is essential to the safe and efficient operation of the industry. This bill also recognises the realities facing employers, particularly in the light of recent activity legally. Findings in the Hitachi and Orica cases have clarified coverage for many employers in the coal mining industry. As a result, some employers have now accrued substantial historical levy debts, often going back many years. This legislation does not ignore that reality. Instead, it introduces practical, sensible measures to support compliance while easing the financial and administrative burden on employers. We can't forget that these employers, they need to generate a revenue too. We should never forget that. Under this bill, employers will be able to repay the historical levy debts in a predictable and manageable way over a 6-year period. This gives businesses certainty, stability and time to plan, while ensuring that the scheme receives the funds needed to support workers' entitlements. It is a win-win. This bill also introduces a 20% debt waiver for employers who opt into the payment arrangement scheme. We want to reward these proactive employers who want to do the right thing. We're going to reward them with a 20% debt waiver, particularly for businesses with significant levy liabilities, and it encourages participation rather than avoidance. In addition, where employers have already paid long service leave entitlements directly to employees upon cessation of employment, those amounts can be deducted from their historical debt. This avoids double payment and recognises good faith actions already taken by employers. And I want to thank the employers who do the right thing for that. It is very important. Importantly, participation in the payment arrangement scheme is entirely voluntary. Employers can choose the approach that best suits their circumstances. And if an employer chooses not to opt in, employees still retain the ability to pursue queries about their eligibility for the scheme through existing mechanisms. The bill also provides a time-limited opportunity for employers to access a more streamlined onboarding pathway, one that's expected to be significantly faster than the current bespoke onboarding process, which can take up to 12 to 18 months. The streamlined pathway includes simplified wage calculations, reducing the need to recreate historical payroll slips, which can be, a bit of a nightmare. It allows for reasonable assumptions to address unavoidable historical data gaps, and it enables payment arrangements to progress without needing to resolve every historical data issue up front, ensuring that debt repayment and worker connection to entitlements are not unnecessarily delayed. Finally, this bill strengthens compliance with the Coal Long Service Leave scheme by addressing a technical defect related to the additional levy applied to late payments. The additional levy exists to encourage employers to pay their levies on time. However, it's currently calculated using a rate that's no longer published by the Reserve Bank of Australia. As a result, it doesn't effectively deter late payments and doesn't align with the scheme's original intent. This bill that we're moving in the House today fixes that defect by tying the additional levy to the Reserve Bank of Australia's cash rate. This restores the integrity of the compliance mechanism and supports timely payments into the scheme, ultimately benefiting workers and allowing employers to know where they stand in relation to the RBA cash rate. Deputy Speaker, this bill is grounded in fairness, practicality and respect for working people and those who employ them. It acknowledges the central role of coal mining regions like mine, the mighty Hunter. It supports employers to do the right thing. Most importantly, it ensures that workers, the men and women who have given so much to this industry and our country, can access the long service leave entitlements that they've earned. As the daughter of a coal miner and as a proud representative of the Hunter, I really want to commend this bill to the House, and I want to thank those people who get up early in the morning, go to work, or don't go to bed until very late, or work through the night. It is a hard job in the coal industry. No one denies how hard it is. It's still full of risk, but it's also full of good reward, and it's something that we can, each one of us in this place, feel proud of, not only because of the employment it provides the people of Australia, but the wealth that it provides our nation as well. I commend the bill to the House.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to support the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislative Amendment Bill. Deputy Speaker, I wish to speak for the men and women who keep the lights on in this country, those who spend their days and nights at the coalface to ensure Australia remains a resources powerhouse. The legislation before us might seem like a mere administrative clean-up of payroll levies and service records, but in the electorate of Dawson, we don't look at our mining industry through the cold lens of a spreadsheet. We look at it as the bedrock of our community, the lifeblood of our local economy, and the physical foundation upon which our regional prosperity is built. I want to be clear from the outset, the Coalition will support this bill. We support it because at its core, it's about fairness for the people who do the heavy lifting for this country. It's about ensuring that a worker's history isn't lost in the overburden of administrative errors or legislative confusion. However, our support is not a blank cheque. While we're prepared to help clear the path for these amendments, we have serious concerns about the legacy of mismanagement that has brought us up to this point. And we have even deeper concerns about how this government intends to manage the resources sector moving forward. In Dawson, the coal industry is the very pulse of the region. From the Abbott Point coal terminal in Bowen and the massive industrial service sector engine that is Pageant in Mackay, coal is what keeps the lights on. It's what keeps the shops open, the schools funded and the families together. When we talk about coal in North Queensland, we aren't just talking about a commodity. We are talking about community. We're talking about a sector that contributes circa $100 billion to our national economy and generates over $70 billion in export earnings. It is the black gold that pays for the hospitals in the city and the roads in the bush. Yet for too long, a grey haze of legislative uncertainty has hung over the long service entitlements of our workers. It is a disgrace that it took 2 federal court cases to do the work that this parliament should have done years ago. Just to clarify that these entitlements belong to the workers, regardless of whether they are full-time employees or part-time labour hire arrangements, that is totally irrelevant. This bill finally provides a mechanism for employers to onboard their workers and settle historical areas without facing catastrophic collapse of their own financial viability. It is a suitable path, but let's not pretend it's a perfect one. It is a patch-up job for a system that was allowed to get sooty with neglect. The Coalition is resolute in defending our resources sector. We know that Australian coal is the best in the world. It is high quality, it is efficient, and it is the essential ingredient for the global future. And this is where I'd like to provide a little illumination for the members opposite. There is a persistent, almost religious belief on the other side of the chamber that we can simply phase out coal and phase in renewables. It is a hollow argument that ignores the common sense of physics and engineering. If you want a wind turbine, you need steel. If you want a solar array, you need steel. If you want steel, you need metallurgical coal. You can't decarbonise the future without the carbon provided by the Bowen Basin. Coal is not a relic of the industrial past. It is a foundational component of a renewable future. Every time the members opposite look at a wind farm or a solar panel, they should be thanking a coal miner in central Queensland. But while we're digging deep into the future of the industry, we must ensure that the workers aren't left in the dark when it comes to their entitlements. Mining is a tough, gritty business. It requires true strength from men and women who work 12-hour shifts, often in the blistering heat or in the dead of the night, away from their families weeks at a time. When a miner earns their long service leave, they haven't just put in time, they've earned the seam of gold in their career. They've earned the right for a hard-fought rest with their loved ones. However, our bill for this support comes with a strong warning. The Coal Mining Industry Long Service Funding Corporation has a track record, well, frankly, it's less than stellar. We've seen reports of underpayments and a payment system so convoluted you'd have to be a forensic accountant to try to work it out. And we're not going to let this government tunnel through this legislation without proper oversight. That's why the Coalition is insisting this bill be referred to a Senate inquiry. We need to ensure that the simplification calculation methods aren't just a way for the government to shave the edges off what workers are rightly owed. We want to ensure that every miner receives every single cent they have worked for. We also need to look at the hidden costs of Labor's policy settings, because let's be honest, it's never easy under Albanese. This government has a habit of undermining the very industries that pay the nation's bill. Their own Minister for Transport stood up in the question time to rattle off a list of minor road repairs, claiming Labor was investing in the Bruce Highway, while those who actually drive it know the Bruce is crumbling. The Bruce is the artery that carries the lifeblood of our mining communities, and right now, that artery is in desperate need of major surgery, and it certainly needs a few extra passing lanes. Real investment is what's needed, not just patch-up repairs that are packaged to look like investment. The people of Dawson are tired of being treated like a resource to be tapped but never replenished. They see the billions in royalties flowing out of the Bowen Basin and into the city-centric projects, into light rail in Canberra or stadiums in Hobart, while our local infrastructure is left to weather in the sun. They see the government that is happy to take the coal cash, but is too embarrassed to stand up for the workers, because coal has become a dirty word in the cities. In my electorate, Paget is the service hub for the entire Bowen Basin. It is a world-class precinct where innovation is happening every single day. The met sector in Mackay doesn't just service mines, it invents the future of mining. These are small and medium-sized businesses, family-run fabricators, engineering firms and specialised technicians. They need certainty. They need to know that if they do the right thing and pay their levies, the system won't buckle under administrative incompetence. The bill is a step forward to that certainty, but it does require constant monitoring. We support the bill because we support the 42,500 Australians who work in this sector. We support the families in Townsville, Bowen, Burdekin, the Whitsundays and Mackay, who depend on the prosperity of mines out west. We support the vision of Australia that remains a resources superpower. But it will be clear on this. The energy transition pushed by this Labor government's reckless race to renewables, well, it's a tough gig. They want to rush headlong into a future that hasn't been properly engineered. They want to rely on technologies that still require the very resources that they are trying to demonise.
And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the issue of power bills. Checked your power bill lately? Did you wince? Government rebates all dried up and the bills have spiked? Where's your money going when you shell out hundreds every quarter? To build more energy infrastructure? To operating costs? No, it's going to the profits of huge energy corporations. Record profits lately, in fact. If you're with AGL, $755 of your energy bill each year is pure profit for that corporation. AGL isn't producing your energy, it's just a retailer, just a shonky middleman. Now, AGL's CEO makes $3.5 million each year. That's where your money's going. There's simply no reason it has to be like this. We used to have a fully publicly owned energy sector, energy run at cost, no profits made. Now we have private energy corporations gouging us to access our energy. Who sold our energy system off to private corporations? The Liberals and Labor, who now receive millions in political donations from these corporations. We've got to get corporate profiteering out of our essential services. Privatisation was a mistake. When the government says it can't do anything about huge energy bills, I say they're pulling your leg.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the 67th anniversary of the Tibetan uprising, to pay tribute to all those that rose up in 1959 and to stand in solidarity with those that have kept up the fight for basic human rights, and to recognise that in the Dalai Lama's 90th year, this year is being observed as a year of compassion globally, celebrating his significant contribution to humanity. The Dalai Lama is loved throughout the world for his courage and commitment to the universality of human rights and promotion of interfaith harmony, compassion and democracy. The people of Tibet face repressive policies that are aimed at eradicating their distinct cultural and religious identity. This includes plans to interfere in the centuries-old spiritual tradition concerning the reincarnation of the Dalai Lama. It's critical that Tibetans have the right to determine the identity of the next Dalai Lama using their traditional practices without the interference of the Chinese government. Deputy Speaker, I urge the Government of the People's Republic of China to recognise this authority, recognise the fundamental human rights and dignity of the Tibetan people, and approach this through genuine dialogue with His Holiness the Dalai Lama. We can only achieve long-term peace and freedom in Tibet through genuine dialogue without precondition.
And member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Fuel security might feel like a technical issue, but on the Mornington Peninsula, it is something that locals feel each and every time they pull up at the Bowser. Prices always surge before a long weekend, as they did last week, but this is something else. Today, across the peninsula, prices are sitting around $2.19 for unleaded and nearly $2.30 for diesel. For families, tradies and small businesses alike in my electorate, those costs are biting hard. And that's because communities like Flinders are more exposed than most. On the Mornington Peninsula, 59% of households have 2 or more cars, well above the Melbourne average. More than 58% of residents drive to work, and at least half of them work outside of the electorate. And over 80% of our region has little to no access to public transport whatsoever. So in other words, when fuel supply is uncertain or prices spike, Peninsula families cannot simply jump on a bus or a train. They have no alternative. Fuel security and affordability is both a local, economic and a national security issue. COVID exposed just how fragile global supply chains can be, and at that time, the Coalition established a comprehensive fuel security package, including minimum stockholding obligations and support for Australia's refining capacity. The question now is whether the current Labor government has the same level of urgency. Australians deserve confidence that in times of global instability, we have a clear strategy to secure adequate fuel supplies.
Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. The Tibetan community is something that must be experienced before you can describe it. It is colour and mantras woven into prayer flags and spinning wheels. Earlier this year, I had the privilege of meeting His Holiness the Dalai Lama. When he entered the room, it felt as the whole of Tibet entered with him, for he remains the living symbol of a people's enduring hope that one day they may again govern themselves peacefully in their homeland. For many people around the world, Tibet has faded from public consciousness, but the reality for Tibetans has not changed. Inside Tibet, language, religion and culture remain tightly restricted. Families are separated as children are sent to state-run boarding schools, where their own language and traditions are absent. People inside Tibet continue to disappear with no explanation, imprisoned or tortured simply for communicating with others, possessing a photo of the Dalai Lama or speaking openly about their identity. And yet the Tibetan people have never surrendered their identity. In exile, they rebuild monasteries, teach language and celebrate the culture in acts of quiet defiance. Even now, the Chinese government seeks to control the future of Tibetan Buddhism itself, attempting to dictate who the next Dalai Lama will be. Tibet is often called the third pole, a vast and vital region of our planet, rich in natural resources. Above all, it is a homeland for people.
Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, a great many Australians were heartened by the Tasmanian government's promise to end greyhound racing in the state by 2030 and the subsequent introduction of legislation to do just that. Heartened indeed because Australians are well aware that the greyhound racing industry in Australia inflicts unspeakable cruelty on an industrial scale. No wonder one dog has died already on Tassie tracks this year and 13 have died across the country. No wonder countless more have been injured or been put down, often simply because they don't run fast enough. Deputy Speaker, the greyhound racing industry only exists because of gambling money, which means there's a fundamental tension between animal welfare and corporate interests. And this tension can't be addressed with tweaks to welfare standards. So the only way to end the cruelty is to end the industry. Now, regrettably, the legislation for this ban was deferred by the Legislative Council, which has given the greyhound racing industry and gambling companies the time to pull out all stops to try and prevent the ban passing Parliament. So I urge LegCo members and the Tasmanian government to hold firm, and I encourage Tasmanians to get in touch with your state parliamentarians and to let them know you want these beautiful dogs protected for good. Deputy Speaker, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, a nation-leading opportunity to end a cruel, unpopular and outdated industry, and Tassie owes it to the dogs to get it done. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Australians, Territorians, I want to talk about organ donation. I want to acknowledge people like Megan and all the Donate Life NT staff and their volleys, like my friend Carly Dalton, the widow of Robbie Dalton, a champion bloke who got an extra 10 years due to a kidney that was donated. And also I want to give a shout out to my brother-in-law, Guy Vanderkellen, who's organ donation coordinator down at Royal Hobart Hospital. Thanks for what you do, mate. Organ donation is a conversation that we must have with our loved ones now. Otherwise, unfortunately, these conversations first occur at what is the worst possible time for a family. In the middle of overwhelming grief, families are asked if they want to donate the organs of loved ones to save the lives of others. Most of us say that we support organ donation, and many, like me, even register. But registration is only a part of the story. At the most critical moment, families are still asked to confirm a loved one's wishes. So it's only families that can really make organ donation possible. So I've had that conversation with my family, and I encourage everyone to do the same. If we can improve registration, it will make a huge difference for the over 2,000 Aussies that are waiting for a life-saving organ donation.
Deputy Speaker, how is the government expecting Australians to cope with these high fuel prices when so many are battling to deal with Australia's homegrown inflation? From around $1.80 per litre on Wednesday, it has soared by 40 cents a litre or more across the electorate in recent days. Businesses and farmers who purchase bulk diesel and petrol in the wholesale market, such as the hardwood timber industry, are today being charged $2.65 per litre, a 70% rise in pain at the pump, which will be felt through to the cash register. But besides the price rises, we must also recognise the critical need to maintain adequate supplies of fuel to our farming, timber, mining and transport sectors across regional and rural Australia, where there are reports that fuel is not getting through the supply chain. We can't produce food and we can't transport our everyday living and business requirements without fuel. This points to the critical need to improve fuel security. We cannot rely on a just-in-time approach and a 30-day reserve of diesel. When last in government, the Coalition legislated a Fuel Security Act, which included a baseline level of diesel stock holdings, support to ensure our sovereign refining capacity and a diesel storage program. The measures are there to be used, and we should be able to be assured that they have been used. Australians are hurting badly. They need answers and relief today.
Member for Tangney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. WA Police Force have the highest police suicide rate among the mainland states. Suicide and mental health for both serving and retiring police officer is a major issue. I served in WA Police Force for almost 16 years. I have 4 surgeries because of that job. When I drive around my electorates of Tangney, I not only remember, I still could smell the dead body which I have picked up. I have many friends who are still serving in the WA Police Force who want to quit from the WA Police Force. They have had enough. 354 WA Police Force officers have already resigned in 2023-24. Many police brothers and sisters tell me about how they are suffering. They feel no one cares. Our rank and file officers do not feel supported. No one is listening to them. Their calls are becoming more frequent, more desperate, and more worrying. While they are the first to answer a call for help, they feel abandoned and ignored. Being a police officer was my childhood dream. But if we want it to continue to be the childhood dream for our future generation, we need to act now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaking to locals in my electorate over the course of the weekend, there were 2 issues that they raised consistently with me. Firstly, the cost of fuel at the Bowser, and secondly, concerns about what fuel supply constraints or disruptions will mean for the economy. And the reason why locals were concerned about this is because they simply can't take another shock. They're already working harder than they ever have. They've already witnessed the largest fall in living standards across the OECD, and they've already seen inflation higher than any other advanced economy. And today we've heard from the Minister for Energy declaring that he's convening a roundtable this afternoon. There's nothing to worry about on energy security. But to me, that's not good enough. The fact is, Australia is a diesel economy, and without diesel, we will come to a standstill. When last in government, the Coalition legislated the Petroleum and Other Fuels Reporting Act, established the Domestic Fuel Reserve through a minimum stockholding obligation, and legislated the Fuel Security Act. The issue today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not whether the government has the tools to deal with this crisis. The question is whether they have the judgment to use them. Yeah. The buck stops with the Energy Minister, the buck stops with the Prime Minister. Australians deserve a real explanation, not a she'll be right mate sort of attitude, a real explanation on their strategy to maintain adequate fuel supplies in this country.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I rise today proud that our government has granted humanitarian visas to 5 members of the Iranian women's soccer team. This was an issue that was raised with me by my local Iranian Australian community and which was raised with me at an International Women's Day event I attended on Sunday, organised by Aussiran and Rana Dadpour. I'd like to acknowledge the work of Minister for Home Affairs Tony Burke in navigating this difficult situation and achieving the incredible outcome of being able to tell 5 members of the Iranian women's soccer team that they are welcome to stay in Australia, that they are safe here and that they should feel at home here. Rightly are the Iranian women's soccer team called the Lionesses, for they have shown extraordinary courage in the face of repression. All of them were faced with an impossible choice, and it is a moment of pride for our nation that we have offered protection to all of them and can provide protection to 5 of them. We stand with these women and we stand with the people of Iran. Having just marked International Women's Day, we also recognise the extraordinary bravery of generations of Iranian women, from those who first protested against hijab laws on International Women's Day in 1979 to the Women Life Freedom Movement to the protests this year. Women have always been at the forefront of resistance against the Islamic Republic in Iran. We stand with the Iranian people and we stand with the Iranian women.
Member for Durack.
In a time of great uncertainty, Australians deserve a clear answer from the Minister for Energy as to whether the government has a strategy to ensure there are adequate fuel supplies for our nation. The Minister must be transparent about our fuel supplies and the location of our fuel supplies. The Minister has this tool available to him. I encourage him to use it. Reports of fuel rationing are very concerning. Energy and fuel prices flow through to the cost of everything we buy, from groceries to power bills. We are all directly affected. Fuel security is a very serious issue. Australians are already struggling with our Albanese homemade cost of living crisis and now have to contend with rising fuel prices over fears of not enough supply. I've had reports about petrol stations right across Durack running out of diesel, particularly in those important farming communities. Wholesale suppliers are also struggling to get fuel, or they're holding on to their fuel stocks. West Australian farmers are telling me there are genuine concerns about a lack of supply leading into the next growing season. Honestly, this is unbelievable. We are talking about our nation's food security. Many of our farmers, families, pensioners and small businesses are already at breaking point. Minister, our farming and our regional communities, they are important and they deserve to know what are you doing about our nation's fuel supply.
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Sunday, my community once again turned out in force for the Mater Foundation's Chicks in Pink Fun Run, and what a powerful show of solidarity it was. I understand Sister Angela Mary Doyle had prayed for good weather, and thankfully the rain held off just long enough for the event to go ahead and for that sea of pink to make its way through Brisbane. The Mater in South Brisbane is such a special place for people in my community. Like so many families across Brisbane, I was born at the Mater, one of my sons was born there, and our community knows how connected we are to this institution and to the care, compassion and expertise it has provided for generations. 1 in 7 Australian women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime, and 1 in 4 of those Queensland women will be treated at the Mater. For 35 years, the Chicks in Pink Fun Run has brought Queenslanders together in hope and in action, and this year it raised $2 million. Every dollar raised helped funds better research, treatment and equipment, as well as practical support for women going through breast cancer. I want to thank the Mater Foundation, Mater Chicks in Pink, every volunteer, every fundraiser and everybody who laced up on Sunday. This is community, and my community at its very best, compassionate, determined and making a real difference.
Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Fuel security is not simply about getting our cars from A to B. Fuel security is national security. Fuel powers the tractors that produce the food on Australian tables. It runs the boats of fishermen who sustain coastal communities and export to the world. It powers the trucks that keep supermarkets' shelves stocked. And it fuels the aircraft of our ADF, the very planes we rely on to defend this nation in times of conflict. Yet today, Australia is dangerously exposed. 25 years ago, this country was fully self-sufficient in oil extraction and fuel refining. We once had 7 fuel refineries in this country, and today we just have 2. And unbelievably, both of them are being squeezed by Labor's carbon taxes through the safeguard mechanism. Taxes these refineries simply do not need while they're already struggling to survive. At a time of growing global instability, are we really surprised that fuel markets are volatile? How can our farmers produce food if they can't afford the diesel to run their tractors, seeders and headers? Pretty soon we'll be importing all of our fresh produce too. The buck stops with the Energy Minister and the Prime Minister, who have the legislative tools to deal with this crisis thanks to the former coalition government. It is on this government to now show up and use them.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the recent weather event in the far north. I returned home on Thursday last week to ensure that I was on the ground should the system intensify. And while the system never made it to cyclone strength, it is not the wind that concerns us but the rain. The resulting flooding caused some inundation at Wudja Wudja, with the Bloomfield Bridge going 2.1 metres under, cut off roads and power across the Southern Cape. The crocodile tours that worked the Daintree River lost boats, with one being washed 60 kilometres out into the reef. Across the river, the Daintree, with infrastructure still being repaired from Cyclone Jasper, lost its ferry when it broke free of its moorings, and the damage to the cables is still being assessed. It is estimated that businesses across the river will lose up to $5 million in the next 2 weeks while the ferry is out of action. These are not large operators. These are family businesses. And while we are resilient in the far north and understand that this is something that is a part of our lives, it is always heartbreaking to see hard-working locals impacted by such natural disasters. As it does, the community has rallied around, with GoFundMe set up to buy new boats, and we hope very soon that people are going to be traversing the Daintree again, looking for those crocodiles. We aren't quite ready yet for more tourists, but in the coming weeks, when the ferry returns, I would encourage everybody, head to the Daintree, visit one of the great natural wonders, and check out our crocodiles.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week we heard the Energy Minister stand up in this place in question time and extol the virtues of the government's liquid fuel supplies. We heard him say, in fact, that there were 34 days of diesel supply. We all heard him say that, didn't we? We remember hearing him say that. Well, let me tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I received a phone call yesterday from Heidi and Parvo Walker from Walker Seafoods, who have one of the largest fishing fleets on the eastern seaboard of Australia. They told me that they had zero fuel, zero diesel on Mooloolaba wharves. Zero. Zip. Nada. Not a scrap of diesel could be got from them, for Debrett's or Rockcliffs. 3 of our large fishing companies in the seat of Fisher. What this means is that around 50 businesses on the Sunshine Coast, on the wharves, can't go to sea. They can't fish, they can't catch our protein, and they can't export it, obviously. What that means is that they may have to lay off staff, and Australian businesses are going to suffer. All Australians are going to suffer as a result. This government needs to get its act together. It talks the big talk, but when push comes to shove, it can't organise a chook in a raffle.
Member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am proud to be part of a government with 50% women and a majority women cabinet. We are better off for the collective contribution by women made in this place to our great nation. So it was with great pride that I attended the official launch of Women in Government Relations Australia last week in the lead-up to International Women's Day. The global theme of Give to Gain was fitting with my good friend Sarah Cullen's launching the new initiative built on over 2 decades of hard work in the political arena, giving back to the sisterhood in the government relations sector. In what is a great move to see more women lifted up and supported in a heavily male-dominated workspace, I am so deeply disgusted at the underhanded attempt to dress up misogyny by way of a veiled attack at lobbying groups in the Australian on Friday. It stinks more of fear and a hurt ego when others look to tear down the very people trying to lift others up. We need to do better. I stand in this place proudly in support of Women in Government Relations Australia, of the founder Sarah Cullens, and recommit my support to help provide mentoring for those looking to pursue a career in the government relations sector. I will close with the words from Sarah. Real leadership is about creating opportunities, backing and nurturing talent and ensuring more voices are heard. Thank you.
Member for Barker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, families and businesses in my regional electorate are getting smashed by fuel prices and growing increasingly concerned about supply. In one small town with a single fuel station, that fuel station sold out of fuel yesterday. The closest petrol station is 50 kilometres away, and they're not expecting fuel any time until later this week. That's not a fuel shortage, that's a fuel crisis. I've been contacted by many concerned constituents in my electorate. Mark from Francis is one. He's a livestock producer who is very concerned at the apparent price gouging for fuel and is sick of being ripped off. Mark isn't convinced that the ACCC will do anything. Mark says it's hard enough to make a living from farming, and now having to pay more for fuel inputs mean that any profit margin is squeezed even tighter. Even worse, the prospect of having reduced or insecure fuel would be a disaster for his business. The Australian economy runs on diesel. Fuel security is national security. It's also economic security. Minister for Energy and Climate Change, Chris Bowen, needs to assure Australians that he has a plan to keep fuel flowing, that Australians won't be ripped off at the bowser by fuel companies that are seeking to profit from the war in the Middle East. Not surprisingly, Madam Deputy Speaker, Australians are panicking because they don't trust this minister to get it right. And quite frankly, who would blame them?
Member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. More than 250,000 Australian households, small businesses and community organisations have now installed solar batteries through the Albanese Labor government's Cheaper Home Batteries program. Around half have also installed new or upgraded solar systems at the same time. Together, these batteries now provide 6.3 gigawatt-hours of storage, a milestone that shows Australians are embracing solutions that cut power bills, make better use of rooftop solar and strengthen a cleaner, more reliable energy system. In my electorate of Aston, more than 1,446 households have already taken up the program since it began, including mine, saving money, boosting energy independence and contributing to a stronger energy system. As more batteries are installed across the country, they help manage demand more efficiently, improve reliability and support Australia's transition to more renewable energy. By contrast, the record of the former Energy Minister, now Leader of the Opposition, was quite frankly appalling. His time as Energy Minister was defined by controversy and failure, with a tenure clouded by repeated questions about judgment and conflicts of interest. Under the former coalition government, prices stayed high and climate progress stalled. Australians deserve better, and our government is delivering just that. On this side of the House, we are focused on practical policies that lower bills, strengthen our energy system and build a cleaner future for all Australians.
Member for Herbert.
People are working harder for less, and fuel security is so important. Minister Bowen has come into this place and said on TV, there's no need to panic, there isn't a problem. Well, when is the break glass moment for this government? Because people can't get fuel. People can't afford to fill up their cars. People can't afford to go to the service station. But this minister is more worried about what's happening in the bubble than what is actually his job. How long does the Australian Defence Force have its fuel security for? The buck stops with this minister. Minister Bowen should be in this place making solutions for the Australian people. Instead, he goes on TV, he tells everyone in the gallery and around the country, no problem, nothing to see here, I'm great at my job. Well, Minister, time to act is now. People cannot afford to fill up their cars, businesses will close. This is not good enough. This minister should be walking in today and going, this is the break glass moment, not another round table. I'm sure Shaq might be flying over to attend like they have done previously with the Labor Party. We want action from this minister. We don't want more equivocation. We want this government to put Australians first, get out of the bubble and start fixing this problem.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Speaker, delivery is the word that defines this government and a word that clearly separates us from those opposite. When we came to office in 22, we promised Australians we would turn the corner after a lost decade of denial and neglect. denial on climate change, neglect on a housing crisis, and a decade spent weakening the very institutions Australians rely on, like Medicare. So we got to work. We didn't just restore Medicare, we strengthened it. And that's why today we now have twice as many fully bulk billing GP clinics in Maribyrnong, so more in my community can see their GP for free. We're delivering cheaper medicines by cutting the PBS scripts to no more than $25. And on housing, leadership was absent for years. Australians waited while those opposite looked the other way. They didn't even bother having a housing minister. Labor stepped up. We've set ambitious targets and now building more homes, helping more Australians into their own home and making it easier and fairer to rent. In my electorate alone, nearly 400 new social affordable homes have already been delivered, more than the Coalition managed to deliver across the country in a decade. And while we deliver real cost of living relief, tax cuts, cheaper medicines, energy bill support, cutting student debt, what did those opposite do? They voted against it every single time. Deputy Speaker, the contrast could not be clearer. Whilst others revel in grievance to further their own political agendas, we on this side of the House remain steadfast on one agenda: to deliver for working Australians, for their families, and to build a stronger and fairer future.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister inform the House where there are fuel supply shortages in Australia?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
As the Leader of the National Party has said just yesterday, and a very good interview, the big message for every Australian is don't panic. The suppliers are there. We all have a role to play in that. Stick to our normal daily operations and schedules and don't think that we have to always keep topping up. Not to be outdone, Senator John O'Donoghue said today, when asked about refinery issues and energy security, he said, "I will say I do accept that successive governments have let Australia down. It hasn't just happened over the last 4 years. This is decades in the making." And indeed, there were 6 refineries when government changed in 2013. When they left office, there were 2. So 2/3 of them shut down.
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
It goes to Standing Order 104, direct relevance. Very specific question. If you don't know where the problem
Resume
is,
your seat. Just going to remind the Manager not to give additional information. The Prime Minister was asked where fuel supply shortages, where there are fuel supply shortages in Australia. He is answering the question with order, the Leader of the Opposition, with quotes and comments, which all Prime Ministers have done for a long time, and he's talking about the issue of fuel supply. So he is being directly relevant, but he was asked a fairly broad question, and maybe the Prime Minister will provide order. Prime Minister can provide further information to the House.
Speaker, I'm asked about where fuel supplies are, and I'll tell you where they're not. They're in the 4 refineries that shut on their watch. That's the whole point. That's the whole point here. 4 out of 6. I'll tell you where they're not also, Mr Speaker. They're not in Texas, which is where they had their fuel security under this minister. Now, Australia is fuel secure right now.
Order.
We have as much fuel coming in through our ports now as we did before the war in the Middle East began. Retailers should certainly not be using events in the Middle East to price gouge Australians. And any retailer that makes false or misleading statements to consumers about the reasons that their prices have increased is in breach of Australian consumer law. Now, we've given the ACCC new powers to act on this and increased competition and consumer law penalties 5-fold, up to $50 million. We'll continue to work to ensure that we have the fuel that we need protecting families and primary producers so they can fill up their cars and so they can keep their farms operating.
Order. Give a call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What actions has the Australian government taken in response to the conflict in the Middle East, including humanitarian assistance?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Menzies for his question and for his representation, particularly of Iranian Australians during what is a very difficult time. Now, the first priority of our government is to keep Australians safe. We've taken action to help ensure that safety. This morning I announced that Australia will contribute to the collective defence of Gulf nations under attack from Iran, deploying an E-7A Wedgetail aircraft to the region and providing a number of advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles to the United Arab Emirates. This is a defensive weapon. This is all about protecting civilians in the region, but also, of course, many of those civilians are Australians, including 24,000 of them in the UAE alone. The conflict is volatile and Australians in the region remain at risk, which is why we say to Australians who are offered a trip home, please take up the opportunity which is there. Since the 4th of March, more than 2,600 Australians have returned on 18 flights. A further 4 flights are scheduled to depart for Australia later today. Mr Speaker, I can also confirm that late last night the Australian government issued 5 humanitarian visas to members of the Iranian women's soccer team. Australians stand in solidarity with these brave women. They are safe in Australia and they should feel at home here. Very early this morning I also spoke with President Donald Trump on this matter and I thank him for his concern for the athletes and for the United States' support for our actions. This is a very delicate situation for these women. Their decisions have not been made lightly, and we have made it clear that if there are other members of the team who make a decision to ask for support, they will receive it from Australia. The conflict in the Middle East remains volatile. Its impact spread not just across the region, but of course have an impact on the global economy. Our government remains focused and determined to respond to these issues, working proactively in the national interest to make sure that Australians are kept safe wherever possible, and we'll do whatever we can to ensure that that continues.
To associate his remarks on indulgence, the Leader.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I associate the opposition with the words of the Prime Minister with respect to deployment of capability in the Middle East and also the asylum seekers? It is a brutal regime in Iran, and we stand side by side with our allies against that regime to support both humanitarian interests and economic interests of our great country. We also support the decision of the government on the asylum seekers. As always, with seeking applications for asylum, it should be consistent with Australian law and in our national interest, but we support the decision made by the government.
I thank the Leader. Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Industry is required under current laws to provide the Department of Climate Change and Energy with detailed weekly updates on fuel stock levels across the country. Can the Minister advise the House where there are fuel supply shortages in Australia?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. And it is true, of course, that in rural and regional Australia, people are finding it difficult to get diesel in particular, Mr Speaker, and there are many instances of that, Mr Speaker, and it's a very serious matter and it should be dealt with.
The Minister will pause. I don't know why the member for Fisher thinks he's the only person who can be continually interjecting non-stop. Did it? Well, you definitely now will be leaving the chamber when I'm addressing the House, and I thought as a former Speaker you would be appreciative when the Speaker is addressing the House not to interrupt so rudely. The Minister was asked a question. The manager was heard in silence. The same courtesy is going to be shown to the Minister as well. The Minister continue.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as I was saying, there are real pressures in rural and regional Australia in particular. For example, the Minister for Agriculture, Transport and Minister for Industry and I just convened a very important meeting with key stakeholders. The head of the Service Stations Agency informed us that they have seen demand increase in Mildura, for example, by 100% at their service stations, and in the Adelaide Hills and Barossa by 280%. Now, Mr Speaker, I think most reasonable people would understand that puts pressure on supply chains. When demand goes up so much, it puts huge pressure on supply chains. But it can also be the case, and it is also the case, that fundamentally Australia's fuel security is good because of the minimum stock obligations that we have put in place. And I can report to the House that petrol and diesel and jet fuel have continued to be received in Australia as we would expect in recent days, and that the industry expects that to continue for the foreseeable future. Now, none of that is to say, as we have all said, that there aren't real risks in the supply chain with a crisis in the Middle East at the moment into the future. That's why we've taken the action we have. That's why the National Oil Supplies Emergency Committee, which I'm advised met once during the Ukraine crisis, has met 3 times in the last week at the instigation of this government, Mr Speaker. And it is incumbent on all of us. To be aware of the facts and to convey the facts. And the Prime Minister paid tribute to the Leader of the Nationals, and I agree. He has said there's no case for panic buying because panic buying makes the situation worse. I do need to tell the House, Mr Speaker, that is not the case for everyone. That is not the case for everyone. I regret to inform the House that in just the last little period, the Deputy Premier of Queensland has intervened in the debate in an irresponsible, dishonest fashion for which he should be ashamed. He said, I've seen Chris Bowen get up in the last couple of days and go, well, we've got enough supply to last 30 days. Well, that was 9 days ago. You know, we're now 10 or 11 days into that 32-day supply. Now, either he doesn't understand how the law works or he has deliberately misled Australians and engaged in encouraging panic buying, because the minimum stock obligation by law cannot be accessed until I agree it should be, as the Energy Minister, Mr Speaker. Now, either the Deputy Premier of Queensland doesn't know that, didn't bother to find out, or he just chose to play politics. This is an international crisis, not an economic opportunity or a political opportunity. Now, Mr Speaker, we will continue to work, as we have done over recent days and since the Iran crisis began, with the industry. We will engage in full information for the Australian people. We will not, like the Deputy Premier of Queensland, engage in irresponsible, dishonest tactics.
Call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese government supporting Gulf countries in their defence against Iran's reprisal and escalatory attacks?
The call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
Well, can I thank the member for his question? At the request of the United Arab Emirates, today the government has announced that we will be deploying an E-7A wedge-tail aircraft to the Gulf to help in the defence of the UAE and the other countries of the Gulf against attacks from Iran. From the very beginning of this conflict, the UAE and 10 other countries in the region have been under sustained attack by Iran without ever having been protagonists against Iran themselves. Indeed, from the very outset, Iran has sought to widen this conflict and attack its neighbours simply because it can, and Australia condemns this in the strongest possible terms. Over the course of the weekend, I was able to speak to a number of my counterparts in the region, including Prince Khalid bin Salman, the Defence Minister of Saudi Arabia, Dr. Jafar Hassan, the Prime Minister and Defence Minister of Jordan, and of course Mohammed al-Mazroui, the Defence Minister of the UAE. And I was very pleased to be able to make this offer to Minister al-Mazroui, and he in turn was deeply grateful on behalf of the UAE. Today, the UAE is really one of our closest friends. It is home to 24,000 Australians, one of the largest expat communities that we have anywhere in the world, and for many, many years now, it has hosted an operational headquarters of the ADF at the Al Minhad Air Base near Dubai. And for this, we are deeply thankful. And so as soon as there was a call for assistance, we were very keen to do all that we could. Now, the E7 is one of the most exquisite airborne command and long-range reconnaissance capabilities in the world, and we are one of the leading E7 operators in the world, and so as such our capability has been in high demand. Over the last couple of years it has deployed twice to Europe in support of Ukraine, first in Germany and last year in Poland, and the job that it will be doing in the Gulf is very similar. This will be for an initial deployment of 4 weeks involving 85 personnel. The aircraft will leave Australia today, and we are hopeful that it will be operational by the end of the week. Now, in addition to this, and again at the request of the UAE, we are providing a number of advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles. I want to stress that these are defensive weapons by their nature, and indeed the strategic intent in all the assistance that we are giving is to provide for the defence of the countries of the Gulf, countries which are home to thousands of Australians and countries with whom we enjoy a deep, close and enduring friendship.
Before I call the member for Bradfield, I'm very pleased to inform the House the President in the front row of the Speaker's Gallery today are Australian Olympic Committee representatives as well as medalists from the Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics, including Ian Chesterman, AM AOC President, Alyssa Camplin-Warner, AM, Chef de Mission of the Australian Winter Olympic Team, and especially Cooper Woods, the gold medalist for the men's moguls, and Danielle Scott, silver medalist women's aerials. Welcome home and welcome to Question Time. Give the call to the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the very busy and important Minister for Climate Change and Energy. From COVID to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and yet another war in the Middle East, rolling geopolitical crises continuously threaten global fuel supplies. Here at home, the fuel tax credit scheme, our $11 billion per annum federal subsidy of diesel, fuels our addiction to dirty, expensive and unreliable liquid fuels. Why does the government insist on jeopardising our national energy security by keeping miners, farmers and motorists hooked on taxpayer-funded, artificially cheap and unreliable diesel?
Give the call to the Honourable Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. And can I say that in this environment, the government's first priority and the first obligation and duty is to ensure the fuel security for the traditional liquid fuels that we all rely on, and an honourable member is nodding, and I think we would all agree on that. And that is what we're doing, and I've outlined, and I may have other opportunities over the next hour to outline everything we're doing and will continue to do, Mr Speaker. Effectively, the honourable member points to the fact also that moving to more renewable energy makes us less reliant on the fossil fuel supply chain internationally, and that is correct. That is why we're doing things like the $1.1 billion fund to see more Australian manufacturing of low-carbon liquid fuels, for example. That is our policy. That is our policy. And I saw the member for Mallee the other day say, we've got so much canola, why are we sending it overseas to be processed? We should do more of that in Australia. What a good idea, Mr Speaker. What a good idea. And that is what our policy does. And that is what we announced, the $1.1 billion fund to do just that, because it's good for Australian farmers and it's good for the environment and it's good for everyone. It didn't happen under the previous government, and we have begun the process of it happening. The Treasurer, the Minister for Transport and I have begun that process. Now, Mr Speaker, in relation also to fossil fuels and the energy system, for example, I'm pleased with the fact that, for example, in the last energy crisis in Ukraine, in that summer, we used in our energy grid 2.7 terawatt-hours of gas. The equivalent figure for this summer is 1.5 terawatt-hours of gas. Now, that is good for emissions, of course, but it also means we are less reliant on those on the impacts. It still will have an impact. The gas price will still, international gas price will still have an impact on Australia, no doubt, but a little bit less. So, Mr Speaker, our policy in relation to the diesel fuel rebate hasn't changed. It does provide support for farmers in particular in relation to their farm operations. But what we will do is continue with the sorts of policies that we are implementing, like the $1.1 billion Cleaner Fuel Fund and the transition of our energy system to more renewables, which is the cheapest form of energy, is not dependent on global supply chains. I mean, Vladimir Putin cannot interrupt the supply of sun to Australia, and the international circumstance in the Middle East cannot interrupt the flow of wind in Australia. So that is a reliable form of energy. We on this side of the House get it. I think many in the crossbench get it. Those opposite, less so.
The call to the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. What actions has the Albanese Labor government taken in relation to members of the Iranian women's football team?
The Minister for Home Affairs and the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Bennelong, a real champion in this place for Australians of Iranian heritage. And today, as a parliament, as a nation, we stand in solidarity with them. Last night, I was able to tell 5 members of the Iranian women's football team that they are welcome to stay in Australia, that they are safe here and they should feel at home here. There's been a lot of work going on in recent days to make sure we gave these women every possible opportunity to seek assistance if they wanted it. Once it was made clear that there were 5 women who wanted to stay in Australia, they were moved to a safe location by the Australian Federal Police, and last night I met with them at that location. Before I signed off on their visas, I spoke with Mike Burgess, the Director-General of ASIO, to make sure that there were no security concerns, and then spoke to the Commissioner of the Australian Federal Police, Chrissy Barrett, to make sure that we had the appropriate measures in place to ensure the safety of these women. At around 9:15 last night, when I was with them, I signed off on their applications to go onto humanitarian visas, and I asked the department to process it as quickly as they could. They went back to the offices and processed it immediately, finishing the processing at around 1:30 a.m. this morning. I also want to thank the Australian media for the way that they have handled this issue. One of the challenges at times like this, it's not only the Australian people who are listening. The people who would want to harm these women or make it more difficult for them to communicate with our officials are always listening too. Any public messaging that would have led to it being more difficult for the women to access our officials would have made them less safe, not more. I also want to acknowledge the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Duniam, for his cooperation in making sure that we were handling this issue that particular way. All of this has been possible as well because of the extraordinary efforts of the team at the Department of Home Affairs, and I want to acknowledge their work. Australia, as a nation, have taken the Iranian women's soccer team into our hearts. I think when everybody saw the swapping of jerseys with the Matildas, we all felt we were there in that moment too. I say to the other members of the team who have not yet made this decision, the same opportunity is here for you if that's what you want. Once everything had been signed off last night, there were lots of photos, lots of celebrating, and then a spontaneous outcry of Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi from the newest Australian residents. These women are great athletes, great people, and I say to them on behalf of the government, on behalf of the parliament, and I suspect on behalf of the whole nation, to them, welcome home.
The call to the honourable member for Parkes.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Transwest Fuels is an independent wholesale supplier in Gunnedah and Mungandai in my electorate. Normally, it services more than 2,000 agricultural customers. They have now been turned away by their usual bulk fuel supplier in both New South Wales and Queensland, and have no certainty that they can secure enough fuel for businesses or the farms they support. What action is the Minister taking to fix Australia's fuel supply storage?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. As I outlined in my previous answer, yes, in regional Australia there are real pressures on supply chain. So I am sure that the facts that the honourable member has put are correct. And I am sure that that is something that other companies in a similar situation are experiencing. That's why we have convened 3 meetings of the National Oil Emergency Supply Committee, which is an important committee, which every state and territory is represented on. In addition, the relevant ministers and I have convened all the key stakeholders, including the National Farmers.
Order. I'm not really prepared to take the point of order because the minister was answering directly what action, and he was addressing the House. So it is impossible to take a point of order on relevance because the minister was just updating the House on what actions had been taken, what meetings had occurred, who he had met with. So I gave a decision last week that I would take points of order, but you're pushing the friendship if it's on relevance. So the member for Page has the call.
Speaker, I with all due respect, the point of order is on relevance because we were asking what action. Meetings aren't action. We want some action, not meetings.
I think everyone heard that point of order and can see for what it was. If the minister is updating the House on his actions that he's taken about a question was asked, that's an abuse of the standing orders. He was updating the House on who he was meeting with about the issue the member for Parkes had asked him about. He couldn't have been more directly relevant. No one thinks that's anything other than the case. As I said, if this continues, I will simply not take points of order. I just won't take them, and the minister will continue. So that is in your hands, those people who take points of order. Minister, in continuation.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. We met with the NFF, Trucking Australia, Fertiliser Australia, the peak group of service stations in Australia, the Australian Institute of Petroleum. And I did say to every single person on that call, is there any government action that you would like to ask us four ministers for today? Because if you ask for it, we will take it if we can. And the most common response to that, Mr Speaker, was this: please ensure Australians understand there is no need for panic buying because it is that which is causing the pressure. It is that which is causing. That's what the NFF said. That's what the NFF said. That's what the other peak groups said. Order. And that's what we are doing. It is the case. There are pressures on the supply chains. Well, the Leader of the Opposition interjects, Mr Speaker, saying just move the supplies around. Just move the supplies around. Well, you had 4 refineries closed while the Leader of the Opposition, while the member for Hume was the Minister for Energy. We saw in that period of government 4 refineries closed, which made moving the supplies around just that little bit harder, Mr Speaker, when that happened. I can say to the House, in terms of action, that as the House knows, the minimum stock obligation requirements are collected weekly but have only been reported quarterly. I have instructed that during this period of heightened uncertainty and concern, those figures will now be reported weekly. They will now be reported weekly. That is a regime which is appropriate in this situation. I haven't heard the Leader of the Opposition weeks ago say it should be done weekly. We have done that. I haven't even called today for it to be done weekly. We have done that. We have done that, and that is an appropriate policy action to take.
Call to the honourable member for McEwen.
My question is to the Treasurer. What impact is the conflict in the Middle East having on the global economy, and how is Australia placed to deal with these challenges?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker. I really appreciate the member for McEwen's question, but also his focus on the impacts in real communities like his of what we're seeing around the world right now. The escalation of the conflict in the Middle East has been dramatic, and so has its impact on the global economy. We are seeing a great deal of volatility play out on markets for equities, commodities, currencies and bonds, and also in risk indexes. Markets were especially pessimistic over the last couple of days, but they've rebounded substantially so far today in reaction to some comments from President Trump. The most significant impacts have been on energy prices, including oil. Oil was trading just under $90 before question time, but it got up to almost $120 a barrel yesterday. It was about $60 at the start of the year and $73 at the start of this conflict, to give people a sense of the scale of the increase. Now, this sort of volatility, and especially on energy markets, puts upward pressure on global inflation at the same time as the conflict weighs on global growth. The longer this drags out, the more serious the economic consequences. And, Mr Speaker, we did have an inflation challenge before these developments risk making it worse. We will update our inflation forecasts in the budget in the usual way. But we also need to remember that we have very substantial advantages and very solid economic foundations in this country. We are not immune from what's happening around the world, and we are not complacent, but we are very well placed as a country and as an economy, and that's my main message today. Last week's national accounts showed we had stronger economic growth than any major advanced economy. We've got low unemployment, we've got higher participation, we've got stronger jobs growth and lower debt as a proportion of our economy than the major advanced economies as well. We have one of the most robust and best regulated financial systems in the world, and the Council of Financial Regulators has been meeting daily to stay across developments on markets. We have large stockpiles of fuel, and the ministers are engaging with primary industries to stay across the pressures in those industries as well. We've empowered the ACCC to police the service stations and issue on-the-spot fines if necessary, and we've increased the maximum penalties 5 times to $50 million, and we're prepared to take other responsible steps if necessary. So, Mr Speaker, we do have a lot going for us, but a lot coming at us as well. We will continue to work through these developments to make sure that our people and our economy are as resilient as possible in the face of all of this global economic volatility and uncertainty.
Call to the honourable member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Last week, the Minister stated that he has, quote, great confidence that energy companies will not be taking advantage of Australia's fuel crisis. Today, it's reported that fuel prices are up 40 cents a litre. Can the minister advise the House where there are fuel supply shortages in Australia and what he is doing to fix it?
Called to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I think I've outlined to the House that there are diesel shortages being faced in rural and regional Australia in particular in the face of massive spikes in demand. Now, that desire by people to get diesel is understandable, particularly when there's some misinformation out there about Australia's fuel supplies. It is understandable. But it is very important that we all communicate that the biggest risk to fuel availability in Australia right now is panic buying. That is the biggest risk, Mr Speaker. That is why when we see increases in demand for fuel in the Adelaide Hills and Barossa of 238%, of course service stations and providers are going to find difficulty in meeting that demand. 100% in Mildura, for example. Of course that's the case. It's also the case we need to be very honest with people, Mr Speaker. Stockpiling fuel in a property is not an undertaking without risks, Mr Speaker, and it's also very important that we send that message as well. So they ask what we are doing about it. What we are doing about it is working with the industry, and by industry I mean industries across the board, with the refiners, the 2 that we have left in Australia, Mr Speaker, not the 6 that the previous government inherited. We had the member for Hume denying that foreclosed while he was the Energy Minister, but the facts speak for themselves. Now, Mr Speaker.
A minute. The Leader of the Opposition will withdraw that comment. Just if allow the manager just to step away for a moment.
I withdraw.
Thank you, Leader. To assist the House, the manager.
I'm the Leader of the Opposition. Wants her to talk. He's more than welcome.
You're now pushing the friendship. What is your point of order? What is your point of order?
Goes to relevance. It was a very direct question. Where are the fuel supply shortages and what are you doing to fix it?
And the Minister is answering directly those 2 questions in his answer. He identified the areas of Australia that have fuel shortages and he's explaining to the House exactly what he's doing. Cease the frivolous points of order. He's updating the House exactly about what he is doing. His words are, this is what the actions are. This is now getting beyond. And the manager, I will reiterate, if this continues any more today, no more points of order will be taken. And I've got examples of where that has happened time and time again. Minister, in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And again, as I indicated, ministers convened important peak groups earlier today and asked them what actions it would be helpful for the government to take. And the National Farmers Federation and the other groups said the most important single government action you can provide is reassurance that Australia's fuel supplies are secure. That is the most important action we can take. That's what the NFF, if you care about what they think, and the other peak groups said to us. So we will continue to do that. We'll continue to work with industry. If honourable members have particular issues that they wish to raise with me and companies whose concerns they want to bring to my attention, as some honourable members know, my door is open to them, and I will take their concerns and I will see what can be done in cooperation with the industry, because that is a sensible approach. There have been several members opposite who have been through my doors, and they're always welcome if they want to raise issues in good faith.
Give a call to the member for Paterson.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. How is the Albanese Labor government working with farmers to manage the impact of the conflict in the Middle East on agriculture? And what steps is the Albanese Labor government taking to improve food security?
Give a call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank our member for Paterson for chairing the committee that actually wrote a report on Australia's food security, and indeed for her keeping ministers up to date on what's happening in her regional community over the weekend. Because I think everybody in this place, in this building, understands the importance of ensuring our farmers can continue to produce our food and our fibre, Mr Speaker. We also understand that keeping our freight and supply chains moving is critical. And as a government, we know that this food production is critical for every community right across Australia, and that we actually can produce about 2.5 times the food we need. We also, of course, do feed our close neighbours in the Indo-Pacific with our world-class agricultural products, and we need to be able to continue to do that too. From day one of this conflict in the Middle East, we have been monitoring the potential impacts on our ag industry. Indeed, we're working day and night with our agricultural exporters to ensure the safe return of products that have been disrupted due to the conflict. We also recognise how critical the supply of fuel and fertiliser is for agriculture and for our food security. That's why our government is working together with the farmers, the producers and industry so that we can quickly respond to issues as they do arise. We have been very clear, and I reiterate, the conflict in the Middle East is not a commercial opportunity. Indeed, we must all act in the national interest during this period of time, because we know that keeping our farmers farming is in the national interest, Mr Speaker. As the Minister for Energy has indicated, our government did hold a roundtable today with the National Farmers Federation, Fertiliser Australia, the Australian Institute of Petroleum and the Australian Trucking Association, by all joining together because now more than ever, collaboration really is critical at this point. Of course, this builds on discussions that many of us have had over the last week with our broader sectors and industries. As the Energy Minister has also reiterated, we have more fuel now than at any time over the last 15 years. We know that fuel continues to arrive in the quantities and the frequency that we need, with more shipments due within the week. It's also critical that our fuel industry continues to deliver a consistent supply across our economy, including to our regional communities. We have heard some concerns today from people about some of those regional communities that have been impacted, as the Minister for Energy has indicated and other members have indicated. But we've also heard that much of the input products for the upcoming planting season, including the majority of the fertiliser required, is already on the water or is already in the country, Mr Speaker. Farmers are rightly looking ahead and they are planning, and we understand the importance of fuel and fertiliser to a productive food system, which is why we're also making sure we've got supply chain resilience as a key priority of our national food security strategy. This strategy will help safeguard Australia into the future. On this side of the House, we'll continue to stand with our farmers.
Well, I call the Leader of the Nationals. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a group of exchange students hosted by Rotary Clubs Australia 8th District 9685 as guests of the members for Macquarie, Robertson, Bennelong and Bradfield. Give the call to the Honourable The Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Based in Allegra, Queensland, independent fuel distributor Bartrans Petroleum are receiving just 10% of their normal fuel volumes. In their words, this is affecting all distributors. Some smaller distributors have no allocation. Our focus is the very critical agriculture sector. Crops need harvesting, crops need planting. Minister, when can the farmers of Allegra expect to have their normal fuel supplies return?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the Honourable the Leader of the Nationals for the question. And for those farmers and for the other farmers who are experiencing difficulties getting diesel, I can say this very clearly. The difficulties you are experiencing are not currently as a result of a lack of fuel coming to our country. Not as a result of a lack of fuel coming to our country. We have received supplies in recent days, as we would expect to, and obviously we keep a close eye with the industry on what ships are on their way to Australia, and those ships are continuing to arrive. That's the point we are making. Fundamentally, Australia's fuel security is strong. That is the point we are making. That is why there is no need for people to panic buy or to order 100 or 200% of what they normally order, which is what the Service Stations Association told us was happening across the country. Now, the honourable member asked when can they expect fuel supplies. Well, the answer to that is we will continue to work with the industry, with all industries, to ensure that these pressures on the fuel supply are dealt with as quickly and as expeditiously as possible. And I say very clearly to the Leader of the Nationals, if he has a good faith idea he wants to put forward, he is welcome to it, and I will listen to it, Mr Speaker. The only idea we've heard so far from the opposition is that I should require more reporting from service stations. That is that they want a very earnest report, Mr Speaker, is what they want. Now, I've already indicated that I have issued an instruction that the MSO should now be updated weekly, not quarterly. And reporting is important. The Petroleum and Other Fuels Reporting Act 2017 has been in operation since then. I did require more reporting when we came to office in 2022. And if there is more sensible reporting that actually helps, then I'll do that as well. But I'll also weigh that against the burden of compliance on service stations and the paper. I would have thought, the party opposite would want me to weigh that up. Say, are these extra reporting that we might ask service stations and small distributors to undertake, is that a helpful addition to the information? I'll weigh that up against the reporting burden for small and medium-sized businesses.
Give the call to the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you. My question is to the Prime Minister. How has the Albanese Labor government been delivering on its commitment to build Australia's future, invest in our people and deliver real, lasting cost of living relief? What are the risks?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Jagga Jagga for her question, and I thank her for the visit that we had to the Repat Hospital there, speaking to veterans about the difference that our investment in Veterans Affairs has made to the speedy processing of applications and the clearing off the queue, which is what we inherited from those opposite. I said when I went to the National Press Club after the election that this year would be concentrating on a year of delivery in that 1 year after May the 3rd, ticking off our commitments one by one, delivering real cost of living relief, investing in our people and building Australia's future. And that is what we have been doing. 132 urgent care clinics are open around Australia right now. We promised 50 originally, we delivered 87, then we promised another 50, and there's another 45 of those 50 are open. And there are 5 more to open coming up. Darwin, Whyalla, Cairns, Caloundra and Coburg, Mr Speaker. Because we deliver on our commitments. They promised to close them, we're opening them. That's the difference. We promised record investment in bulk billing, rates are up over 80%, more than 3,400 GP clinics now bulk bill every patient, every visit. We promised to cut the cost of PBS medicines, and now they're down to the same price they were in 2004. We promised to strengthen Medicare, and we are delivering it. We promised tax cuts for every taxpayer, and because we were re-elected, that will happen on July 1, and another tax cut the following July 1 as well. We've delivered landmark, game-changing funding agreements for both schools and hospitals, delivering on the Gonski principles of making sure that every student gets valued and can fulfil their potential, but also delivering a 5-year hospital agreement with record funding. We promised paid prac for student, nurses, teachers, midwives and social workers, and they're getting it. We promised free TAFE, something that those opposite said they wouldn't value, and 750,000 Australians are getting the skills that they need through free TAFE. We've been getting on with delivering. Those opposite have just stood in the way, too busy fighting each other to bother with fighting for Australians. There's more to do. We'll continue to work each and every day to make a positive difference to the lives of Australians.
Call to the honourable member for Curtin.
My question's for the Treasurer. My constituents are deeply concerned about how artificial intelligence is reshaping our economy and society. Our National AI Plan adopts a largely hands-off posture and leaves all risks up to an AI Safety Institute with 1/16 of the annual funding of its UK counterpart. Comparable nations are moving faster to set clear standards, support innovation and manage risks. Will the upcoming budget include further investment in AI opportunities and safety to ensure Australians, rather than overseas tech companies, shape our future?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you to the honourable member for her question, which builds a bit on the question that the member for Wentworth asked me last week as well. Obviously, AI is a transformational technology, but we have a responsibility which we embrace, not just to maximise the economic upside of AI, but to also minimise the risks. And some of those risks and some of those concerns, I think, are accurately captured in the question that the member has asked. And while I agree that there is a level of concern in the community about AI, about our ability to manage and minimise those risks, I don't accept that the government's AI plan has been silent or unnecessarily focused on the challenges that the honourable member raises. We have made a commitment to robust legal, regulatory and ethical frameworks. We are engaging internationally to protect rights and build trust so that we can deal with some of the issues that the member has raised. Last week I made special mention of Minister Ayres and Assistant Minister Charlton, but I also want to shout out the Attorney-General, who also does a heap of work in this space as well, particularly when it comes to the copyright issues. And so this Cabinet, this government, this side of the House is very focused on the risks of AI. Now, when it comes to budget commitments, we haven't finalised the budget yet. You wouldn't have expected us to in the middle of March or early in March. We finalised the budget in the first half of May. But what the honourable member can always expect from this government is to be very attentive to the concerns that people raise with us, so that we can do whatever we can to capture the opportunities and spread the benefits, but also keep Australians safe.
Call to the member for Petrie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to provide more social and affordable homes for those Australians who need it most? Is the Minister aware of any risks that in the government's plans?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Petrie for her question. Speaker, we've got a really big housing challenge confronting our country, and one of the most important things that governments across the nation need to be doing right now is rebuilding our stock of social and affordable housing. Speaker, in the member for Petrie's electorate, we're building 330 new social and affordable homes. That's 330 on the pathway to 55,000 homes that we will build across the country. Now, Speaker, at the heart of this program is the Housing Australia Future Fund. This is a generational investment in social and affordable housing that our government is so proud to be making. A few weeks ago, I visited a completed Housing Australia Future Fund project in the member for Petrie's electorate with her and Senator Mulholland from the other place. Now, Speaker, in my role, my second favourite thing that I get to do is visit construction sites and see how our home building program is progressing. But my absolute favourite thing that I get to do is speak to people who are in homes that our government has built. Speaker, I met 3 wonderful older women who call this Redcliffe site home, Lyndall, Margot and Marika. And these women were kind enough to sit down with us and tell us the story of how they got into precarious housing and the meaning that this has had on their lives to be out of that situation. Marika told us about a period of her life where she was being pushed from rental to rental until she reached a period of sheer desperation. Speaker, her lease in private rental was coming to an end because her landlord wanted to lift her rent again. She had recently taken on the primary care role for her ex-husband, who was very ill, and she was at a point where she just did not know where to go. Now, Speaker, she told us that she was seriously contemplating a future where she would be living in her car while caring for someone who is bound to a wheelchair. That was until, Speaker, she was able to make contact with a community housing provider who got her into a Housing Australia Future Fund home, and her life has completely changed because of this. She talked about the deep feelings that she feels of relief, Speaker, to be in stable housing for the first time in many decades. And she talked to us about how she walked through the front door of her new home every day and felt for the first time, I'm home. Now, Speaker, the life of this woman has been completely changed by housing that our government has built. We're going to do that 55,000 more times around the country. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about risks. We don't have to look too far because they sit opposite us. Speaker, every opportunity those opposite have had to vote against more social and affordable homes for our country, they have taken it. They want to scrap the Housing Australia Future Fund. They oppose the support that we're giving to people to get into their own home. Speaker, our focus is not on squabbling or leadership games. It's delivery of better housing opportunities.
Call to the honourable member for O'Connor.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. A potato farmer in Manjimup, Dom, texted me. I rang up Fuels West to order some fuel yesterday. They told me they have no fuel and a 3-week waiting list for deliveries. I have 10 days fuel left. After that, you won't be eating my spuds. Last week, the Minister said our fuel supplies were in good shape. Can the Minister assure Dom, Transwest Fuels and Bartrans Petroleum they will get the fuel they need?
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. As I said, it can and is the case that there can be real pressures on regional supply of diesel, while our national fuel supply is in very good shape, which is the point the government has been making, and frankly we should all make. We should all make. There's an obligation on all of us, Mr Speaker, including, and the Leader of the Nationals has been doing that, to his credit, saying that we do have good supply of petrol and diesel and jet fuel to Australia, and there is no need for panic buying because it is the massive spikes in demand we are seeing which is causing supply chain constraints, not in an interruption of shipping to Australia. That has not yet occurred. We're alive to the risks, but that has not occurred at this point, Mr Speaker, and we have very strong minimum stock obligation holdings. Now, honourable members opposite interject, what are you doing about it? Well, as I said, so far the opposition has suggested maybe there's a constructive idea coming.
The Manager of Opposition on a point of order.
Goes to direct relevance, Speaker, who was asked a very simple question. Can you assure Dom and the other petroleum providers that they will get the—
Resume your seat. There was a lot in that question regarding the person involved, and the Minister was asked the question about assuring the House, assuring the individual, will they get the fuel that they need? And the Minister's outlining how I think he was about to outline what he is doing regarding those assurances. So I'm just going to make sure that part of the question is being directly relevant. The Manager was correct to raise that point of order. We're just going to make sure the Minister is correct as well in being directly relevant, not talking about any other alternative policies because he wasn't asked about alternative policies. The Minister in
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Absolutely. And it's difficult to talk about alternative policies when there aren't any, Mr Speaker, because there are the constructive ideas that have come forward so far are requiring service stations to fill in more forms. Mr. Speaker, what we will continue to do is work with the sector. The group that we convened today will continue to convene weekly, Mr. Speaker, which was the rhythm of meetings that was suggested by the peak groups that would be helpful to them. They know that they can contact any minister, including myself, at any time if there's any issues that they need our help to deal with. We'll also continue to convene the National Oil Emergency Supply Committee, which every government, including, I might say, Queensland, is represented on. And again, the Deputy Premier of Queensland might want to acquaint himself with the fact that his officials have been involved in every meeting, and his officials, Mr. Speaker, have agreed that the level of alert should be the lowest of the 6 possible when it comes to international petrol supply. Either the Deputy Premier doesn't know that, which is his negligence, or he is choosing to deliberately mislead the people of Queensland and, in effect, encourage panic buying, which means he is behaving abominably and irresponsibly.
Call to the honourable member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government making it easier to see a doctor by ensuring we have a strong health workforce?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Gilmore, and congratulations on the delivery of her promise to open a new Medicare urgent care clinic in Nowra. It opened last Thursday, and it's the 132nd urgent care clinic that's been delivered by this government. The member for Gilmore also delivered on her promise to ramp up operations at the existing Bateman's Bay urgent care clinic to manage the impact of some changes to the local hospital operations in that town. That's now operating 18 hours a day from 6 a.m. to midnight every single day of the year. And with more than half of her general practices now bulk billing all of their patients all of the time, the member for Gilmore genuinely is delivering a stronger Medicare to the South Coast, and I thank her for that. But a stronger Medicare, Mr. Speaker, needs more doctors. And for too long, it was simply the case that doctor numbers were not keeping pace with a population that is growing and is getting older. And we've turned that around as well, Mr. Speaker. The Education Minister in particular has expanded medical school places to train more young Australians in medicine. Cairns and Launceston now have end-to-end medical training thanks to this government. We delivered the first medical school in the Northern Territory, which is taking its first medical students literally as we speak this year, Mr. Speaker. And the Education Minister also approved the expansion of medical school places to 9 other universities starting this year, with more to come in 2028, as I understand it, Mr. Speaker. We're also cutting red tape and fees for overseas trained doctors who want to come to Australia and practice here in this country. And why wouldn't you, Mr. Speaker, particularly from countries where we have high confidence in their training, like New Zealand, the UK and Ireland, Mr. Speaker. And all of this means there's been a huge increase in the number of newly registered doctors practising in Australia, up by 50% on pre-COVID levels, Mr. Speaker. But I've also been clear that I'd like to see more of these young doctors choose a career in general practice, because general practice is the backbone of a strong healthcare, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm especially pleased that we are seeing record numbers enrolling in general practice as a career. Last year was a record, but we broke that record this year, Mr. Speaker, with 2,100 young doctors choosing to enrol in general practice. That's 500 more enrolments every year than we were seeing under the former government, Mr. Speaker. And half of them are training outside of the big cities, in communities like the South Coast in New South Wales, Mr. Speaker. That's delivering a stronger Medicare.
The call to the honourable member for Calare.
To the Prime Minister. It defies belief that the main access road in and out of the Central West relies on a bridge built by a convict chain gang in the 1830s. The Great Western Highway at Victoria Pass is now closed because, unsurprisingly, that convict bridge has failed. This highway is not fit for purpose. For decades, all the major parties have let us down on access to the city. Just cheap talk, broken promises and small change. will you apply pressure to and work with the New South Wales Government to finally deliver a genuine expressway through to Sydney?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thanks very much. Can I thank the member for Calare for his question and for his consistent raising of this issue on behalf of the people of Calare. As you're aware, you are correct. The Great Western Highway is currently has damage impacting travel along the highway. The New South Wales Government has advised that both lanes of the highway are closed at Victoria Path following defects identified at Mitchell Causeway and what is known as the Convict Bridge. It is an operational matter for the New South Wales Government in terms of trying to get that road reopened. It is a complex geotechnical issue. Engineers, as I understand it, have been on the ground since Thursday, and an abundance of caution is required when issues like this happen. As you are aware, when we came to office, we inherited, frankly, a project which had funded two parts of the highway, but the middle bit, which was not funded at all, would have required an 11-kilometre, $14 billion tunnel under the Blue Mountains. No government is proposing to do that. What the New South Wales Government went and did is another study of the highway to look at where are the projects that sensibly we can work on together. We await the New South Wales Government's requests, which we consider in each and every budget in terms of what projects can be done on the Western Highway. But I think the priority right at the moment is the New South Wales Government want to get that road reopened as soon as they possibly can, and we'll work with them on what future projects are required.
Give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor Government doing to make Australia's super system fairer and more sustainable, and how does this compare to other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. The member for Brisbane is an absolute champion for superannuation and also for her local community, and particularly focused on young people and some of the intergenerational issues in our economy. So I appreciate her question today. Because whether it's our approach to wages or tax cuts or superannuation, this government is all about helping Australians earn more, keep more of what they earn, but also retire with more as well. And today's a really important day in that regard because we welcome the news that our stronger and fairer super bill is likely to pass the Parliament tonight without amendment. And we want to thank the Greens for taking a far more constructive approach to this legislation than the approach taken by those opposite. The passage of this bill means a fairer super system from top to bottom. It means we are delivering more super for people with low balances and more sustainable tax breaks for people with the biggest balances. And this is what intergenerational tax reform looks like, a fairer system which maintains concessional treatment across the board but makes those concessions more affordable and more sustainable. Now, a really important part of this legislation is the boost to the low-income super tax offset. It means more super for 1.3 million Australians, mostly women and mostly young people. It means more super for 100,000 sales assistants and 50,000 aged care workers. It could mean a potential benefit of around $15,000 at retirement by one calculation. So, Mr Speaker, this is a test for the Liberals and the Nationals tonight in the Senate. If they vote no to these changes again, they'll be voting for less super for people on low incomes, bigger tax breaks for people with tens of millions of dollars in super, but they'll also be voting for bigger deficits, Mr Speaker. Or they'll be a couple of billion short a year and they'll try and find that with cuts to Medicare like they always do. They haven't changed a bit and they haven't learned a thing, and they will fail the same test that they failed under the last two opposition leaders. Because whether it's wages, tax cuts or super, they are still the same old Liberals trying to hack away at the pay and retirement incomes of ordinary working people. This side of the House, Mr Speaker, we created superannuation, and we have spent the last 3.5 years strengthening superannuation. The new Shadow Treasurer says that he wants to dismantle compulsory superannuation. We are delivering more super in a stronger, more sustainable system, and the passage of this legislation in the Senate will make that very clear.
Give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy. Plumbers, transport and security businesses in my electorate of Lindsay say their businesses are being impacted by fuel shortages. Aaron of Penrith City Plumbing has a fleet of 3 trucks but has had to take one of those trucks off the road due to fuel shortages. Can the minister assure Aaron there's no fuel shortages in Western Sydney?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. As a Western Sydney resident and MP, I'm concerned about small businesses and residents right across Western Sydney, Mr Speaker, and I'm concerned to ensure that they continue to have access to fuel, and the best way we can do that is to remind people that our fuel supplies are secure and there is no need for panic buying. And we can remind people that because of the actions of this government, we have 2.97 billion litres of diesel in our minimum stock obligations, and we have 1.56 billion litres of petrol in reserve, not called upon, in reserve for if the situation in the Middle East gets worse. And let me say to the House, Mr Speaker, I won't hesitate to release those reserves if necessary. I will not hesitate. If that's what is necessary,
Member for Lindsay has asked.
are the opposition really calling for us to release those reserves now, Mr Speaker? I think I invite the opposition to reflect on the responsibility of what they're calling for. So far, all they've called for is me to require service stations to fill in more forms. Service stations to fill in more forms. And the situation remains, with no help from the former Minister for Energy, the member for Hume, that Australia's fuel supplies are secure.
The Minister will pause. The Manager of Opposition Position on a point of order.
Speaker, once again I'm going to have to go to direct relevance. It was a very straightforward, simple question. I know you're under the pump.
Oh, resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. Members on my right. The Manager. The member for Chifley. The Minister was asked about the impacts on shortages and assurances regarding fuel shortages in Western Sydney. He was updating the House on litres in reserve, addressing that part of the question, and he was taking interjections about releasing some of that fuel and whatnot. So I just want to make sure he is being directly relevant about the individual that he was asked about on behalf of the member for Lindsay as well. The manager was right in raising that point of order, but the minister is also correct in giving that information to the House. So just making sure he's being directly relevant.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as I've said previously, if the opposition wants to make a constructive suggestion, we'll listen in good faith if they make the suggestion in good faith, Mr Speaker. And I think I've made very clear the government recognises the pressures. And I do recognise this is a big day, Mr Speaker. The Shadow Minister, member for Wannon, asked me his first question this year today, Mr Speaker. He's rustled up the energy to ask me a question. It's a big call for the part-time Shadow Minister for Energy, but I'm glad he's turned up to work today.
Order. Now the House come to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to increase education for healthcare workers, and how does this strengthen Medicare?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And can I thank my friend, the revered member for Robertson, for his question. Mr Speaker, I told the House last week that more Aussies are starting a university degree this year than ever before. And I've got some more good news for you, because this year the number of Australians starting a science degree is up by 8%. The number starting an engineering degree is up by 9%. And that's good because we need more scientists, we need more engineers, but we also need more doctors and more nurses, more health professionals. And so some more good news. The number of Australians doing a pharmacy degree this year is up 3.5%. Dentistry is up 11.5%. Optical science is up 14%. Occupational therapy is up 18.7%. Speech pathology is up 12%. And medicine is up 8%. And as my friend the Health Minister alluded to a moment ago, there's more good news on that front as well. This year we opened a new medical school at Darwin in the north and a new medical school in Launceston in the south. Next year we'll open a new medical school in Queensland as well. And today we've opened applications to train even more doctors at more universities right across the country. What we're announcing today and what we've already announced means that when it's all rolled out, we'll have an extra 1,800 doctors being trained in our universities than we did before we were elected. Triple what the last Liberal government did in half the time. And that's the difference between the Labor Party and the Liberal Party. We see education as an investment. They see it as a cost. We want to strengthen Medicare. They secretly want to sell it.
Order.
Well, you're asking me for a story. I'll give you a story.
Order.
Some more good news. 20,000 young Australian nursing students have now got paid prac. That's real cost of living help, real financial help to get you through your practical training. Now, my overly anxious friends opposite want a story. Here's the story of Samantha. She lives in Bundoora in the outer suburbs of Melbourne. She does her paid prac at the Royal Women's Hospital in the city. Now, that's 2 trains and 1 bus from home. Sometimes she finishes her shift at 10 or 11 o'clock, sometimes midnight. I asked her the other day, what does paid prac mean for you? She said it meant she could afford an Uber. She said it meant peace of mind. She said it meant getting home safe at night. Now, just think about that. Samantha's training to do one of the most important jobs in the world. Getting her home safe is the least we can do.
Deputy Prime Minister.
The Speaker asks that further questions be placed on the notice paper. Mr Speaker, late last week, one of the last surviving Australians who served in the Battle of Crete, Les Cook, passed away at the age of 103. Les was a devoted husband and a tremendously proud father, grandfather and great-grandfather. He was indeed a great Australian, and characteristic of members of that greatest generation, a man of extraordinary humility. Les was only 16 when he first attempted to join up in 1939. He succeeded at his second attempt in 1940, enlisting side by side with his father, a veteran of the First World War. Both men had to lie about their age. As Les recalled, he put his age down 4 years and I put mine up 4. Les was sent to North Africa before serving in Greece, Crete and Syria. He was then deployed in the Pacific, serving on the Kokoda Track in Borneo and then in Japan as a member of the occupying force until 1947. Mr Speaker, Les would be familiar to many Canberrans and to many members of this place as a fixture of commemorations at the Australian War Memorial. I had the honour of meeting him at the dawn service in 2023, when he, of course, was 100 years of age, where he led the Anzac Day March here at the sprightly age of 100. He was just a delightful gentleman, and it was a great honour for me to meet him. He often said he was embarrassed by all the attention, but he felt a sense of personal responsibility to be there to honour the memory of those who had already marched into history and to help young Australians remember the men and women who had served for who they were. In his words, we weren't soldiers, we were heavily armed civilians. We were just ordinary people. He was anything but ordinary, Mr Speaker, and that is the powerful truth at the heart of the Anzac legend. Ordinary people demonstrating extraordinary bravery. Australians who left behind their families and communities and jobs, knowing the danger that awaited. Because in Les's words, it was a thing to do. In honouring Les Cook today, we remember all who served and all who serve our nation still, lest we forget.
give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to join the Prime Minister and his fine words in honouring the life of Les Cook. The Coalition notes with deep sadness the passing of Les Cook, who died on the 5th of March this year at the age of 103. Les enlisted, as we just heard, in the Australian Army in May 1940, just 17 years old. He lied about his age to serve, and what an extraordinary act of determination and patriotism. He enlisted alongside his father, a First World War veteran, and served as a signaller in the 2nd 14th Battalion. Les Cook saw action in Greece, in Crete, on the Kokoda Trail and the beachheads of Ghana. When the war ended, he was in Borneo and he later served with the British Commonwealth Occupation Force in Japan. After making a significant contribution to our country, he concluded his service in 1947. When asked why he enlisted to fight Hitler and Tojo, his answer was incredibly simple. He said, "I don't like bullies." He was a humble man who never sought recognition. Reflecting on his service, he once said, "I didn't do anything brave, but I served with many." Today we acknowledge his life, his service, and we send our deepest condolences to his family, his friends and his fellow veterans. May he rest in peace, lest we forget.
As a mark of respect to the memory of Les Cook, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. We shall move to the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
We shall move to the matter of public importance. I invite members to leave the chamber or remain for the debate. I have received a letter from the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Nationals proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's failure to manage fuel supplies, affordable energy and economic security for Australian families and small businesses. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Nationals.
Speaker, thank you very much. Look, Speaker, we all see at times when we think and notice that governments have tin ears on issues and are not responsive to something important happening in our communities, but indeed this one is happening right across our nation. I mean, I understand that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy believes that there is enough fuel in this country, enough fuel reserves in this country to combat any fuel issues we have. But what he didn't acknowledge today, and what he has to acknowledge, and what the other side of the chamber have to acknowledge, because remember they are in government, is that there is a fuel supply issue in this country, Speaker. So a lot of ministers have come up. I'll quote one, the Minister for Employment said there isn't an issue with supply when it comes to fuel. There is. There is an issue for supply when it comes to fuel. We've had many examples today where distributors, retailers and, very importantly, Speaker, wholesalers who are not getting their normal fuel supply. This is a huge issue. Some of the examples we got from this side of the chamber this question time, Deputy Speaker, are actually quite scary. We're talking about people who are feeding our country. We're talking about trucking companies who need to transport food to our supermarkets. There is a serious issue going on in our country, and they seem to be oblivious to it. Now, what I wanted to know, what I thought the minister might communicate today, Deputy Speaker, I thought to say when he said he's taking action, having meetings, I thought was a bit light on. Well, it would have been nice to know, what did he say in the meetings? Exactly. What had... he said, OK, so people have come and said, oh, well, you should make sure people don't do this. What did the minister say to all those really important industry stakeholders who were in his office this morning? Did he tell them to get moving? Did he tell them examples of the threats to our food security, threatens to our food supply, did he go through in minute detail and give specific examples of geographic locations, of companies, of businesses who aren't getting fuel? We've been sending them to his office. Has he communicated any of that to the stakeholders? What did the stakeholders say about that? Did they say they will take action? Did they say, well, they will change the normal course of events because of what is going on in this country right now? We didn't hear any of that, Deputy Speaker. Even though of all the great examples and all the examples that are very important to farmers and to communities across this nation, we heard nothing from the minister today, even though he had many opportunities to tell us about what he's doing about this. Now, I know he's a part-time minister. I know he has a really important role that he views with COP and the role he has within the COP, but he has a very important role. He needed to communicate to... And look, this is not for us, Deputy Speaker. We might stay here representing and advocating for our communities. It was important for us to hear. But you know who needed to hear this today, Deputy Speaker? The community out there in Australia. The community out there, real Australians who operate businesses, who are scared and have nervousness about their fuel supply. What did the minister say today to allay any fears? Nothing. He gave no information about what he's done or what he's done. Now, I mean, I don't like to be negative, Speaker, but Deputy Speaker, but should we be surprised with this minister? No. Should we be surprised with this minister, this part-time minister? Because the other thing, obviously, that this MPI mentions is energy security and energy supply. And fuel supply, and obviously the importance of fuel supply to our food supply, our energy markets and everything else does bring up our sovereignty in a whole lot of areas, Deputy Speaker. And I remind the House that the minister is the minister responsible for Labor's reckless $9 trillion net zero 2050 plan, Deputy Speaker, which is obviously an irresponsible plan, one that we can't afford. Part of it obviously is what we know is a reckless renewable rollout, which is predominantly happening through regional Australia. We know the 60 million solar panels, we know the 20,000 wind turbines, we know the fact that agricultural land, food supply, agricultural land is going to be all used up with this reckless renewable rollout. And I always remind the other side of the House when we talk about this. A lot of this is done, as we know, about an emission reduction that they have to be net zero by 2050. And I think it's really important that the government and every government be reminded that the three biggest carbon emitters across the planet are not signed up to net zero 2050. It's important you acknowledge that. It's important that you realise that China is not signed up to net zero 2050. India is not signed up to net zero 2050 and the US is not signed up to 2050. They are the three world's biggest carbon emitters. But yet, this government believes we should be racing ahead with carbon emission reductions. Now, there's a cost to that, Deputy Speaker. We know there's a huge cost of living crisis in this country, and there is a cost to that. Now, are we saying on this side that we should abandon carbon emission reductions? Of course not, Deputy Speaker. We believe that as a citizen of the globe, we should do our carbon emission reductions as well. Now, our plan is to match carbon emission reductions of the OECD average. Now, we're taking out China and India because if you left China and India out, we could keep putting emissions up and still be matching what the average is. So we took them out. And our ambition is to match OECD actual, and we think that's a responsible action. We think it's a far cheaper action. We think it will have less economic cost to Australia. So we encourage the government to have a look at that plan. We believe it's a better, cheaper, fairer plan for Australia in emissions reductions and energy costs. But, Deputy Speaker, I don't have a lot of faith in the minister that he will look at that. What that will mean practically, and I think it's important to acknowledge this, and what this means in the difference of carbon emission reductions, that will mean as Australia, by 2035, we will have about a 35% reduction in carbon emissions, which will be, as we say, in line with a lot of the other countries across the globe. Their emission reductions are going to take us to 65% by 2035, Deputy Speaker, and again, that's why we think this is responsible. The other thing I want to talk about too, Deputy Speaker, is that feeds through this policy as a lot of policies that have been implemented on the other side, Deputy Speaker, is why we have a cost of living crisis in this country. Now, why do I say that? Because that's not me saying that, that's the official inflation figures saying that, Deputy Speaker. The inflation rate in Australia is 3.8%, came out last week, went back up. Okay. Now, in the US, it's 2.4%, Deputy Speaker. So let's acknowledge that. 2.4% inflation figure in the US, 3.8 in Australia. Eurobloc, average of the Eurobloc is 1.9% inflation rate, Deputy Speaker, whereas our inflation rate, again, is well over 3. So we know, unfortunately, what this means for the Australian family and what does that mean for the Australian families? Australian families are working harder for less. Yes. Australian families are working harder for less. Now, should that surprise us as well? So we've gone into, the minister doesn't seem to be across the fuel supply issue. He's got a really reckless policy that's putting our grid at danger, our electricity grid at danger. But again, let's not forget too, this minister was the one. We go back to the 2022 election, Deputy Speaker. One of the big promises. They said it was the most modelled, and this is not my words. It's the now Labor government's words, that the policy that they were announcing was the most modelled economic policy ever done from opposition in Australian political history. That policy, of course, the famous $275 cut in your power bill, Deputy Speaker. Now, that, of course, was meant to happen by 2025. Now, what happened between 2022 and 2025, Deputy Speaker? Again, and they blame, and this is always a deflect government. So, of course, it wasn't their fault. They blamed the Ukraine war. Of course, the Ukraine war had started before they took government, Deputy Speaker. The Ukraine war had started before they took government, but of course, when they didn't meet that promise, of course, it's not their fault, someone else's fault. Again, this government still, anything happens, anything doesn't go right with this government, Deputy Speaker. And look, I actually said last week when we were talking about inflation, and I'll give credit to a Labor politician here, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to give credit to a Labor politician. I'm going to give credit to Peter Beattie, Deputy Speaker. Now, you know why? Because Peter Beattie sometimes would come in to go to a press alert or go into the chamber and he'd say, you know what? I got it wrong. I apologise. I apologise. He actually used to admit occasionally, and he was quite, respected for it, of going into a chamber, going to a press release or going to a presser and say, you know what? Myself, my government, we got that wrong. And he apologised. And you know what, Deputy Speaker? People respected that. Now, this government, of course, it's beyond them. They have not apologised for any policy that they've ever done, for any promise that they haven't met. Now, I think one of the most infamous one is the $275. It would have been nice for them to say, you know what, we thought we'd modelled it well, we got it wrong, we owe the Australian public an apology, but we'll never get that. But I just go back, this minister needs to get on top of this fuel supply issue. It's real. He needs to tell us what he's going to do about it.
Thank you. If members are leaving the chamber, please do so quietly. And I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. And I must say this is a bit of a catch-all MPI today, a wide range of topics, but notwithstanding its breadth and the fact there's a whole range of moving parts here, on every single one of the moving parts, we have a very good example of areas where the government is making significant progress on behalf of the Australian population, and one where the policies of those opposite, both when they were in government and what they currently offer, are in stark contrast. Look, I'll start, Speaker, with fuel supplies. It's one where there is a great deal of misinformation, and I think it's absolutely critical to put out there from the outset that Australia is facing solid fuel supplies. Our national fuel supply is in good shape. The shipping that is meant to arrive is arriving, and Australia is achieving its minimum petrol stockholding obligations. And that is really important to get out there. It's important to clarify that across petrol, jet fuel and diesel, Australia is achieving its minimum petrol stockholding obligations. In relation to petrol, we have 36 days supply, 1.56 billion litres currently in stockpiles. In relation to jet fuel, 32 days supply. In relation to diesel, 34 days supply, and 35 days supply of urea. It's really important to clarify that at that national level, Australia is achieving what it needs to. Now, as the Minister indicated in question time, we're not denying that in some local areas there are difficulties for some customers, some businesses in obtaining diesel. That is something which the Minister made very clear. But what we need to understand is that that is an issue of spikes in demand in particular local areas. It's not an issue of national supply levels. And that is something very important. The government has been made clear that this is an international crisis, and the absolute important obligation on the government's part is to make sure that our international supplies are maintained, that our stockpiles are maintained, and that is exactly what is happening. Now, when it comes to what's happening to industry, when it comes to what's happening to some of these localised areas where there are difficulties in obtaining access to diesel, the Minister has convened the National Oil Supply Emergency Committee. It's in fact met on a number of occasions. The Minister for Energy, the Minister for Agriculture and the Minister for Industry convened a roundtable just today in order to engage with industry. And this is exactly the kind of proactive engagement that is appropriate at this time, to understand the local contours of these issues, to understand the issues sector by sector. And it's exactly through that kind of engagement that the feedback to the Minister has been, on the whole, that what we need to do is to make clear to people that they shouldn't be purchasing more than they need, that they shouldn't be purchasing double or triple their normal usage. That's the message we should be getting out responsibly, both through the government, through key stakeholders, and in fact it should be the message that the opposition's getting out there, but for political reasons clearly that's not the case. It's also important that we look at what the government's doing when it comes to the retail side of this. When it comes to petrol, the Treasurer has asked the ACCC to closely monitor fuel pricing behaviour to ensure that international events are not used as an excuse for excessive price increases for price gouging. And not only has the Treasurer done that, but this government has put in place very significant penalties for such behaviour that breaches Australian consumer law. So when it comes to fuel supply, it's important to point out that the national fuel supply is in good shape, that our stockpiles are in good shape and in fact at 15-year highs, but that yes, the government is going to work through with stakeholders, as we did today through 3 senior ministers meeting with stakeholders. The government will work through with stakeholders to manage some of those local issues. When it comes to affordable energy, I just turn to recent modelling, Deputy Speaker, when it comes to the transition that this nation needs to go through. Recent modelling by Treasury which compares an orderly transition and a disorderly transition. Now, anybody that's familiar with macroeconomics knows that orderly transitions that are transitioning earlier rather than all at the last minute would expect that it would be better to have an orderly transition. But what Treasury has done in a rigorous and comprehensive way is to actually quantify the difference. And what Treasury found was that by 2050, if the economy goes through an orderly transition as opposed to a disorderly transition, an orderly transition would see an economy that is $2 trillion larger. An orderly transition would see per capita GDP $4,500 higher. It would see more jobs. It would see higher paid jobs. And critically, it would see significantly lower wholesale electricity prices with an orderly transition. But what's perhaps most scary when it comes to the energy transition, which those opposite seem so averse to, is that what's even worse than a disorderly transition, what's even worse than that, so there was one other option they looked at, and that's no transition. And so those opposite, after having essentially taken a disorderly transition to the last election, have during the course of this term chosen to go to no transition. So their big policy development in this space this term has been to abandon any targets, to abandon net zero by 2050. So we go to an even worse position based on the Treasury modelling. So it is really quite remarkable for those to come in here with an MPI on affordable energy when all of the economic modelling makes clear that an orderly transition is the best way forward, and that those opposites seem to have gone from a bad policy last election to an even worse one this time, based on nothing other than a populist whim, Deputy Speaker. Now, finally, I'd like to talk about economic security for Australia's families and businesses. And here again, the contrast at the last election couldn't have been clearer. We went to the last election promising a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer, 2 tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer after having already delivered one. And there'll be one delivered in this upcoming budget and one the one after. Those opposite at the last election campaigned against those 2 rounds of tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer. They promised they would come into this place and undo them. Not clear where they stand on that now. What about the economic security of owning your own home? Well, we went to the last election promising to help more Australians into homes with an expansion of the 5% deposit for first home buyers, something we've delivered. Economic security is about security in your healthcare, and this government is delivering more access to bulk billing. We're already seeing the results of that flowing through. We're delivering on more urgent care clinics, and I've got 2 operating and being heavily utilised in my own electorate. People seeing doctors, not having to go to emergency departments and being able to bulk bill it. That's providing security to Australian families right now. Economic security is also about your job and your training. That's why this government promised a 20% cut to HECS, and that's what we delivered in the first bill introduced into this chamber. That's why we're delivering paid prac, and the Minister for Education gave such a powerful example of that in his answer in question time today, about a nursing student who is going to be able to pay for an Uber to go home after a shift finishing at midnight rather than having to contest with public transport. Economic security is about dignity in retirement, and there are so many areas that this government's delivering. The Treasurer spoke about this in question time today. It's about payday super, making sure that over $5 billion that isn't going into people's accounts, primarily people in vulnerable jobs and low-paid workers, that goes into people's accounts and supports their dignity in retirement. But it's also about the LISTO, the low-income superannuation tax offset, a really important bill that's going to pass the Senate today with the support of the government and the Greens, but those opposite opposing it because their rationale is to give bigger tax breaks to those with $10 million accounts and no extra support for LISTO. Economic security is about having a good job, and this government has seen inflation come down, but we've achieved that while supporting 1.2 million jobs being developed in the economy, and that's incredibly important for individuals and families right across our society. And this government believes in supporting jobs growth while at the same time responsibly managing the economy. One of the first thought bubbles from the Shadow Treasurer, the new Shadow Treasurer, was to say that the Reserve Bank shouldn't have a dual mandate, that we should explore dropping employment growth, full employment from the Reserve Bank's mandate. I'm not sure where that is yet. Nobody else senior on the opposition backed that idea in, but it certainly hasn't totally gone away. So on issue after issue, when it comes to family security, individual security, this government has backed in sensible economic development, jobs growth, and then all sorts of measures for cost of living support that time and time again those opposite vote against or campaign against, and yet they come into this place with an MPI that suggests that somehow they're the champions of people's economic security. It just flies in the face of what has happened over the course of the last term and this term, and it flies in the face of what those opposites say. So this government stands up for fuel supplies, for affordable energy and for economic security.
Give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me set the scene for you. Labor, the musical. We are so fortunate to have our very own, the very talented Mr. Ripley, who is described as a con artist who pretends to be many things, and in the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, the star of Labor, the musical, is basically a one-man cast. Labor, the musical, has this incredible chorus line. It really is quite the performance, with a whole cast of those opposites singing, "We care about those and about the cost of living," who are experiencing the cost of living. They sing it with such caring and sincere faces. Another of Minister Bowen's roles in Labor the musical is playing the green superhero, Captain Planet. And believe it or not, the Energy Minister also plays the part of Pinocchio. He wants to be a real boy. No, a real climate champion. Australia's part-time Energy Minister and President of the COP climate conference. Pinocchio's lies made his nose grow longer. And this morning we saw the minister saying he has empathy for farmers worried about diesel supplies. But then he said, we are managing a spike in demand, not impact on supply. Deputy Speaker, last time I checked, supply and demand are kind of the same equation. If you don't have enough supply, there is a problem. If demand grows, supply has to grow with it, or there is no good outcome. And out in my electorate in Mallee, I have spoken to farmer after farmer after farmer who is saying that their wholesale distributors are at risk of no supply. And some distributors in Mallee who, when they've gone to their base distribution point in Melbourne, have been turned away. That says something about supply and demand. Now, I noted in question time that the minister said that Mildura had had a demand spike of 100%. Really? So where is the fuel to fill those fuel bowsers so that the people of Mildura can get the petrol that they need, whether it's diesel or otherwise? Well, you know, it's not actually managing the situation when the supply is falling short. Orders are not being filled. Independent distributors are having their supplies cut back or cancelled. Depots unable to source fuel. And one report to my office, as I said, he was turned away in Melbourne. In regional Australia, fuel stations are running out of fuel. And what does the minister say? There's no problem. There is no problem with supply. All of those who live out in the regions know without a shadow of a doubt that there is a problem with supply. And if the minister, who is responsible, does not open up the supply, that is on him. This very tricky Albanese Labor government, indeed the same minister, time after time fed Australians a pork sandwich, not pork pies, just a sandwich full of porkies, the sandwich being on one side blaming the war in Ukraine for their failure to deliver the $275 energy bill. Every Australian remembers that promise. 97 times it was promised and failed to be delivered. On the other side of this pork sandwich, saying now in March 2026 that there's no supply issue. It's demand that's the problem. Economics 101, supply and demand. Believe it or not, a demand spike, whether warranted or not, creates supplies issues. So what's driving Labor's behaviour here? Why pretend there's nothing to be concerned about, nothing to see here? When in doubt, look at Labor's form. Raiding regions to buy votes in the cities. How does that happen? Are city motorists' concerns being put first, not our food security and fuel security? Are big businesses, large metropolitan operators being prioritised under Labor? The old Irish riddle, if a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? Has a Labor version, if voters suffer in regional Australia, has anyone suffered at all? We here in the Nationals are elected to be a voice for our farmers and regional communities. Fuel security is food security. Farmers want to sow the crop to feed our nation. Diesel deliveries are being held up and this must stop.
Member for Gellibrand.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I must admit, before I go into the substance of this motion, that the chamber before us really speaks to the seriousness of those opposite. We saw the Deputy Leader of the Nationals come in and move this motion. He hasn't had the wherewithal to hang around to stay through the debate. There was a reasonable turnout from the blokes' world of the front bench when the bloke was talking. As soon as it became time for a woman on the front bench of the coalition to speak, there was an exodus from the room. Indeed, there were two backbenchers in this chamber during this matter of public importance debate when the previous member got on her feet and started speaking. A matter of public importance that attracts 4 spectators from those who moved it. Now, why is this? Maybe it's because outside of this chamber we are seeing yet more leadership turmoil in the coalition. The resignation of another leader of the coalition happening outside of this chamber.
I mean, I have some sympathy for the former leader of the Nationals' position in this respect. He determined the coalition's policy on the voice to Parliament. He determined the coalition's policy on climate change and the abolition of net zero. Then he got to choose the new leader of the Liberal Party. The National Party now gets to not just set policy in the coalition, it also gets to set the leadership of the Liberal Party. So it's reasonable to say, job done. You know, now it's time to move off into the sunset. But really, on this matter of importance and the enormous audience that we have for it on the opposite side of the chamber, it's worth noting that the biggest cleavage in Australian politics used to be a left-right ideological divide. Different parties with different values and priorities competing to persuade the Australian public about their vision for the future of our nation. Unfortunately, in Australia, though, as in a number of recent Western democracies in recent times, a new divide has emerged. A divide between the politicians and the political figures who want to win government in order to shape outcomes in the real world, the people who actually want to do things, and on the other side of the divide, the politicians and political figures who don't want to do the hard work of governing, who don't even aspire to be in government. Political figures who are happy to live in their own ideological fantasy worlds. Political figures who are happy with hot takes, happy to trade in fear and division, obsessed with the latest internet conspiracy theories, unconcerned when their delusions come into conflict with reality. And this issue of fuel security is a perfect case in point. On this side of the House, we take our responsibilities of governing seriously. And as on all issues, we're ruthlessly focused on delivering in the real world. Serious governments take fuel security seriously, and that's why in 2023 the Albanese government introduced the minimum stockholding obligation, a government intervention that has required Australia's 2 remaining refineries and major importers of refined fuels to hold baseline stocks of fuels on shore. Of course, this intervention wasn't helped by the fact that 4 of Australia's 6 refineries closed while those opposite were in government, including the Altona Mobile refinery in my electorate in Melbourne's West. That said, as a result of the responsible intervention of the Albanese government, we are currently above our minimum petroleum stockholding obligations, and Australia is a fuel-secure nation, secure with fuel stored in Australia, in Brisbane and Geelong, not in the United States on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. That's the real-world context that we bring to a real-world international challenge, and the recent conflict in the Middle East has created a serious external shock for global fuel markets. It's an international event that poses challenges to Australia, and we've set about responding to it responsibly. We start from a position of national fuel security. Our petrol companies have confirmed their fuel stock continues to arrive on time and in the volumes expected. There are obviously, though, impacts on the international supply chain resulting from the conflict, and international markets are dealing with uncertainty and global price pressures. But it's important to understand that national fuel supply remains the same and fuel consumption remains consistent. The only thing that's changed is that demand has significantly increased. And that's why we've been engaging with the fuel, transport and agricultural industries and all responsible stakeholders who have made it clear industry must act in the national interest, and everyone has a role to play in keeping Australian transport moving and farmers growing. We all need to work together to ensure there isn't panic buying or opportunistic buying on the spot market. That's the biggest risk to fuel security in Australia, and it's a risk that's being fuelled by the opportunistic fantasy politics of those opposite.
Exactly. Give the call to member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak for the people of Capricornia who are being absolutely smashed by this government's incompetence and their failure to secure Australia's liquid fuel supply. While the city-centric Labor front bench sits comfortably in Canberra, families and businesses in regional Queensland are facing the grim reality of fuel rationing and skyrocketing prices that flow through to the cost of everything from groceries to power bills. In my electorate of Capricornia, the situation is reaching a breaking point. I'm hearing from local businesses they are being forced to scale back or shut down because they simply cannot get the diesel they need to operate. I had a charter boat company reach out to me in absolute despair. They have been advised that the fuel purchases are being limited to 200 litres in any 24-hour period. Deputy Speaker, you cannot run a charter on 200 litres of fuel. That is a small business's livelihood being stripped away because this government failed to plan. It gets worse. The backbone of central Queensland, our cattle industry, is being brought to a standstill. I'm getting calls from desperate farmers. One farmer has 300 head of cattle ready and waiting to go to market, but they can't move them. The trucking company they rely on has a fleet of 40 trucks, but currently only one single truck is running because they cannot fuel the rest of the fleet. Think about the impact of that. That cattle farmer is a supplier of Woolworths. This isn't just a regional inconvenience, this is a direct threat to the food security of every Australian. It's not just the primary producers, Deputy Speaker. I spoke with a business owner in Parkhurst who employs 25 local staff and runs a mechanic repair business. While he managed to secure some fuel over the weekend, his suppliers have told him they cannot guarantee another drop because they are prioritising service stations. He's now rationing what he has, but he has only 2 weeks of fuel left and no idea what comes next. This man has been in business for 12 years and he has told me he has never seen anything like this. This is the reality of Labor's Australia, small business owners who have survived for over a decade, now facing ruin because the government can't manage a basic commodity like diesel. And why is this happening? Because this government is flying blind. We have a report that wholesalers have begun rationing petrol and diesel, cutting off transport companies from bulk supplies and forcing them to buy at a much higher retail price. Regional petrol stations are running dry. The government can't even tell us the state of our own reserves because their publicly reported stockholding data has not been updated since December 2025. If the government was competent enough to begin removing diplomatic staff before the international conflict escalated, why on earth didn't they take steps to secure our fuel supply at home? The Coalition understood that fuel security was a national vulnerability, which is why we established a domestic fuel reserve and a minimum stockholding obligation to increase diesel stocks by 40%. We legislated the Fuel Security Act to give the minister the tools to handle exactly this kind of crisis. The tools are there, but this minister lacks the judgment to use them. He should be demanding transparency from providers right now to find out where the shortages are and to get fuel to our tractors and our trucks. Instead, he offers excuses. We have a part-time energy minister who is more focused on his own ideology than on the fact that the Australian economy runs on diesel. Australians were already struggling with a homegrown cost of living crisis before any international conflict escalated. Now, because of this government's addiction to spending and regulating, we are seeing the largest decline in living standards in the developed world. The buck stops with the Prime Minister and the Energy Minister. They need to stop the excuses, stop blaming panic buying and start using the powers they have to ensure that cattle in Rockhampton, a charter boat in my electorate or an Ergon energy truck isn't left stranded because the government forgot that regional Australia exists. Capricornia deserves better and Australia deserves a government that takes fuel security seriously.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recognise that in our world at the moment it is a challenging time and we are feeling some of those impacts here in Australia, whether that be family members affected in the Middle East or more broadly in the community, fuel pump prices. Wisely, the good people of Australia at the 2025 election indeed elected a Labor government. And a part of that is because they fundamentally understood that during challenging times that we are a government that will have their backs. And I am proud to be a part of an Albanese Labor government that is strengthening fuel, energy and economic security for the future. And a part of that relates to also action on climate change. It is fascinating that those opposite are here lecturing us after a decade of neglect. They had, was it 1, 2 or 3 energy policies? It was 22 policies. And the thing that's fascinating is that they're lecturing us on the reason to not act on climate change. But if we act on climate change, that means that we reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, which means that we become more energy secure. And so before we heard it being explained to that we shouldn't have targets and that we shouldn't do that, but when we actually see more fuel-efficient vehicles, when we see electrification, guess what? That actually means that we are being more wise with our energy and being more energy secure. And so what I hear from there, and the member for Gellibrand said it earlier, delusions, absolute delusions from the other side. And so the thing that the Albanese government has indeed been working on is the way that we decarbonise the transport sector. And it's fascinating because Australia has been a dumping ground of inefficient vehicles because they didn't want to give Australia these opportunities. And so they talked down electric vehicles, they talked down efficient vehicles, and the truth is, for people that have got those more efficient vehicles, they are thinking, I'm glad that I made that decision. What we have seen from independent research is that Australians have paid billions more for fuel because previous coalition governments refused to introduce fuel efficiency standards. The report showed that if the standards had been introduced in 2016, we would have saved almost $6 billion in fuel costs, and that's the equivalent of 9 million tonnes of carbon dioxide. This inaction of restricting low-emission vehicles and electric vehicles has created unproductivity, or a lack of productivity for our transport sector. The Albanese government has acted and is delivering the standards experts have recommended for over a decade, improving fuel security, cutting emissions and saving families at the pump. But this is also a government that wants to see energy independence and energy security for all. And this is one of the reasons why we introduced the home battery scheme. In my home in Swan, we've had 1,400 cheaper home batteries that have been installed, while those opposite were promising nuclear power, which would not arrive for decades. And you know what? The private sector is not waiting either. Fortescue is rolling out hundreds of electric haul vehicles and heavy vehicles across Pilbara operations, replacing diesel-powered fleets that previously burned millions of litres of fuels. By electrifying one of the largest mining fleets in the world, Fortescue is dramatically cutting diesel demand in WA and helping ease the long-term pressure on Australia's fuel supplies. We're also seeing electrification of transport in my community and projects such as MetroNet, which is a great project that the WA and federal government has funded. In my home, we've actually seen the rail line raised and we are seeing more people wanting to catch public transport. And in fact, you can do that for only $2.80 all across metropolitan Perth. And so the thing that I'd say is that there is a role for metropolitan centres to be more efficient when they have access to that infrastructure, to make sure that the areas that are hard to abate, that they have access to those fuel supplies. And this is one of the many examples of what the Albanese government is working on, along with work that we're doing with the ACCC that the Treasurer has been doing a fantastic job on. Thank you.
Member for Wright has a call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm glad I'm making a small contribution to this debate because I didn't know what the answer was, but it's all been made clear to us. People in regional Queensland now can just pick up public transport. They can get the bus. They get the train. Hey, they'll drive past 5 service stations that don't have fuel in them, to get to the bus station. Oh my! And it's only Labor that can come up with that solution. Only Labor. Madam Speaker, last week here in the Parliament we saw a contribution from the Energy Minister who said that we had 34 days of diesel, we had 32 days of jet fuel, 36 days of ULP petrol. 5 days later, my service stations in my electorate in regional Queensland are struggling to get fuel. And that's diabolical. And they're saying, oh, the reason there's shortages is panic buying. Yes, because you've got to drive past 4 service stations that have got no fuel to find one that has got fuel. I'll tell you why. The member for McEwen makes a very good point. Why? Because what happens in the fuel sector is that there's 2 clients. There are people who buy on contract, and they might be large transport companies. Listen, you asked why. I'll tell you why. It's really simple, and if you can fix it, we won't have the problem that we've got at the moment. But rather than interject on me, Member for McEwen, spend a bit of time with your Energy Minister trying to find a solution to this, because all you guys want to do is finger point and blame everyone else. Let me tell you why.
Let me
tell you why, Madam Speaker.
Comments to be directed through me. This is getting a little too personal, so thank you, Member for Wright.
Madam Speaker, you are dead right. You had the opportunity to interject on the member yourself. Madam Speaker, can I suggest here to pull the Speaker up when he interjected? That didn't happen. To pull the Speaker up. So the member for McEwen asked why.
Member for Wright, I am going to intervene on you right now. You know better than that. You know better than that. You have been in this chair's position, and I do expect a little more cooperation than that. My interjection was directed to you both, so please don't take it one way. And if you want to second-guess all of my decisions in the chair, that's going to make it a very difficult relationship for you and I. So please proceed, and I just ask you and everybody in the chamber, this is not a personal debate here. It's a matter of public importance. Direct your comments through me so that it isn't. That's why that standing order exists. I give the call to Member for Wright.
Service stations in my electorate do not have fuel. There are two clients in the fuel world. There are those that buy on contract. They're like large transport companies. They're the big retailers. They're the Coles and the Woolworths. They say to the refiners, I want this much volume and I'm prepared to pay this much margin. And then there's the second buyer. There's the buyer who buys on spot price, who buys on a daily rotation. Most of the people, the wholesalers, the fuel distributors in my electorate buy in that market. The Minister for Energy cannot have it both ways, cannot come in here and say the boats are arriving, we've got the fuel, yet when my spot buyers go to buy from the terminals, be told there is no fuel for you today. The fuel's there or it's not. They're the two markets. So if we're going to fix this problem, if the government is confident that the supply is there, release the contracted fuel to the spot market to get rid of the panic buying which is in the market at the moment, because it is the government's lack of intervention in this. It is the refiners who are profiteering. And now I understand the government had done the right thing by saying, ACCC, go your hardest. But I cannot remember a point in history where the ACCC hasn't had a successful victory over the large operators and always the smaller operators. This problem can be solved, and I'm going to take up the Minister's invitation that he offered today to go and meet with him to discuss how we turn this around. Because Australians don't want to hear us squabbling. They want this fixed, and they don't want to see what we've just seen happen in this chamber right now.
Member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, we're in this situation because of a large issue that's happening in Iran. This is where the crux of this begins. This is not an Australian problem. It's not something this government's thought up. It's because of what's happening in Iran, where we know thousands and thousands of people have been persecuted, raped, tortured, killed by a horrific regime. That has been the main cause of it. It's a global situation. It's not something that Australia has drummed up, Australia's made it, it's Australia's responsibility. But I want to bring up a couple of numbers in particular, just to have a look at a couple of things. The numbers 2 and 6. 6 were how many refineries we had in this country prior to the election of the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison mess. 2 is what we had when we came to government. We also know that 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations closed under the Liberal National mess, not under the Labor government, them. So to come in here and say, well, you should have this fixed, you should have this sorted, is just ridiculous. And the irony of the member who raises this MPI, I had a look through his record. He's been here, what, 17 years? Never once talked about fuel. In fact, the only time he's ever spoken about refineries was him trying to get funding for a sugar refinery in his electorate. So this newfound interest in fuel security is nothing more than just a cover-up during the week to give them something to talk about because they have no policies.
Yeah.
Now we know 22 different energy policies were done during the Abbott Turnbull-Morrison mess. Not one of them landed. We know when they sit there and they talk about the $275 and say, oh, you know, Labor should apologise. When has any of them ever got up and said what they did was deliberate, deceitful action against the Australian people by changing the law to hide the power price increases from before the May 22 election? You'll never hear that. But they're always quick to have a cheap shot and a carry-on. And when we talk about cheap shots and carry-ons, let's talk about what's happening with fuel. Panic buying is the #1 issue. When service stations are telling you they are selling the equivalent of 5-day supply each day because people roll up with trailers and put 10 or 12 200-litre drums on the back, or they're getting the big plastic $5 and filling them up with diesel to take away, it's almost as bad as the toilet paper crisis during COVID. And this is the real reason we've got these issues happening. And we've got to sit back and take a good, calm look at this and work in a methodical action and work as an adult and mature government. And that's what we've been doing. While those opposite are squabbling amongst themselves, we're actually sitting down and working out what's the best way forward. We heard today, time and time again, because with those opposite, we've got to say it quite a few times and eventually it will sink in. The Minister made it very clear that he's been working with all the peak groups about what they need, what the government can do straight away to help. And their responses, the industry's responses, the National Farmers Federation, everyone that's been involved in this has said stop panic buying. There is no need for that to happen. And this is the most important bit about this. We shouldn't be seeing this happen, but we know how this is an impact. We also know when it comes to energy security, those opposite went to an election just recently, promising $600 billion on a nuclear scheme that was a failure. Now, you'd think the member for Page would know more than anyone about the impacts of climate change and why we need to go to a cleaner, greener electricity and gas situation because of the devastating impacts that his community faced with floods. Floods in a more severe climate that is changing, more severe and more harder and more frequently, resulting in bigger issues. So what we've done is continue to work on making sure that we do get cleaner, greener energy. In fact, some of us have taken up the opportunity to get batteries to use less power, including those that attack the battery program, attack solar. And we'll talk about the leader of One Nation. Senator Hanson herself has bought a battery on the government's program because whenever there's a tax dollar available, you can guarantee she's on it like a seagull on a chip. It is unbelievable the hypocrisy of those opposite that come in here and talk about energy and fuel supply when for 9 years they kept fuel overseas and did nothing, 22 different energy policies that delivered nothing, and then sit there and say, oh, we've got a mess, why haven't you fixed it?
Give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. Very happy to rise to speak on the government's failure to manage fuel supplies amongst a great many other things. During question time today, Speaker, we saw the Minister ask multiple times, could he identify the regions in Australia, the areas in Australia, the cities, where we were experiencing fuel supply shortages? And, Speaker, he couldn't answer the question. He couldn't answer, he wasn't across his brief, he couldn't tell us where those were. He turned around briefly, Speaker, to his backbench looking for a bit of help. Someone shouted out Mildura, he said, Mildura. So we got one answer out of him. As it turned out, under questioning from the member for Lindsay, it turns out there was fuel supply shortages in Western Sydney, right near his own seat. Not aware, not across the brief. Speaker, this is a minister who he wants to be president of COP. He wants to focus on those big, fantastic things that a role like that brings. He can focus on international commitments. He can play on the grand stage, but he's not on the ground in Australia seeing the problems that we're seeing, Speaker. And this matters because what we heard today was a minister who's taking a completely hands-off approach to dealing with this issue. Completely hands-off approach. In fact, he was playing the role of Johnny Fontaine, I think, in The Godfather. Tell me what to do. What do I do, Godfather? He wants to know, how do I do the job? Here, the great thing is we had a wonderful contribution from the member for Wright a transport professional who actually spoke to the details of the issue. That could be very helpful. But the minister could just look back a short way in history to see what to do. Back to 2021, Speaker, when we had an AdBlue shortage around Australia. A very similar thing happened. It wasn't available anywhere. People were hoarding. Prices went up. What did we do? Did we stand back and just say, we're going to take a hands-off approach to this and Australians are the problem? The people? You're going to have a round table? No, we didn't, Speaker. And what we did was we reached out to the ACCC and we identified that in the Competition and Consumer Act there was the ability for the ACCC to relax some of the rules to allow those fuel suppliers to work together to make sure that we had AdBlue in the regions where we needed them. That's what we did. And I hear interjections, and it's so cool, Speaker, because back then, you know who supported it?
Just a moment, please, Member for Groom. Enough of the interjections. Member for McEwen, or you will leave the chamber. Member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. You know who did support the actions that the coalition government took in that period? Labor. Labor supported them. They said they were very sensible. That's what you should do in a situation like this, Speaker. That's exactly what you should do. But now we hear no. They're not going to do it. And it gets worse than this, Speaker, because since that time, we now have the Fuel Reporting Act in full effect that gives the minister up-to-date data on exactly the fuel stock levels across the country, right across the country. He can look into each city, he can look into each street and see where the fuel is. And where there are constraints, Speaker, working with the ACCC, as we did in 2021 during his time, Speaker, work with the ACCC, to work with the distributors and to get that done and smooth it out so that we don't see what we're seeing right now, which is fuel bowsers with a little sign on them saying no fuel, close. Whole petrol stations closed off, whole distributors. We saw United saying they're going to have to shut down for a while, Speaker. And that's playing out because we have an uneven distribution that the minister has the ability to do something about. Instead, we heard today through multiple questions, the minister has a very different approach to what the coalition took when we had a similar problem. The minister's approach is hands off. I'm not going to do anything. This is Australia's fault. And quite frankly, it beggars belief, some of the minister's responses that we heard today, Speaker, trying to tell us that there is no fuel supply issue in Australia. So to Australians out there who are driving past a closed petrol station, to Australians who can't get their fuel supply, the minister's telling you that's not real. You're not seeing it. We shouldn't be surprised, Speaker. This is the minister who told us we're going to get a $275 reduction in our energy bills. That didn't happen either. His connection with reality is tenuous at best, and we're seeing it play out to the detriment of Australians right across the country. And this matters, Speaker. This matters in a role like the Minister for Energy, because the numbers matter. The numbers matter. You have to be across the numbers. You have to know what's going on in your portfolio. Today, it was very, very clear. There are fuel supply issues right across Australia. A number of major regional cities are experiencing them. The minister's not aware of it. He's not across it. And he intends to do absolutely nothing about it, Speaker, and that is an absolute shame for every Australian who's struggling with higher fuel costs right now.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When it comes to fuel security, Australia is more prepared today because this government has acted decisively, responsibly and in the national interest. And I say that not only as a member of this government, but as the proud federal member for Bonner, home to one of Australia's two remaining oil refineries, the Ampol Lytton refinery. This facility is a cornerstone of our national fuel supply. It supports almost 1,000 jobs, strengthens local industry and plays a critical role in ensuring Australians have the fuel they need to keep our economy moving. Deputy Speaker, Australians are understandably concerned about global instability, particularly the deteriorating situation in the Middle East. Conflict in that region affects global fuel markets, global inflation and global growth. Australia is not immune to these pressures, but Australians should know this. We entered this period of uncertainty well prepared. Today, Australia holds $1.5 billion
litres of petrol and 3 billion litres of diesel in our national stockpile. These strategic reserves are held right here in Australia, including at the refinery in my electorate. That was not the case before. When Labor left office in 2013, Australia had 6 operating refineries. By the time we returned to government in 2022, only 2 remained. The closure of refineries like Altona and Kwinana didn't strengthen Australia's fuel security, it weakened it. That is the legacy we inherited, and that is why the Albanese Labor government has acted. Our reforms mean that our fuel supply chains continue to operate, and petrol companies have confirmed their fuel shipments are arriving in Australia on time and in expected quantities. Put simply, our nation is fuel secure, and it's fuel secure because of this government. Deputy Speaker, this global crisis should not be a commercial opportunity, and it should not be a political opportunity either. And that is exactly why the Treasurer wrote directly to the ACCC asking them to ensure fuel retailers do not use international events to price gouge Australians. Fuel retailers have been put on notice. The ACCC has said that it will not hesitate to act if companies break the law. And importantly, this government strengthened those laws, increasing the maximum penalty 5-fold up to $50 million. And also extending petrol price monitoring for 5 years and enabling on-the-spot fines for misleading fuel price statements. Deputy Speaker, fuel security is not only about today, it is also about the future, and this government is investing $1.1 billion to help build Australia's low-carbon liquid fuel industry, supporting the production of renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuels right here on Australian soil. I joined the Treasurer and the Energy Minister at the Ampol Lytton refinery last year for that announcement, and we made clear that Australia has the ingredients to lead this industry: world-class agriculture, access to renewable energy and feedstocks such as canola, sugar and waste products. By 2050, this sector could be worth $36 billion to the Australian economy, creating jobs from farms to refineries and strengthening our supply chains for the fuels that power our trucks, ships and planes. It's about energy security, it's about economic opportunity, and it's about making sure Australia benefits from the global transition to cleaner energy. And back home in Bonner, we're already seeing how smart energy policy supports households. More than 1,941 cheaper home batteries have been installed right across my electorate. That's families cutting energy bills, that's households becoming more resilient, and that's what practical energy policy looks like. Deputy Speaker, the global economy is facing uncertainty. The conflict in the Middle East is adding pressure, but Australia is well positioned to weather this disruption. Our economy remains strong and resilient, and this government is focused on providing real cost of living relief through tax cuts, cheaper medicines, reduced student debt and more affordable childcare. Fuel security, energy affordability and economic stability are too important for political point scoring. The antics that we've seen today in question time, this MPI and the shameful and inflammatory comments from the Queensland LNP Deputy Premier today cause panic, and they misrepresent the actual facts. We are committed to telling Australians the facts and being honest with them about their future.
And the time for this discussion has now concluded. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the Law and Justice Legislation Amendment New South Wales Local Court Bill of 2026. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Dawson in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will be clear on this. The energy transition being pushed by this Labor government is a reckless gamble with regional jobs. Those opposite want to rush headlong into a future they haven't properly engineered. They want to rely on technologies that still require the very resources that they are trying to demonise. But mining isn't going anywhere. It can't go anywhere. There is no such thing as commercially made green steel. So if you need steel, you need Australian coal. If the world wants high-tech electronics, it needs the minerals that are extracted using coal-powered energy. Those who think that food comes from the supermarket and energy comes from a wall socket don't have any understanding of the digging and doing that happens in regional electorates like Dawson. This bill is about more than just long service leave. It's about respect. It's about respecting the service of the miners who have built this country. It's about respecting the expertise of the tradies in Paget. It's about respecting the economic reality that coal is and will remain an essential part of the global energy mix. Deputy Speaker, real respect for our miners would see a government that stops turning its back on Queensland. We want to see real investment in the Bruce Highway, not just intersection repairs that wash away in the first tropical downpour, or money pledged that won't be spent in a decade. We want power prices that reflect our status as an energy-rich nation, not prices that force our manufacturers to look offshore. To the coal miners living in the greatest electorate of Dawson, my message is simple. I know how hard you work, and I know how much you sacrifice. This bill needs to ensure that your time is counted and your leave is protected. I also know that you're worried about the future. You're worried about this Albanese Labor government that seems more interested in pleasing inner-city elites than in supporting regional workers who pay the bills. I will continue to be your voice. I will continue to point out the hypocrisy of those who want to use coal to build their green future while calling for that very same industry to be shut down. Let's get this legislation right. Let's ensure the records are accurate, the payments are fair, and the future of the Bowen Basin is as bright as the coal is black. I support the bill, but I demand the scrutiny our workers deserve. We do not let this be a surface-level fix. We must drill down until we are sure that all coal mining communities are getting the fair go they were promised. I commend the bill to the House.
And I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. This bill amends two pieces of Commonwealth legislation: the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Administration Act 1992 and the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Payroll Levy Collection Act 1992. The amendments address two matters that have arisen over the time in the operation of the portable long service leave scheme for the black coal mining industry. The first concerns historical levy liabilities that have accumulated following disputes about the scope of the scheme. The second concerns the operation of the additional levy that applies where levy payments are made late. Each of these matters goes directly to the integrity of the scheme and to the ability of workers to access entitlements that the law provides. To understand the significance of these amendments, it is necessary to briefly consider the purpose of portable long service leave scheme itself. The long service leave arrangements that apply in the black coal mining industry reflect a long-standing feature of employment in the sector. Coal mining is an industry characterised by movement of labour between sites, between contractors and between operators. Workers often spend decades in the industry, yet their employment may be spread across multiple employers during that time. In those circumstances, a traditional model of long service leave that relies upon continuous employment with a single employer does not adequately recognise the reality of working life in the industry. The Commonwealth scheme addresses that problem by allowing long service leave to accrue based upon service within the industry itself. Employers contribute to the scheme through a payroll levy paid into a central account. Service records are maintained by the scheme administrator, and when a worker becomes entitled to long service leave, the employer is reimbursed from the fund. The practical effort is a worker's mobility within the industry does not deprive them of the entitlement that would otherwise arise from long periods of service. Deputy Speaker, this principle that workers should not lose their entitlements simply because of contracting structures or labour hire arrangements is consistent with the broader industrial reforms this parliament has undertaken. The government's Same Job, Same Pay legislation was introduced to ensure that labour hire arrangements are not used to undermine wages and conditions negotiated through enterprise bargaining. The same underlying principle applies here. The structure of employment should not be used as a device to avoid the obligations that arise from work performed in the industry. That Act establishes the entitlement and defines who is an eligible employee for the purposes of the scheme. The legislative framework underpinning that system is set out principally in the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Administration Act 1992. The statutory definition incorporates workers employed in the black coal mining industry whose duties are directly connected with the day-to-day operation of the coal mine. Importantly, the Act adopts the meaning of the black coal mining industry contained in the Black Coal Mining Industry Award 2010. The award definition includes the extraction of coal, the processing and transportation of coal on a mining lease and other work directly related with these activities. The interaction with the statutory definition and the award coverage provisions has, over time, been the subject of litigation. In particular, a number of employers disputed whether certain categories of workers fell within the scope of the scheme. Those disputes were often involved contractors performing specialist services at or around coal mines. In some cases, employers argued that these services were ancillary to mining operations and therefore outside the statutory concept of employment in the black coal mining industry. Those issues were ultimately considered by the Federal Court in a series of proceedings, including Hitachi Construction Machinery Australia Pty Limited versus the Coal and Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Funding Corporation and Orica Australia Pty Limited and Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Funding Corporation. The Orica litigation provides a useful illustration of the issues that arose. That matter concerned employees engaged in shot firing activities at open-cut coal mines. Shot firing involves the controlled detonation of explosives to remove overburden and exposed coal seams for extraction. The Federal Court noted that the process of shot firing is closely integrated with the extraction of coal and forms part of the operational sequence through which mining takes place. It is coordinated with production schedules and with safety systems operating across the mine site. The litigation required the court to examine the statutory definition of eligible employee and the manner in which that definition interacts with the coverage provisions of the Black Coal Mining Industry Award. In resolving those issues, the court clarified aspects of the scheme's coverage and the circumstances in which employees performing work at coal mines may fall within the statutory framework. It must be said that many employers complied with the scheme in good faith throughout that period. Others, however, adopted a far narrower view of the legislation and chose not to contribute levies while those disputes were being tested through the courts. Whatever the legal arguments may have been at the time, the consequence of those decisions was that workers' service was not recorded within the scheme. The consequences of that clarification extend beyond the parties to the litigation. Where employers have previously taken the view that particular workers fell outside the scheme, levies may not have been paid in respect of those employees. The clarification provided by the courts therefore creates the possibility of historical levy liabilities arising for earlier periods. In some cases, those liabilities extend back for many years. The existence of those historical liabilities presents practical challenges. Employers may face significant retrospective obligations. At the same time, workers whose service has not previously been recorded within the scheme may have periods of employment that have not been recognised for the purpose of calculating their long service leave entitlement. It should also be understood that the payment framework established by this legislation is not intended to reward avoidance of obligations. It is intended to resolve historical disputes and restore the proper operation of the scheme. The expectation is that employers operating in the black coal mining industry will comply not only with the letter of the legislation, but with its purpose, ensuring that workers' long service leave entitlements are properly funded. The legislation establishes a structured pathway through which historical levy liabilities may be addressed. It is within that context that the amendments contained in this bill operate. Employers will have the opportunity to enter into voluntary payment arrangements with the scheme administrator. These arrangements allow outstanding levy liabilities to be repaid over an extended period. The legislation also provides for a limited remission of a portion of historical liabilities where employers comply with these arrangements. The intention is to create an incentive for employers to regularise their position within the scheme and to resolve outstanding liabilities within the defined timeframe. It is important to emphasise that these provisions do not reduce the entitlements of workers. Any remission relates to the employer's levy liability rather than the entitlement of employees under the scheme. Workers remain entitled to the full recognition of their service in the industry for the purpose of calculating long service leave. The bill also addresses the practical issue of historical record keeping. Some of the liabilities identified through the litigation extend well beyond the 7-year period for which employers are generally required to retain employment records. In many cases, it may therefore be difficult to reconstruct precise payroll data for earlier periods. The legislation recognises this practical reality. It allows reasonable assumptions to be made in circumstances where records are incomplete, so that service can still be recognised for the purpose of determining entitlements. In this way, the absence of historical documentation will not prevent workers from accessing benefits that correspond to their period of service in the industry. Alongside these measures, the bill also establishes a framework through which employers can regularise their position within the scheme in a manner that supports its continued financial viability. Payment arrangements may extend over several years and will be subject to the oversight of the scheme administrator. The legislation also recognises that in some circumstances, employers may have previously paid long service leave entitlements directly to employees outside the scheme. Where that has occurred, the legislation allows these payments to be taken into account when determining outstanding liabilities, so that employers are not required to duplicate payments in respect of the same entitlement. The bill corrects a technical defect affecting the compliance framework of the scheme. The current legislation provides for an additional levy to apply where employers fail to make levy payments on time. The purpose of the additional levy is to encourage compliance with payment obligations. However, the statutory formula presented refers to a reference interest rate that is no longer published by the Reserve Bank of Australia. As a consequence, the mechanism does not operate as it was originally intended. The amendments replace that outdated reference with a contemporary rate published by the Reserve Bank, ensuring that the compliance provisions of the legislation continue to function as intended. These amendments will have practical consequences across Australia's major coal mining producing regions. Workers in the Hunter Valley, Illawarra, Central Queensland, Mackay and the Whitsundays regions are among those whose entitlements may be affected by the operation of the scheme. These regions have long been central to Australia's coal industry and remain important centres of employment and economic activity. For many communities in those regions, coal mining has shaped generations of working life. Deputy Speaker, this is also something that resonates with my own background. I grew up in regional New South Wales, and like many families in mining communities, I have relatives who worked in coal mines. In places like the Hunter Valley, the mining industry has been a defining feature of local economic and social life. Workers have spent decades in and around mine sites undertaking demanding and highly skilled work. Long service leave in that context has always represented recognition of sustained service under those conditions. It acknowledges the years that workers devote to the industry and the communities that depend upon it. In circumstances such as these, the role of Parliament is to ensure that the statutory framework governing those entitlements continues to operate effectively. Where the courts clarify the meaning of legislation, Parliament must address the administrative consequences that follow from those decisions. The amendments contained in this bill perform that function. They ensure that Portable Long Service Leave Scheme continues to recognise service across the industry while addressing the practical issues that have arisen through litigation and the passage of time. The Portable Long Service Leave Scheme has been a long-standing feature of employment regulation in the coal mining industry. It reflects an understanding that the structure of that industry requires a different approach to recognising long service. By allowing entitlements to accrue across employers, the scheme ensures that workers who move between projects or operators are not disadvantaged as a result of that mobility. The amendments before the House ensure that the scheme continues to operate in accordance with that principle. They provide a pathway for resolving historical levy liabilities that have arisen following litigation. They ensure that service performed by workers within the industry can be properly recognised. They also strengthen the compliance framework that supports the financial sustainability of the scheme. In doing so, the legislation reinforces a principle that has long been recognised in Australian industrial law, that service to an industry should be acknowledged even where employment occurs across multiple employers over time. The Portable Long Service Leave Scheme for the coal mining industry is an expression of that principle. For those reasons, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Hunter has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. I do not just sit here, I do so not just as the member for Hunter, but as someone who's spent years working as a coal miner. I know what it's like to put the boots on in the dark, to work long shifts, to miss birthdays, to miss weekends, and to come home covered in coal dust, knowing you've earned every dollar the hard way. Mining is not an abstract policy issue for me. It is my community, it is my family, and it is my mates. And this bill matters because it goes to something fundamental: fairness, certainty, and respect for people who built this industry and continue to power this country and the world. Long service leave in the coal industry is not a bonus or a perk. It is hard-earned entitlement that recognises the physical and mental toll of years working in the mining industry. The Portable Long Service Leave Scheme exists because miners move between sites, contractors and employers across long careers. Without portability, too many workers would miss out entirely. This scheme was built to stop that from happening. But for too long, gaps and disputes in the system have meant some workers could not access what they were owed. Through no fault of their own, this bill fixes that. It is at the heart of this legislation is connecting coal workers to their lawful long service leave entitlements as quickly and as fairly as possible. That is the purpose, that is the priority, and that is why Labor is acting. The bill addresses two long-standing legacy issues in the coal mining industry long service leave scheme. First, it deals with the historical levy liabilities that arose because of years of legal disputes about coverage. Those disputes left some employers outside of the scheme and workers unable to access or accrue their entitlements. Second, it fixes a broken penalty mechanism by updating an outdated levy rate that no longer functions as an effective compliance tool. These are technical issues, but the consequences for workers are very, very real. Recent court decisions, including the Hitachi and Orica cases, have now clarified coverage under the scheme. That clarity is very welcome.
But it also means that some employers suddenly face large historical levy debts, and some workers still sit in limbo waiting for their service records to be recognised. This bill responds to that reality. It does not pretend the past did not happen. It deals with honesty, practicality, and in ways that puts workers first. The legislation establishes a time-limited voluntary payment arrangement that allows employers to pay outstanding levies in a structured and manageable way. Employers who opt in can repay approximately 80% of their unpaid levy, with the remaining portion waived if they comply with the arrangement. Let me be very clear about this point though, Speaker, because it will be misrepresented, I'm sure. This is not a giveaway to employers. It does not reduce a single worker's entitlement. Every worker remains entitled to 100% of their long service leave. The waiver does not come out of workers' pockets. It is funded by the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Fund and designed to get employers into compliance so workers can finally have access to what they are owed. The alternative is years more delay, litigation and workers stuck waiting. This approach strikes the right balance. It protects the integrity of the fund, incentivises participation and, most importantly, gets workers connected with their entitlements sooner rather than later. This bill also recognises the reality that we are dealing with historical records, sometimes going back decades. In some cases, payroll and service records no longer exist. This bill allows reasonable assumptions to be made about service where records are incomplete, so workers are not punished because paperwork has been lost in time. Again, this is about fairness. A miner should not miss out on leave they earn simply because an employer no longer holds a file from 20 years ago. This bill also fixes the additional levy rate applied to late payments. At the moment, the legislation references is a defunct interest rate that is no longer publishable. That undermines compliance and weakens enforcement. By updating the rate to a one linked to the Reserve Bank or set by regulation, the bill restores the additional levy as a meaningful incentive to pay on time. That strengthens a scheme and protects workers into the future. I want to talk specifically about what this means for the Hunter, Speaker. The Hunter Valley is the beating heart of Australia's coal industry. Generations of families have worked in mining. It has built towns, funded schools and supported local communities. When people talk about coal in abstract terms, I remind them they're talking about my neighbours, my mates, about electricians, fitters, operators, truckies, cleaners, shot firers and maintenance crews. This bill will benefit workers across the Hunter Valley and New South Wales North Coast, the Illawarra, Central Queensland and Mackay and the Whitsundays. But for the Hunter, it is especially significant. It means workers who have moved between employers will finally see their service recognised. It means miners approaching retirement will not be left short. It means certainty where there has been confusion. And it sends a very clear message. Labor has your back. Because let's be honest about something else, Speaker. When it comes to coal miners, there's only one party in this parliament that consistently stands up for them, and that's the Australian Labor Party. Labor built the industrial protections that miners rely on. Labor supports collective bargaining. Labor defends long service leave. Labor brought in same job, same pay. Labor understands that a strong industry and strong workers go hand in hand. Too often we hear lectures about coal communities from people who have never stepped foot on a mine site. Too often we see miners talked about as an inconvenience rather than a workforce that deserves respect. Labor does not do that. We back miners because we are miners. I stand here as proof of that, Speaker. I am not a career politician who discovered coal when I first ran for office. I lived it, I worked it, and I will always fight for the people who still do work in it. This bill also shows what responsible transition looks like. It does not abandon workers or strip away their entitlements. Instead, it says this: while mining continues, workers will be protected. Their leave will be honoured. Their service will count. That is what a just approach looks like. I also want to say something about trust, because trust matters in communities like mine. For too long, coal miners have been told one thing and delivered another. Promises made at election time, more words spoken at press conferences, and then silence when it actually comes time to stand up for the workers and the workforce. That is why legislation like this matters, because it shows follow through. It shows that when issues are identified and when court decisions clarify long-standing disputes, this government acts. And we act with workers in front of mind. This bill does not just tidy up a technical problem. It restores confidence in a system that miners rely on. It says that if you have put the years in and you've done the hard yards across multiple sites and employers, your service will be recognised. Your leave will not disappear into a legal grey zone. That certainty is especially important for older workers. I've spoken to miners in their 50s and 60s who have been genuinely worried about whether their long service leave would ever materialise. This bill answers those concerns, Speaker. It's also a matter for younger workers coming through and coming into the industry. When you start out, you want to know that the rules are fair. You want to know that the system works. You want to know that loyalty and hard work are valued. By fixing these legacy issues, we are now strengthening the scheme for the next generation of miners, as well as the current ones. I also want to acknowledge the many contractors, ancillary workers who keep the industry moving. Too often people talk about mining. When people talk about mining, the only picture are the big operators. But anyone who has worked on a mine site knows the reality. It is the maintenance crews, it is the fitters, it is the sparkies, it's the emergency response teams, it's the water cart operators, it's the people who test, inspect and repair equipment so everyone gets home safe at the end of shift. Many of these workers have spent decades moving between sites and employers doing essential work, yet have been the ones most affected by gaps in the long service leave scheme. And Speaker, I want to put a human face on what these gaps in the system actually mean. In my electorate of Hunter, I spoke with a tradie from Cessnock named Jeremy, who works in the black coal industry. Jeremy eventually had his long service leave recognised under the coal long service leave scheme, but only after an 18-month process of gathering evidence from multiple employers and proving that he'd been working on site in the industry that whole time. Because he worked for contractors, he was not automatically covered. He had to track down old payslips, bank records, employment details dating back years just to prove what everyone already knew, that he'd been working in the industry the whole time. As Jeremy put it, was heavily scrutinised. It should not be that hard when you have been on site the whole time doing the work. Years later, one former employee even attempted to change part of his recognised service, arguing technicalities about whether the equipment worked on counted as mining work. With union support, Jeremy successfully defended this claim, but it reinforced just how vulnerable workers can be when the law leaves room for ambiguity. In Jeremy's words, it became a matter of principle. If you've put the time in, it should be recognised. Today, Jeremy is finally on long service leave. After unfortunately losing his father in a tragic accident last year, that leave has allowed him to support his family and help his mother adjust to life on her own. This industry is intense, he said. Long service leave is recognition that you have dedicated years to it. It gives you time you would not otherwise have, proper time with family. Jeremy got there in the end, but he should not have had to fight that hard for something he had already earned. And that's exactly why reforms like this one in this bill matter. The legislation is part of Labor's long tradition of standing up for workers and fixing broken systems so entitlements are real, not just words on paper. I'm proud to support this bill, Speaker. I'm proud to stand up for coal miners, and I'm proud to represent a community that has built this country with their hands, their backs and their sacrifice. Labor will always stand up for working people. We will always back the hunter and we'll always back coal miners. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Our communities expect governments to do everything in their power to back the basic rights of workers across all industries, so everyone can seize the opportunities we have in this country to build a great life. And this legislation is about a simple principle, that workers should receive the entitlements they have lawfully earned in full. And I think all Australians would agree that if you put in a fair day's work, you should get a fair day's pay. Long service leave is not a bonus. It's not a gift from employers. It is a right that workers accrue through years of dedication, effort and contribution. These are basic entitlements that workers should have. For generations in Australia, long service leave has recognised the loyalty and commitment workers give to their industries and the contributions that they make every single day. And in industries where workers move between employers, portable schemes ensure that workers do not lose their entitlements simply because the nature of the work requires mobility. The Coal Long Service Leave Scheme reflects that principle. Workers across the black coal mining industry, including FIFO workers in my electorate of Chisholm, whether they are directly employed at mines, undertaking maintenance, performing safety roles or providing technical services, play an absolutely fundamental role in their industry. Workers undertake physically demanding and highly skilled work, and workers deserve certainty that the entitlements that they earn will be there when they need them. However, what we have seen over many years is a situation, unfortunately, where some workers have not been able to access those entitlements. Disputes over coverage have meant some employers have argued that they were not part of the scheme. As a result, workers who went to work every day playing a key role in this major export industry, who should have been accruing long service leave, have been left without recognition of their service and their hard work. When workers miss out on entitlements they have earned, confidence in the system overall is undermined. Workers should never have to fight simply to receive benefits that the law already says that they are entitled to. That is fundamentally unfair. So our government, the Albanese Labor government, is fixing that through this bill. I do appreciate the bipartisan approach from the opposition here, supporting the passage of this bill. It's good to see them support us in backing our workers and ensuring that workers' efforts are recognised through this bill. This bill incentivises employer compliance with the Coal Long Service Leave Scheme with a view to connecting workers to their full long service leave entitlements. Employers will provide the necessary data for the Coal Long Service Leave Scheme to create or update service records for workers coming into the scheme to facilitate accrual of their entitlements. Where records are missing, reasonable assumptions will be allowed to connect more workers with their long service leave. This is designed to ensure workers are not denied their entitlements because historical records are no longer complete. Two recent rulings of the full Federal Court of Australia on these matters have clarified the scope of the scheme. So many workers in the black coal mining industry are now able to access their entitlements under this scheme, and in some cases, employers may face liabilities dating back to 2010, potentially involving millions of dollars in unpaid long service leave levies. Our government is acting decisively through this bill to address those legacy issues. So what this bill does, it establishes a practical, time-limited pathway for employers to resolve those historical levy debts. This pathway means that employers will be allowed to pay their levy in a financially sustainable manner while connecting employees with their entitlements that they've earned. To ensure fairness, employers who have already begun repaying their debts in good faith will also be able to opt into this pathway. The bill enables employers to create payment arrangements for outstanding levy debts to be paid in instalments over 6 years. This gives employers time and certainty to plan, whilst ensuring employees are paid what they're owed. After an employer has paid 80% of the total amount owed, the remaining 20% will be waived. This here represents a balanced approach designed to encourage employer participation, protect the viability of the scheme, and assist employers with substantial levy liabilities. Increased employer participation ultimately does benefit employees who will gain access to their entitlements sooner. Very importantly, the 20% debt waiver does not affect worker entitlements, and eligible workers will still receive their full entitlements. I think it's really necessary to emphasise that point. Employers will be required to specify the employees and periods covered under the payment arrangements, maintaining the principle that payments should be directly connected to individual workers' entitlements. The bill also includes flexibility and support to ensure eligible employees do not miss out on their lawful long service leave entitlement. Industry is supportive of this bill, and in response to stakeholder feedback, timeframes may be adjusted so employers can undertake thorough checks and identify all of their eligible employees. The Coal Long Service Leave Scheme will also work with employers throughout the process to assist them in establishing their payment arrangements. Because these issues are historical in nature, we know that employer records may be incomplete. And so, to prevent that from disadvantaging workers, the bill adopts a fair and practical approach to establishing arrangements and the calculation of employer entitlements. This includes permitting certain simplified calculations and allowing reasonable assumptions to be made where necessary. Such measures will ensure incomplete records do not prevent employees from receiving their historical entitlements. Some employers, acting in good faith, have already paid long service leave entitlements directly to employees when their employment ended. And to ensure that those employers are not required to pay twice, the bill allows eligible payments to be offset against their debt in certain circumstances. In addition to supporting the repayment of historical debts, the bill will strengthen the scheme's compliance mechanisms by updating penalty arrangements. The bill links the additional levy rate to the Reserve Bank of Australia's cash rate plus 2%, ensuring the additional levy acts as an effective deterrent to late payments by employers. This is a fair outcome for both employers and employees. For employees, the bill provides certainty and recognition after many had previously been excluded from the scheme. Workers who may have missed out in the past will have their service recognised and be connected with their lawful entitlements. For employers, it offers a clear and fair process to resolve debts that in some cases extend back 15 years. The 20% debt waiver and the option to pay in instalments will help employers to meet their obligations. These reforms have been developed in consultation with industry representatives, unions, and the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Funding Corporation. And, as previously mentioned, Deputy Speaker, stakeholders have expressed support for these changes as necessary and proportionate to maintain confidence in the scheme. This bill provides a practical and balanced response to complex legacy issues. It reflects the government's commitment to helping employers resolve their debts while ensuring, importantly, that employees are connected with their lawful entitlements. Long service leave reflects the simple idea that loyalty, dedication and years of service should be recognised. This bill ensures that recognition is not lost because of technical disputes, incomplete records or historical uncertainty. It restores the connection between workers and the entitlements that they have earned, and that I think that all Australians would agree is a common sense approach. And on that note, I commend the bill to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Ford has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise in support of the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill. And at the outset, I'd like to say, while this bill is meaningful for me as a representative of an outer metropolitan seat in Ford, at first glance it may seem unusual that somebody from outside a coal mining town is passionate about this, but there's a few reasons for that, 3 reasons in fact, why this is something particularly important to me at a personal level and at a political level. First of all, I come from a mining town myself, mining town of Broken Hill in far western New South Wales. And while it's not a coal mining town, it has all of the features that I know exist in coal mining towns. It's not about what's dug up, but it's about the people who do the digging. These communities are tight. They stick together, they work hard, they play hard, and they are the most decent people that you will ever come across. Communities where everyone has a nickname, everyone loves a joke, and everyone looks after each other. The second reason is that legislation like this is at the very heart of why the Labor Party exists in the first place. Despite struggling on the shop floor to achieve fair pay and conditions, there are some things that you just cannot achieve at the workplace level. And there are some things that you need control of the Parliament in order to achieve. There are some things that you need control of the Parliament to see those things through. And fixing up coal miners' long service leave entitlements is one of those things. The third reason is that coal mining is fundamentally important to the economy of Queensland as a whole, and Logan specifically. Logan would be probably the biggest coal mining commuting community in southeast Queensland. In fact, when I was looking at some of the stats, there's a suburb in Ford called Wolfdean which says that something like 5% of the workforce works directly in the coal mining. And across the whole electorate, that's somewhere around 1 to 2% of people who are working directly in the coal mining industry. And that's before we even start talking about the royalties that the Queensland Government relies on to pay for the services that we all enjoy and need, and all of the associated industries that come into that as well. So the first reason that I speak to this, coming from a mining town myself, I appreciate what it means to be in the mining industry, and in fact I worked for a short time as a contractor to a mining maintenance business, but you're not wearing the hat though today, or there's nothing which I can pin on you there. I won't say that I was particularly talented at it. In fact, I only ever got to the level of being able to break things, never being able to fix them, and so as a wannabe fitter and machinist, I ended up becoming a very good station hand. But you know, being in Broken Hill, you just know what it's like. And in another job that I had actually in later on, I was working doing income protection for the coal mining industry. I got to spend a lot of time in Moranbah and in Dysart, in Mackay and in Gladstone, and saw firsthand how intertwined is an understatement to say that they're intertwined with the coal mining industry. I mean, these towns are the coal mining industry. And I got to know some of those people so well. I got to appreciate how difficult and how dangerous coal mining is, particularly, probably even more dangerous than metalliferous mining, and which is saying something, because in Broken Hill, over its 100-year history, something like 700 people had died on those mines. Anyone who has been to Broken Hill would be shocked and would be moved by the miners' memorial that sits at the heart of that city, just as those deaths sit in the memory of that town. And in fact, growing up in Broken Hill, was always a moment of fear that you could feel spread through the community when an ambulance drove past and you could hear the ambulance siren on the way to the mine, because you knew that that was a family member or a friend who was potentially injured. And so the work that I did around the Bowen Basin and around those central Queensland coalfields, there's a few individuals that I would like to give a shout out to today. People like John Hempseed, Chris Harper, Mark Johnson, Dwayne Wooler, Darryl Piper are just 5 of the people who I just came to respect enormously for their leadership that they provided through the AMWU's Coal Shop Stewards Committee. Of course, Hempy, Crouchy, Jono, everybody had a nickname. Everybody liked to throw a bit of fun at each other, because I think there's a word there which would be unparliamentary if I was to use it. And Darryl also, somebody who I do a little bit of work with now, because he is also a FIFO worker working from just near our community in Logan. Hempy, someone particularly, is really an undescribable individual. Until you meet him, you just couldn't appreciate. He is a big lump of man, now well into his older years, a guy who loves life, who loves his mate, not afraid to cry. And it's not surprising when you think about what Hempy's been through in his life. He was there during the Mara mine disaster in 1994 when 11 miners lost their lives, on top of an earlier disaster in 1974 and 1975 where I think 13 people lost their lives. And the truly horrific thing about those 11 people is that a decision was made to plug that mine up after the explosion to prevent any rescue teams endangering themselves further. And so those families never knew how those people died and when those people died, and it's something that haunts them as a family. It haunts the Mara community as a town, and it still haunts the coal mining and the wider mining community until today. And so when we're making changes about this industry, we remember that these people are really the true definition of salt of the earth, and they deserve their support, the support of the wider Australian community and of their governments. The second reason is exactly that this sort of legislation shows why it is so important to have Labor governments. Fundamentally, the Labor Party exists, and the hint is in the name, the Party of Labor, because as much as we fight for conditions and for wages on the shop floor, there are some things that you just can't achieve on the shop floor alone. And portable long service leave is a perfect example of one of them. But it's other things like free healthcare, superannuation, free education. These are the sorts of things which you need control of the Parliament. You need government to be able to bring about. And you need the control of Parliament to be able to protect the rights of workers to strike in the first place. One of the reasons we exist as a party is because striking workers decades ago had to contend with troopers on horseback and sabres coming in to break up strikes. We exist. We arise out of those battles. And so it is today. So it is today under the Tree of Knowledge, exactly. And so it is today. Things like same job, same pay, which this government has enacted. The criminalisation of wage theft, closing labour hire loopholes, industrial manslaughter reforms, secure jobs, better pay. These are the sorts of things that federal Labor and state Labor governments have been able to bring about. The sort of things that can't be achieved just on the shop floor. And finally, this is a recognition that coal is such an important part of our economy. The reality is that the world is committed to decarbonising, that demand for thermal coal has plateaued and it is forecast to go down. no matter what you think about the debate around climate change, two things. One is, coal has been such an important part of our economy. We all know why this is such a wrench for the Australian community. Coal is still our biggest export in Queensland. Coal was the magic which powered that post-war economic miracle. It was the truly competitive advantage that Australia had against the rest of the world, was this ability to create cheap energy out of the ground. And so it is a wrench. It is a wrench. There is no doubt it is a wrench on the Australian economy and the Australian people, but it is a reality as well. And that's why 24 out of 28 coal mines, coal-fired power stations admitted that they were going to, so it brought forward their closing date under the former government. And that's why nobody, I think, there was I think the current opposition leader, when he was Energy Minister, gave something like $3 million to build a coal-fired power station in Collinsville. And I don't think they even finished the study, let alone the coal-fired power station. People aren't building coal-fired power stations anymore. That is the reality. And so it is one act of this government which the other side would not contemplate, is that there needs to be a just transition, and that through that net zero economy authority, there is really an opportunity there for this to be ultimately a good thing for our communities. But it is only Labor governments which have an eye to that just transition and that just future. And so here we have, I think, ultimately an industry which is important to Australia, important to Queensland, and important to Logan and the Gold Coast, where I represent. Because it's not just people working directly in the coal industry who directly benefit from this legislation. It's people who work in associated industries. I think, one of the biggest employers there for diesel mechanics, for example, would be Hastings Deering, based in Brisbane, at the right next to the airport. That these are the jobs which are directly involved in the coal mining industry or indirectly involved. It just shows how important it is to our economy and how important it is to our communities. And so I want to say here today that this bill, as much as it might seem removed from an outer metropolitan seat, is something which is meaningful to me because of where I come from, because of what it means for our economy, and because of what it means for our party. And I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Newcastle has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise this evening to lend my full support to the coal mining long service leave legislation amendment bill that's before the House. This bill is about fairness, security and respect for the working people who have powered our nation for generations. The coal mining workforce, and it is particularly significant for communities like mine in Newcastle, and indeed the Hunter region, where coal mining has not just shaped our economy, but also our identity for more than 200 years now. Indeed, it might be worth reminding the House that the very first export commodity leaving this country left Newcastle in 1799, and it was coal on its way to India. And that's been a really central part of our economy ever since. At the outset, in relation to this bill, let me be very, very clear. Long service leave is not a perk. It is a recognition of loyalty, endurance, and years of hard and often physically demanding work. In the coal mining industry, where workers frequently move between employers while remaining in the same industry, doing the same jobs, that portable long service leave is an essential part of their well-being. Without it, workers lose entitlements simply because the structure of their industry requires mobility. And this legislation makes sure that that does not happen. The coal mining industry long service leave scheme has existed for decades, underpinned by the simple principle that coal miners should not be penalised for the way that their industry operates. And this bill strengthens the principle, that very principle, and modernises the scheme to ensure it remains sustainable, fair and fit for purpose, now and into the future. At its core, this bill delivers certainty. It provides greater financial stability for the Long Service Leave Fund. It improves its governance and ensures entitlements earned by workers are properly protected. It also updates administrative arrangements so the scheme can continue to function efficiently and transparently, with confidence for workers and employers alike. For coal miners, that means peace of mind. It means knowing that years of service will be honoured. It means knowing that when the time comes to take long service leave, to rest, recover, spend time with your family or care for your own health or those around you, that entitlement will be there. And for the mining communities like those across the Hunter region, it means economic stability. When workers take long service leave, that money flows directly back into local economies, into the shops, small businesses, services and communities. This bill matters deeply for my electorate of Newcastle. We have a proud mining history. For generations, coal miners have powered the homes, they've built infrastructure and driven economic growth, not just locally but nationally. Our region is indeed the largest regional economy in this country, and that is in no small part to the efforts of the working men and women in the coal industry. While our region is diversifying, as it needs to, and we're leading in many ways that transition to new energy industries, mining remains an important employer going forward with the abundance of critical minerals and high-tech metals that are still to come. There is a future for all of those highly skilled mining men and women in this nation. And today there are thousands of families across the Hunter that still rely on the coal industry for their daily bread and butter, and they deserve the same protections and respect as every other worker in this country. And that's the ambition of a Labor government. This legislation recognises that reality. It does not pit workers up against the future. It does not deny the importance of economic transition. Instead, it says something very simple and very Labor, that workers who built this country should never be left behind. Labor has always understood that strong industries depend on strong workers and strong workers depend on good, strong but fair work conditions. Our movement was founded by working people organising for dignity, safety and security. From annual leave to superannuation, from Medicare to paid parental leave, Labor has been the party that turns decent ideas into lasting protections. Portable long service schemes, including in coal mining, are part of that proud legacy. They exist because Labor understands that fairness must adapt to the realities of different industries, that one-size-fits-all models do not work in sectors like mining, where labour mobility is a huge feature, not a flaw. This bill continues that tradition. It's a practical reform that strengthens an existing scheme, responding to changing conditions, and ensures the long service leave scheme works as intended, first and foremost for workers. Deputy Speaker, Labor's proud record stands in stark contrast to those opposite. Time and time again, when working people have needed their help, their protection, the opposition have been missing in action, or worse, actively undermining workers' rights. We have seen it in the attacks on penalty rates, which stripped incomes from some of the lowest paid workers in this country. We saw it in the attempts to weaken collective bargaining and undermining of unions. The very organisations that have fought to secure long service leave, safe workplaces and fair pay. And we see it in nearly a decade of inaction on job security, during which insecure work skyrocketed and workers were left without basic protections. When it comes to coal mining communities, the opposition's record is particularly hollow. They are quick to turn up for the photo op in high vis. We see it every election cycle in our part of the world. They're quick to use miners as political props. But when it comes to delivering real protections like secure entitlements and properly funded schemes, they have constantly failed to deliver. Labor, on the other hand, backs workers with legislation, not slogans. This bill is a perfect example of that difference. It is careful, responsible reform that has been developed with an understanding of the industry and with respect for the people who work in it. It balances the interests of workers and employers while keeping the long service leave scheme sustainable for the long term. It also sends a clear message to mining families across Newcastle and the Hunter. Labor sees you, Labor respects your contribution, and Labor has your back. As Australia transitions to a cleaner energy future, it is essential that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Workers must not be treated as disposable. Communities must not be abandoned. Entitlements must not be eroded. Supporting coal miners' long service leave is part of ensuring that transition is fair and orderly, not chaotic or cruel. It says that while industries evolve, our commitment to working people does not waver. For Newcastle and the Hunter, this legislation provides reassurance. It provides local workers who have given decades to an industry that has underpinned our region's prosperity and powered our nation. It ensures their entitlements are secure, and it reinforces the principle that fairness at work is not negotiable. This bill also reflects Labor's broader approach to industrial relations, one based on balance, cooperation and respect. Rather than tearing down institutions, we strengthen them. And rather than driving a race to the bottom, we want to see those standards lift. And rather than leaving workers to fend for themselves, we want to legislate to protect them. And that's exactly what the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill does. It strengthens an important scheme. It protects hard-earned entitlements, and it delivers certainty to workers, employers and communities alike. I want to take this brief moment now to acknowledge the coal miners across Newcastle and the Hunter who have shared their experiences and concerns with me over many years, but specifically with regards to this vital importance of this coal mining industry long service leave. You have made it very clear how important this long service leave is to your well-being and to your families and to our communities at large. And this Parliament has a responsibility to listen to those voices. So I urge all members in this House to look beyond the temptation to bunker into those political camps and trenches, to those convenient slogans, to those, batting away on what forms of energy you want to back or don't back, and to think about, bring your focus to what this legislation delivers. I repeat, it delivers fairness, it delivers security, and it delivers, most importantly, respect for working people in Australia. Labor's got a proud history of backing workers. We're proud to stand with the coal miners in Newcastle, in the Hunter, indeed across Australia. and we're proud to support legislation that honours their contribution and protects their future. And for those reasons, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Spence has the call.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Long service leave is one of the long-standing protections in Australia's workplace relations system, a recognition that after years of hard work, loyalty and commitment, workers deserve time to rest, recover and spend with the people who matter most to them. It reflects something deeply Australian and the idea that hard work should be recognised and that fairness in the workplace is not optional, it is fundamental. In keeping with that sentiment, this legislation is designed to ensure that workers in the black coal mining industry can access a right that many of them have earned but for far too long, have been unable to claim. This bill connects workers with their lawful long service leave entitlements, ensuring that the system designed to support them delivers on that promise. Eligible workers in the black coal mining industry are entitled to portable long service leave under the Coal Long Service Leave Scheme. Portable leave exists because of the unique nature of the industry, where workers often move between different employers, projects and work sites across the course of their careers. Without a portable scheme, many of these workers would never accumulate enough continuous service with a single employer to qualify for long service leave. The Coal Long Service Leave Scheme ensures that service across multiple employers is recognised, allowing workers to build up their entitlements across the industry as a whole. It is a practical and fair system, one that acknowledges the realities of work in the mining sector while protecting workers who contribute to an industry critical to Australia's economy. However, over many years, several employers have disputed whether they fall within the coverage of the scheme. In some cases, employers have argued that they did not employ eligible workers within the black coal mining industry, even where workers were performing functions clearly connected to that industry. These disputes have had real consequences for workers. Because coverage was contested, some employees have been unable to accrue their service under the scheme. Others have found themselves unable to access the long service leave entitlements they had worked hard to earn. In effect, workers who contributed years of labour to the industry were left uncertain about whether those years would ever be properly recognised. That is why this legislation matters. This bill introduces measures designed to incentivise employer compliance with the Coal Long Service Leave Scheme, with the clear goal of connecting workers to their full long service leave entitlements. Employers will be required to provide the necessary employment data, allowing the scheme to create or update service records for workers coming into the system. These records are essential because they allow workers to begin accruing their entitlements that should rightly belong to them. By ensuring accurate service records are established, the bill helps restore confidence that the scheme will operate fairly and transparently for both workers and employers. Importantly, this legislation also addresses a practical challenge that has prevented some workers from being connected to their entitlements. In many cases, historically, employment records are incomplete or no longer exist. Under existing record-keeping rules, employers are generally only required to retain employment records for 7 years. But the reality of long service leave is that it is earned over far longer periods of time. As a result, workers who may have contributed to the industry years ago can find themselves without the documentation required to prove their service. This bill introduces sensible and fair solutions to that problem. Where records are missing, reasonable assumptions will be permitted to help reconstruct service histories. These provisions are carefully designed to ensure that workers are not denied their entitlements simply because historical records are incomplete. In other words, the absence of paperwork should not erase years of hard work. By allowing reasonable assumptions to fill those gaps, the legislation helps to ensure that workers receive the recognition of entitlements they deserve. Speaker, these reforms will benefit a wide range of employees across the black coal mining industry. At this stage, it is difficult to quantify the exact number of workers who will ultimately benefit because employers must first submit service records and eligible wage data to the scheme. However, Coal Long Service Leave is already actively engaging with dozens of employers to assess eligibility and coverage. The business involved for possible long service leave alterations undertake a broad range of activities across the industry. These include companies providing maintenance and repair services, ensuring that mining infrastructure operates safely and efficiently, labour hire firms that supply skilled workers to undertake maintenance and repair across multiple sites, employers of shot firers, whose highly specialised work is essential to the safe operation of many mining activities, emergency service providers operating within the mining sector, responding to incidents and ensuring that workers are protected in some of the most demanding environments in Australia, and businesses responsible for testing, inspection and certification, work that underpins safety standards across the entire industry. We must acknowledge that these workers are often deeply embedded in the day-to-day operations of the black coal mining sector. Yet historically, some have found themselves outside the scheme because of technical disputes over coverage. This legislation helps correct that situation, ensuring that workers performing essential functions are properly recognised within the system designed to help protect them. The benefits will be felt across the major mining regions of the country. Workers in the Hunter Valley, the New South Wales North Coast, in the Illawarra, in central Queensland and in regions like Mackay are among those who stand to gain access to their long service leave entitlements through these amendments. These are communities built on hard work, where generations of families have contributed to Australia's resource sector. This legislation also recognises an important reality facing many businesses operating in the black coal mining industry. While the bill rightly focuses on connecting workers with their long service leave entitlements, it also acknowledges that employers must be supported to meet their obligations in a practical and sustainable way. The goal here is not to punish businesses that are trying to comply, but to bring them into the system in a way that strengthens the coal long service leave scheme for everyone involved. Because ultimately, a scheme that works well for workers must also be one that employers are able to participate in with clarity and certainty. Recent legal findings in the Hitachi and Orica cases have provided much needed clarity around coverage within the black coal mining industry. These cases clarified that a number of employers who previously believed they were outside the scheme are in fact covered by it. As a result, some businesses have discovered that they now carry substantial historical levy debts. These liabilities have accumulated over time, often across many years of past employment activity. For some employers, the size of these historical obligations could present significant financial and administrative challenge if left unaddressed. This bill responds to that challenge with practical and balanced measures. It creates a pathway for employers to repay historical levy debts in a predictable and manageable way. Under the proposed arrangements, employers will have the ability to repay those debts over a 6-year period. That extended timeframe recognises the scale of some historical liabilities while ensuring that the obligations are still met. It provides certainty for businesses and it allows the scheme to recover the funds necessary to support workers' entitlements. Speaker, the legislation also introduces further incentive designed to encourage participation in the repayment framework. Employers who opt into the payment arrangement scheme will be eligible for a 20% waiver on their historical levy debt. This measure recognises that many businesses are seeking to do the right thing once their coverage has been clarified. By offering a partial debt waiver, the bill supports employers with significant liabilities while encouraging them to come forward and engage with the scheme. It is a practical incentive that promotes cooperation rather than conflict. The legislation also ensures fairness where employers have already paid long service leave entitlements directly to workers. In some circumstances, employers have provided long service leave payments to employees when their employment ended. Without reform, those businesses could face the risk of effectively paying the same entitlement twice. To address this, the bill allows employers to deduct those direct payments from their historical levy debt. This ensures that workers still receive the entitlements they deserve while preventing unnecessary double payment by employers. Importantly, Speaker, participation in the payment arrangement scheme is entirely voluntary. It is an opt-in system, allowing businesses to choose the approach that best suits the circumstances. Employers who choose not to participate remain subject to the existing legislative framework. And importantly, workers retain the ability to pursue questions regarding their eligibility for the scheme through existing mechanisms. In other words, the rights of employees remain fully protected. The bill also introduces a time-limited opportunity for employers to access a more streamlined onboarding pathway into the scheme. At present, onboarding processes can take considerable time. In some cases, the process of bringing employers into the scheme has taken between 12 and 18 months. This can delay both compliance and the connection of workers to their long service leave entitlements. The new arrangements aim to significantly reduce that timeframe. They introduce simplified wage calculation methods, reducing the need for employers to reconstruct highly detailed historic payroll records. They allow for reasonable assumptions where historical data gaps exist, acknowledging that perfect records are not always available many years later. And importantly, they enable payment arrangements to move forward without needing to resolve every historical data issue before progress can occur. This ensures that administrative complexity does not become a barrier to compliance or to workers receiving their entitlements. Alongside these measures, the bill also strengthens compliance within the coal long service leave scheme itself. It addresses a defect in the current framework relating to the additional levy that applies to late payments. This additional levy was designed to act as a penalty, encouraging employers to pay their levies on time. However, the rate used to calculate this penalty is linked to an interest measure that is no longer published by the Reserve Bank of Australia. As a result, the existing calculation no longer operates effectively as a deterrent. This legislation corrects that issue by introducing modern and transparent benchmark. Under the new arrangements, the additional levy will be calculated using the Reserve Bank of Australia's cash rate. This change restores the original intent of the penalty, ensuring that late payments carry a meaningful financial consequence. At the same time, it provides a clear and publicly available reference point that is understood across the economy. Stronger compliance ultimately benefits workers. When employers meet their obligation on time, the scheme has the resources necessary to ensure that long service leave entitlements are properly funded and delivered. And when the system operates as intended, more workers gain access to the benefits they have earned through years of service. Taken together, these reforms represent a balanced and practical approach. They support workers by ensuring their entitlements are recognised and protected. They support employers by providing manageable pathways to meet their obligations. And they strengthen the coal long service leave scheme so that it can continue to operate effectively for years to come. Because fairness in Australia's workplace system depends not just on the rights we establish, but on our ability to ensure those rights are delivered in practice. Speaker, the principle behind this bill is straightforward. If workers have earned their long service leave, they should be able to have access to it. If they have spent years contributing their skills, effort and dedication to an industry, that service should be properly recognised. This legislation strengthens the coal long service leave scheme, improves compliance and ensures that more workers are connected with the entitlements they deserve. Because fairness in the workplace is not just a principle we talk about in this place. It is something we must continue to deliver in practice for working Australians each and every single day. Thank you.
I thank the member for Spence. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we know that mining is one of the toughest and most demanding jobs in Australia, and in fact one of the most dangerous jobs. It has improved over the years and safety records have improved tremendously. But nevertheless, it's still dangerous, it's still demanding, and as I said, one of the toughest jobs that you could do. Miners work long hours in challenging conditions, often far away from their families. And one of the things that stands out in my mind when I think of the mining industry and the workers in mining is, of course, the conditions that they worked under many, many years ago. As I said, they've improved. But a very good friend of mine, the former Secretary of the AWU, Wayne Hanson, would tell me a story, and he mentioned this story many a times. He was in Broken Hill, a young kid at school. His father was a miner. He became a miner as well after. But they would say that they would hear the siren go, and the sirens was for the change of shifts, 7 a.m, 3:30 p.m, I think, and then which was the afternoon shift, and then the 11 or 11:30 shift at night for the midnight shift. But if the siren went in between those known hours, it meant that something had gone wrong in the mine and it would be shut down. And people would run home from school. The whole town would hear the siren, and the dread would overcome the whole town because there'd obviously been either a dreadful accident, someone may have lost their life, or something terrible has happened on the mines for it to be shut down. And this was a regular occurrence. And he's relayed this story to me when he was in school, hearing that siren, thinking, is that my father? Is that my dad? Or one of my classmates' parents that's been injured, or even worse than that. So it is a challenging job. It's a dangerous job. Of course, today safety requirements are much better, and many people make a living working in the mining industries. They help power our economy, they keep our industries moving and shape our entire communities. The work is physically hard, mentally exhausting, and absolutely essential. And Deputy Speaker, because they give so much, they deserve a system that protects them, supports them, and honours the years of service they put in. This bill is making sure that miners receive the long service leave that they have earned, leave that many have been unable to access because of historic problems with how levies were paid or recorded. These issues go back many years, sometimes decades, and have left workers stuck in uncertainty, unsure whether their service would ever be recognised. And recent court cases help clarify how the scheme should apply. And this bill steps in to fix the gaps so workers can finally move forward and claim what is rightfully theirs. It creates a pathway for employers with unpaid levies to come into the system, make voluntary arrangements and resolve the historical debts in a fair and equitable and workable way. Employers will be able to pay around 80% of what is owed in instalments, and the remainder can be waived once they meet the requirements. And this, Deputy Speaker, acknowledges the reality that some older records may be incomplete, while still ensuring the scheme is properly funded and workers are not left behind. Importantly, the bill also restores the additional levy rate, a tool that helps ensure contributions are paid on time and strengthens the system's ability to hold employers accountable. Deputy Speaker, this makes the portable long service leave scheme more reliable, more transparent and better equipped to protect miners' entitlements for the long term. At its heart, this is about fairness. Miners don't ask for any special treatment, they don't ask for shortcuts, they simply ask that their years of service be respected and also recognised. So this bill helps clear the way for exactly that. By fixing these old problems, simplifying how levies are calculated and ensuring that miners can build the long service leave they deserve no matter which part of the industry they've worked in or how often they've moved between employers. For those workers underground, the workers at the surface, the workers who have carried this industry on their backs, this is about dignity and it's about justice for those workers. It's about giving people the certainty that they should have and should have always had, Deputy Speaker, because when someone gives you years of their life to the job, their sweat, their strength, their time away from loved ones, the very least they deserve is the security that their service will be honoured. And that's what this bill is about. Deputy Speaker, and when we talk about dignity, when we speak about honouring the people who have given so much of their time to this industry, we must talk about the long service leave, because that's what long service leave is. Because long service leave isn't just a workplace entitlement. It's a recognition, it is respect, and it is the industry's way of saying your years of hard work matter and you've earned time to now rest. This bill is about making sure that miners, the men and women who have spent the decades underground or on the surface, on the machinery, at the plants, on the mines, have finally connected to long service leave that is rightfully theirs. Deputy Speaker, for eligible workers in the black coal mining industry, long service leave is meant to be portable. That means that your service should follow you, no matter which mine you worked at, which contractor you were hired through, or how often the industry changed around you. But for too long, some employers disputed whether they were covered under this particular scheme. They argued over definitions, they debated eligibility, and while those disputes dragged on, it was those workers who missed out, and it was those workers that suffered. Those workers kept on showing up to work, workers who kept putting their safety on the line, and workers who kept this country's lights on. They were left unable to accrue their long service leave, unable to access it, and unable to claim what they had spent many years earning. So this bill works to finally right that wrong, Deputy Speaker. It creates real incentives for employers to come into the coal LSL scheme, comply with their obligations and provide the information needed so coal LSL can accurately create or update service records. Because without those records, workers cannot build their entitlements. And without their entitlements, years of service risk being forgotten. So, Deputy Speaker, under these changes, workers will no longer be punished because paperwork was lost, misplaced, or because an employer disputed coverage years ago, or because records older than 7 years were never required to be kept. Where information is missing, reasonable assumptions can now be made. And those assumptions are assumptions that protect the worker rather than disadvantage them. And, Deputy Speaker, this bill is fairness in action. This is a policy that's compassionate for those workers. And this is recognising the reality of an industry where records don't always follow the worker, but the worker's service should. Because no miner should ever reach the end of their career only to be told that the years they devoted to the industry, years, as I said, spent away from family, turning up and showing up every day, years spent in danger, years spent pushing through the fatigue and the hardship and the shift work, somehow didn't count. So this bill ensures that it does count. Every shift, every week, every year and every sacrifice. It means workers can finally accrue and access their rightful long service leave. Not someday, not after years of legal battles, but as soon as possible. And it restores something deeper than entitlements. It restores faith. Faith that the system sees them, faith that the system values them, and faith that the system will stand up for them, because miners have always stood up for Australia. Now the system must stand up for them, and this reform does not just affect one group of workers, it reaches across the entire industry. The truth is we may never fully capture the number of people whose lives will be changed by these measures. We may never meet every miner, every contractor, every support worker whose entitlement will finally be restored. But we know this, the impact will be real, Deputy Speaker, and it will be wide-reaching. Across the black coal mining industry, thousands of employees have fallen through those cracks, not because they didn't work the hours, not because they didn't earn the service, but because of long-standing disputes about whether certain roles were even covered under the scheme. Well, we now have certainty with this bill. Whether maintenance crews, repair specialists, labour hire workers, shot firers, emergency service teams, testing and inspection staff, certification providers, the many unseen hands who keep mines operating day and night, operating safely, smoothly and reliably, often without even receiving the recognition that they deserve. So, Deputy Speaker, these workers have been the silent backbone of the sector, and yet some have been left without that long service leave that they rightfully earned for their hours of work that have been put into the mines. This bill begins to change that. So Coal LSL is already working with dozens of employers to review eligibility and gather the information needed to update the service records. For many workers, this will be the very first time in years of dedication that's properly recorded. It will be the first time their service is acknowledged, and it will be the first time they can finally begin accruing the leave that they were always entitled to. And where records are missing because they're old or incomplete or were never kept properly or have been mishandled or misplaced, the bill ensures workers are not punished for those gaps. Reasonable assumptions will be made, fairness will be applied, and people can finally be connected with what they've earned. Deputy Speaker, no miner should lose an entitlement simply because a folder went missing or a company disputed its obligations. And this, Deputy Speaker, is a good reform. It is about doing right by the people who did right by their industry, but fairness must also have a structure behind it, a system strong enough to protect workers, not just today, but for decades to come. That's why this bill also restores the additional levy, a key compliance tool designed to ensure employers pay their levies on time. And we know for too long this penalty has been tied to an outdated interest rate the Reserve Bank no longer publishes, meaning it no longer discourages late payments the way it was meant to. So, Deputy Speaker, without timely payments, the system weakens, and when the system weakens, workers suffer. And by updating the additional levy to align with the current Reserve Bank cash rate, the bill ensures that compliance is meaningful again and not just symbolic. So it sends a clear signal: long service leave is not optional, not negotiable, and not something that can be delayed without consequence. Because when employers meet their obligation, the entire system grows stronger. And when the system grows stronger, workers are finally protected. So, Deputy Speaker, these reforms work together toward a single powerful purpose to ensure that every worker in the black coal mining industry, no matter their role, no matter their employer, no matter their history, can access the long service leave they've earned with their time, their labour, their effort and their sacrifice, every shift and every year and every contribution. So this is not just policy, it is fairness and it is justice for those miners, those workers that work in the mining industry. And it is respect for those workers who've carried this industry and contributed so much to Australia's prosperity, and it is long overdue.
I thank the member for Adelaide. The question is that the bill be read a second time. And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate for this bill be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Now, I've received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition resigning from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. And I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 4, Appropriation Bill number 3, 2025-2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it's been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the two related appropriation bills. And the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for O'Connor in continuation.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And as I'm in continuation, I'll just reiterate some of the points I was making last week about the government's profligate spending. And just to remind people that spending growth is running at 4 times the rate of the growth of the economy, and debt is forecast to soon reach $1.2 trillion. Deputy Speaker, spending is now $160 billion higher than when the government came to office in 2022. That's an additional $16,000 for every household across Australia. And since coming to office, the government has added around $100 billion to the national debt. Deputy Speaker, in 24-25, the Commonwealth raised $717 billion in receipts, which is equal to 25.9% of GDP, the highest in 25 years. And while I touch on revenue raised, many middle-income earners would have experienced over the last 4 years bracket creep taking a larger percentage of their wages every week. That's the stage 3 tax cuts that we had legislated the previous government and which were reversed by the current government. And Deputy Speaker, as we know, last week the inflation figure jumped back to 3.8%, which is the highest in the developed world. Comparable countries like the United States are at 2.4%, and the European Union is at 1.9%. Now, one of the things about having lower inflation as a starting point is when you do get a world shock, like the current conflict in the Middle East, then you're starting from a reasonable point. When you start at 3.8%, as the National Bank have forecast, the conflict in the Middle East will add 1.2% to our inflation. We will be up at 5% according to that forecast, which will be catastrophic. And of course, in February, the Reserve Bank raised interest rates by 25 basis points, so we're now sitting at 3.85%, and the government simply cannot escape the law of economics. High government spending always results in higher inflation, and higher inflation demands higher interest rates. And according to Compare the Market, a single 0.25 percentage point rate rise could push monthly repayments up by about $94 for someone with a $600,000 mortgage. That's an extra $1,182 per annum. And Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer were very keen to take the credit when inflation briefly started to trend down, and they now must accept the blame as it goes back up. And let's not hear any excuses from the Treasurer about the current conflict in the Middle East. That 3.8 number was baked in well and truly before we saw that conflict erupt. Now, Deputy Speaker, people have asked, and there's been senior ministers from the other side of the chamber calling out during question time, what would you cut? Where would you cut? Well, I'll give the government a bit of free advice here. The fringe benefits tax exemption on electric vehicles. Now, this is an absolute doozy. So this is the scheme whereby people buying electric vehicles under novated leases are exempt from fringe benefits tax. Now, the cost of this scheme has blown out by a factor of 15 on the government's original numbers. And these numbers I'm getting from a climate policy think tank called Climate Works, and they're quoted in the Australian Financial Review. So this is a climate change think tank. So the cost blowout of this particular scheme will be $1.35 billion in this financial year alone, up from an original forecast of $90 million. Under this fringe benefits tax exemption, a person who leases a $60,000 car would save close to $12,000 per annum if they bought an electric vehicle rather than a petrol one. Now, the Financial Review reported in August that the policy was set to cost more than $23 billion over the coming decade. But the real clincher here is that the benefits of this scheme, now this is the Labor Party, right? The party of the battler, the party of the worker. The benefits of this scheme flow disproportionately to workers earning more than $150,000 who made up more than 50% of the recipients. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. Now, Deputy Speaker, the one last clincher here is that this $1.5 billion per annum subsidy, effectively to the Chinese car-making industry, is more money than the Australian government, both Labor and Liberal, used to subsidise our own domestic car industry. So get that, we are now subsidising the Chinese car industry to a greater extent than we ever subsidised our own domestic car industry. That is the level of complete economic mismanagement that this government has foisted on the country.
I thank the member for O'Connor. The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, this government is focused on one thing: helping with the cost of living, because we know every little bit helps. Yes. We've delivered tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, created more jobs and lifted pay. These tax cuts are about easing pressure and helping households get ahead. And as we know, as opposed to the plan from those opposite, every Australian taxpayer under Labor got a tax cut. Yeah. We've also introduced a new $1,000 instant tax deduction from 2026 to 27, giving Australians even more support at tax time. Yeah. We've made medicines cheaper by reducing the maximum price of PBS medicines to only $25, and for those pensioners with their card, $7.70 is all they're paying under Labor for their PBS scripts.
Thank you.
Now, in my community, from July 2025, people had already saved $9 million under that measure, and they're set now to save even more, with it going down to $25 a script. Mm-hmm. And we've already cut 20% off student debt, relief for around 3 million Australians, including more than 80,000 people in Victoria and over 18,000 people in my electorate of Lawler. This really goes to the nub of supporting people with cost of living. Under the former coalition government, many families were locked out of childcare support by a prejudiced activity test. That's why we've introduced the 3-day childcare guarantee, ensuring all families receive 3 days of subsidised childcare, regardless of their financial circumstances. Mm-hmm. This, we know, is a productivity measure. We know it will get mums and dads back into the workforce. Exactly. We're investing $430 million over 4 years to deliver cost of living relief for young families and helping parents get back to work. And in fast-growing communities like mine, these measures matter. It's not rhetoric in Lawler. It's not rhetoric in Hoppers Crossing. It's not rhetoric in Werribee. It's not rhetoric in Tarneit or Manor Lakes. It's targeted, practical support that helps productivity and helps young families. Because helping young families, helping Australians with the cost of living isn't optional. It's our responsibility, and that's exactly what this Albanese Labor government is doing. Yeah. You know, I want to talk now about investment in roads. Now, for a decade, while I was in opposition, I watched growth corridors like the one I represent be neglected by the former coalition government. Our community was growing rapidly without support from a federal government. And despite that, infrastructure continued to lack. It just went on and on. When the Albanese Labor government was elected in 2022, we got straight to delivering what our community needed. We committed $114 million in partnership with the Victorian government to deliver the first stage of the Wyndham Ring Road. This transformative project is now nearing completion. The bridge is finished. Now, with Wyndham City Council and State Government completing the Ison Road extension from the bridge to the service station roundabout, we're nearly there. Nice. And now, that congestion-busting infrastructure will be further supported, because we haven't stopped there. We've made another commitment, matched by state, of $125 million for the Werribee Main Road Princess Freeway interchange upgrade. That will start the minute the second part finishes. That means that people will be able to get off the freeway, cross over onto the extension, and then onto the bridge over the railway line and into Manor Lakes and Werribee. This really will make a difference. Wow. We delivered an additional $13.2 million through the Roads to Recovery Fund to upgrade local roads, because safer local streets also mattered. And this is double what the former government had given across the country. We're upgrading the Princess Freeway and the Werribee Main Road interchange. That'll improve the intersections and provide local families with a safer commute. And I want to give a shout out here to the new member for Werribee, John Lister, my colleague, who has already made sure that we've got temporary lights so that people are being supported to come off that freeway because it was getting so dangerous. We're transforming the Balan Road intersection, replacing the roundabout with traffic lights and building additional lanes and priority bus lanes. Again, in conjunction with state government. And this is what congestion-busting infrastructure looks like. In my community, it is time saved in the car, it's a safer commute to school, it's getting home to your family sooner and safely. In the most recent federal election, Labor again committed to investing in Lawler, a total of $70 million, which the state government will match, to deliver the second stage of the Wyndham Ring Road, a bridge over the Werribee River. It's been coined the fourth bridge over the Werribee River because the city of Wyndham has the Werribee River running straight through the middle of it, separating our communities. We need more crossings, and this will be another one, future-proofing our community, taking pressure off the CBD and supporting Tarneit and Wyndham Vale to commute from one side to the other. Because growth corridors like Lawler deserve infrastructure that serves its community, and that is exactly what this government is delivering. We're also assisting people with getting into a home. In my community, a highly aspirational community, buying your first home for too long has felt like a dream out of reach for local young people. First home buyers were told to simply save harder whilst house prices continue to rise under a coalition government. The Albanese Labor government has been determined to change that, and we have. From the 1st of October last year, first home buyers became eligible to buy with just a 5% deposit and a 2% deposit for single parents. In communities like mine, Deputy Speaker, where hard-working young families are looking for stability and for somewhere to call home, the 5% deposit scheme has shaved years off the time it takes to enter the housing market and therefore years off their mortgage. The result of this policy speaks for itself. My electorate has had the second highest uptake of the government's housing policies across the nation. Since our election to government in 2022, 5,404 individuals in Lawler have benefited. In growth corridors like mine, home ownership goes beyond just housing. It's about belonging, setting down roots and a chance to build a future with a new school provided by state government just around the corner and infrastructure to match. This government believes if you work hard, owning your own home should be within reach. It is clear this policy has changed the lives of locals in my community. It's made a real difference. And I just touched on education and that school around the corner. You know, the former Treasurer for Victoria, Tim Pallas, who was the member for Werribee, would joke and say that there were more schools built by state Labor in Wyndham, in the city of Wyndham, than there were in any other state in Australia. The growth is so intense, the need and the demand so high. And as someone who spent over 2 decades in schools as a teacher, a principal and a proud public educator, I know firsthand that funding has a direct impact on what happens in our classrooms. And that is why I'm so proud to be part of a government that is delivering a better and fairer education system. Through the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, we're delivering an additional $16.5 billion in Commonwealth funding to public schools over the next 10 years and an extra $49 billion in the decade after that. In my electorate, this means support for over 35 public schools supporting tens of thousands of local students. It's funding certainty tied to reforms that lift student outcomes, that support effective teaching and learning practices. It means more resources in classrooms, more support for teachers. And you compare that with the Coalition's record, where they ripped $30 billion out of public schools. Under the Coalition's National Reform Agreement, attendance rates went down. High school completion went down. Teacher shortages got worse. Their ideas about supporting private education over public education meant worse outcomes across the country. Only Labor is rebuilding public education, and that's what our $16.5 billion Better and Fairer Schools Agreement is all about. We're tackling teacher shortages head on through strengthening teacher training, paid prac and Commonwealth teaching scholarships that encourage more students to become teachers. And as we've heard from Minister Clare in the last week, during question time, we now have more teachers in training. We're strengthening anti-bullying and wellbeing reforms because children can't learn if they don't feel safe, and I know this firsthand. This government is backing teachers, schools and families because investing in education is an investment in our future, an investment in our productivity, an investment in our economy. Education is not a cost. The difference between those opposite and those on this side is a belief in that fundamental truth.
That's right.
The Albanese government is also prioritising investment in our precious public health system. We've heard many talk about the Medicare urgent care clinics, about more bulk billing happening in our communities, but we've also done more around hospitals. We've committed an additional $25 billion for public hospitals over the next 5 years. And I say to those opposite, is that something you'll cut? This is an unprecedented 12% increase in funding to support public hospitals across the country. It's historic, strengthens our universal health system when it matters most, and that is backed by the investments into the urgent care clinics, into women's health, $800 million, into getting those bulk billing rates back up in primary health, because we understand preventative measures and preventative health are where the rubber hits the road. Through the National Health Reform Agreement, Commonwealth funding for public hospitals will reach $219.6 billion nationally from 26 to 2030 and 31. The Albanese government's funding is 3 times the increase provided by the previous government's 5-year deal. At the core of this Albanese Labor government is a commitment to Medicare. It represents the healthcare as an Australian right, and no amount of Liberal red tape will change that. The Albanese Labor government has made the single largest Medicare investment since its creation 40 years ago, allocating $8.5 billion to deliver more bulk billed GP visits. And that is happening in my electorate. There are now 1,300 more bulk billing GP clinics across the nation. And in Lalor, it's changing every day. We've also launched the 1800 Medicare. The Labor government delivers on the election commitment to better access to free health care. When the Albanese Labor government was elected in 2022, we inherited an economy under serious pressure and a budget weighed down by years of fiscal mismanagement. Inflation was already at 6.1% and rising. Let me repeat that for those playing at home. 6.1% and rising was the inflation figure that we inherited, and it put real strain on household budgets. Those opposite promised Australians a budget surplus. In 9 budgets in government, they failed to deliver a single one. Under the Morrison government, spending peaked at 31.4% of GDP, yet there was no plan to repair the budget. In fact, they went to an election proposing even bigger deficits and more debt. Labor took a different approach. Responsible economic management focused not on politics but on the long-term interests of every Australian and supporting our Australians doing it tough. Since coming to office, we've delivered 2 consecutive budget surpluses, the first in nearly 2 decades. This is strengthening the nation's finances. Under the Coalition, debt was forecast to exceed $1 trillion in 23-24. Through disciplined budget management, we've pushed that back and avoided more than $60 billion in interest costs. We've identified $114 billion in savings, including $20 billion in the December MYEFO. We know households are still under pressure and inflation is stubborn. That is why we are combining responsible fiscal repair with targeted cost of living relief, rebuilding the budget while supporting Australians through challenging times. Unemployment is low under Labor. We've lifted wages. We've given every taxpayer a tax cut with 2 more on the way. This is a government that is serious about fiscal management. It's serious about budget discipline. It's serious about what is a cost and what is an investment. And I speak for everyone on this side. Education and health are clearly investments. Those opposite, when they go looking, getting their razor blades out, they're always the areas that they cut. History will tell you that. This government will support the vision that we have for Australia. It includes fairer super, it includes universal health care, it includes access to early education through to higher education so that every Australian can make the best of every opportunity they're given in this country. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Lawler. The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Appropriations Bill number 3 and its companion bills. These appropriations give effect to the government's expenditure decisions since the 25-26 budget, including measures announced in the 25-26 Mid-Year Economic and Fiscal Outlook, or MYEFO. Now, in this speech, I want to cover three things. Firstly, acknowledge a number of important and effective programs that deserve recognition. Second, offer some cautions about the risk of excessive, ineffective or opaque future spending. And third, suggest practical ways to raise revenue fairly and to improve the quality of our budget decisions. So firstly, important programs worth supporting. I welcome the expanded Cheaper Home Batteries program, which is doing exactly what it set out to do, reducing the upfront cost barrier so more households and small businesses can store their rooftop solar energy, cut bills and reduce emissions at the same time. Australia is already a world leader on solar. We have more than 4.2 million rooftop solar installations, more than a third of all households. We have more rooftop solar panels per person than any other country on earth. On average, rooftop solar panels save Australian households about $1,500 every year. With a battery alongside solar panels, bill savings nearly double. A household with solar and batteries could save up to $2,300 a year. Often, bills will be reduced to zero. As well as reducing energy bills, batteries and rooftop solar reduce emissions and can stabilise our energy grid. They play an essential role in our net zero transition. At my Curtin Pathway to Net Zero Progress Report event a few weeks ago, we heard from a constituent and a neighbour of mine, Chris Johnson, about his solar journey from a tiny PV system 18 years ago to an updated one with a battery. He now lives in a zero-emissions household, charging his EV with sunlight and paying little more than his connection fee for electricity. He's one of nearly 1,500 Curtin constituents who have taken advantage of the Cheaper Home Batteries program. The government has expanded this program in response to unexpectedly high take-up. This bill enacts the expansion from an estimated $2.3 billion to $7.2 billion over the forward estimates. I welcome this expansion and support continued cost-effective investment in reducing energy bills and reducing emissions. Second, I welcome the government's $1.1 billion investment in mental health care. This continues to be a neglected yet increasingly important problem in society. Mental ill health is now the leading health and social threat to young people worldwide, yet mental health receives roughly 2% of health budgets globally. This is not enough given the size of the threat. My Curtin youth advisory groups from the past 4 years have all reiterated the importance of appropriate supports for young people experiencing mental health challenges. For this reason, I support the government's investment in mental health care, and I hope that it continues. Housing is the other major pressure on household budgets and productivity. I support the government's plan to invest $10 billion to deliver up to 100,000 homes reserved for first home buyers. But ambition must meet delivery, and while the government's rhetoric on housing has been good, house prices continue to rise and the affordability crisis continues to worsen. I would encourage the government to look at the 15 policy ideas surfaced by my community in our Curtin housing policy and be bolder on this issue. At UWA Orientation Day recently, housing again came up as the #1 concern for first years on their first day of university. There are other programs in MYEFO and the appropriations bill that I support, including investments in the Net Zero Plan, CSIRO and vital skills for the construction and energy sectors. On the big picture, the government is right to point out that this MYEFO improves the bottom line in every year of the forward estimates, reduces gross debt in each year and delivers net savings from policy decisions. The 25-26 deficit is now estimated at $36.8 billion, about $5.4 billion better than before the election. These are non-trivial improvements and they deserve credit. I also acknowledge specific steps to restrain spending, efficiency and reprioritisation across the Australian public service, including a drive to reduce spending on consultants, contractors and other non-wage costs, attempts to improve the sustainability of the NDIS, including through the Thriving Kids initiative, and introducing reforms to the aged care system to improve sustainability, including through means-tested co-payments for independence and everyday supports. But even with improvements in the forward estimates, the long-term outlook still shows upward pressure from defence, aged care, health, the NDIS and disaster recovery. And government spending is at 26.9% of GDP, the highest level since 1988 outside of the pandemic. Further, while this mid-year budget reduces debt as a percentage of GDP during the 4 years of the forward estimates, it increases debt as a percentage of GDP over a 10-year horizon. It's yet another example of short-term political decision-making that we see so often in politics as usual. Governments would prefer policies that look good in the forward estimates, even if they make our spending problems worse over the long term, simply because people primarily look at the forward estimates. With inflation rising and a continually growing national debt, it's increasingly important that the government makes decisions for long-term budget sustainability. Now, it's easy to call for budget sustainability, but much harder to actually talk about where you would cut spending. As soon as any politician puts a potential spending cut or new tax on the table, they're open to attack. But we need to have these hard conversations. There are a few areas that I would put forward for consideration to improve long-term effectiveness, efficiency and sustainability of our spending. Firstly, we need to prioritise prevention over treatment. Particularly in social services and healthcare, investment in prevention can reap significant savings in treatment. There are some practical improvements that could support a greater focus on sustainability. Currently, Treasury costings exclude consideration of second-round fiscal effects and do not consider impacts across portfolios. This means that social intervention programs that may drastically reduce costs to the healthcare system or judicial system down the road cannot consider these benefits in their costings because they exist in different departments and are considered second-round fiscal effects. Now, while this policy is designed to ensure costings are conservative and well evidenced, the government should be investigating ways to prioritise prevention and early intervention over treatment for long-term sustainability in our social services and healthcare systems. The Victorian Department of Treasury and Finance is trialling the use of the Early Intervention Investment Framework, a policy proposal assessment framework that's used to calculate and bank not just upfront costs and expected outcomes, but also an estimate of the avoided cost to the government from the reduction in the use of acute services. This has allowed support to be provided for programs that may have struggled to get up otherwise, such as the Journey to Social Inclusion initiative, which has reduced homelessness by 90% and hospital bed stays by 60% in the intervention group. When considering the second-round fiscal effects, this program is cost negative. It saves more money than it costs. This is just one example of the way the government could consider investing in long-term preventative solutions to support the long-term sustainability of the budget. There's a lot to be said for investing in prevention in a wide range of areas. Climate change is another obvious one. The government now spends an average of $1.6 billion each year on disaster recovery, but each year forecasts that it will only spend $215 million in the following year. Apparently, each year we're again surprised by the scale and scope of natural disasters, and this is only going to worsen. We need to invest in the net zero transition at home and build momentum abroad to limit the growing impact of disasters on our communities, environment and budget. We also need to properly consider the cost of future natural disasters in our budget projections and find sustainable ways of supporting recovery efforts. These problems are going to worsen and we need to be ready. To find other ways to balance the books, there are a number of expensive programs that the government could consider reforming. The fuel tax credit scheme costs the budget roughly $11 billion per year, with the top 15 claimants alone receiving about $2.9 billion in 23-24. These top 15 claimants are often multi-billion-dollar companies, and yet they continue to receive nearly $3 billion in rebates every year, incentivising them to burn more fossil fuels. Several independent proposals recommend requiring that the rebates for the largest companies are used for decarbonisation, turning a blunt subsidy for wealthy companies into a driver for decarbonisation without impacting farmers or small operators. There's also been noise about the capital gains tax discount. The CGT discount costs the government about $22 billion per year, while negative gearing costs about $6 billion. These are expensive schemes that in a large part support wealthy investors in housing. These two concessions do play an important role in our economy, but there is appetite for reform, which could increase budget sustainability and support first home buyers. My community of Curtin is supportive of reform, despite receiving a lot of benefits from these tax concessions. And finally, there are a number of potential future sources of revenue for the government. The Superpower Institute, for example, has recently put forward two concepts. Firstly, a polluter pays levy on the carbon content of fossil fuels extracted or imported for use in Australia. This would cover around 140 sites, accounting for roughly 80% of emissions, while raising an average of $22 billion per year to 2050, with a substantial share recycled back to households. And secondly, they've suggested a fair share levy on super profits in the gas sector, raising an average $13 billion per year, largely borne by offshore foreign shareholders and designed not to raise domestic gas prices. Together, these two levies are estimated to raise $35 billion per year on average between 2026 and 2050. Now, there is much to consider before implementation of these proposals, but they do show that there are options out there for long-term budget repair while supporting outcomes such as intergenerational equity and the clean energy transition. Appropriations are ultimately about choices, how we invest scarce public dollars to ease cost of living pressures now, build the productive capacity of the economy, and honour our obligations to each other, especially to the young and to the vulnerable. There is much in these bills and in MyEFO that helps. Cheaper home batteries that cut bills and emissions, a serious expansion of youth mental health care, and a housing package focused on first home buyers. But we must also be honest about our long-term fiscal pressures. We keep the budget on a sustainable path by prioritising prevention, by raising revenue fairly, by reducing tax concessions that no longer serve their intended purpose, and considering well-designed levies where the public interest is clear. That is how we protect the next generation's opportunities, how we give people in Curtin and across Australia confidence that their parliament can deliver practical progress, clear priorities and long-term responsibility at the same time. Thank you.
I thank the member for Curtin. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the appropriation bills before the House, and in doing so, I want to celebrate the priorities of this Albanese government. Now, budgets aren't about numbers, they are also about values. Every appropriation bill tells a story about the country we are trying to build together. These bills are not simply line items on a spreadsheet, they are investments in the kind of Australia we want to be. They show what we believe matters. And what this government believes is very simple, that Australia works best when no one is left behind. The Prime Minister has coined a phrase, progressive patriotism. As Assistant Minister Hill explained in a speech earlier this year, progressive patriotism refers to a pride in Australia and an unashamed, overt focus on an inclusion and a striving for a shared Australian identity. It is patriotism that looks forward, not backwards. It is pride without exclusion. It is love of country that grows stronger the more people are welcomed into the story. Put simply, progressive patriotism says that you can love your country and believe it can always be better. Because the Australian story has never been static. It has always evolved, expanded and grown. We are one, but we are many, as the song goes. And that means we have to foster a deep respect for uniquely Australian institutions, educate one another on our core Australian values, and celebrate together. Australia is not defined by sameness. Australia is defined by a shared purpose. Our diversity is not a footnote in our national story. It is the story. The Australian story is written in hundreds of languages. It's cooked in kitchens that smell like every corner of the world. It is told at dinner tables where grandparents speak one language and grandchildren answer in another. And yet the values are always recognisably Australian: fairness, opportunity, respect, and community. And that is why the politics of division is so corrosive. We are not angry, vindictive, or divided people. We must not let imported populist attitudes and rhetoric poison our politics and split us apart. Australians know instinctively that the strength of our country comes from pulling together. And that is why this government is focused on the things that actually improve people's lives: real issues, real services, real opportunity. And for this reason, my speech today is a celebration of all the initiatives this government is supporting in order to lift up all Australians and celebrate the diversity of electorates like my own, Barton. Firstly, we are investing in our healthcare system, because healthcare should not depend on your bank balance or your postcode. In Barton, that investment has seen a 64% increase in bulk billing Medicare practices. And that is on top of the brand new urgent care clinic in Carlton, where you can walk in and see a doctor with just your Medicare card. And that is what universal health care looks like in practice. Investing in bulk billing is first and foremost an investment in frontline services, but it's also an investment in equity. It shows people in very practical terms that healthcare is an inherent right of Australian citizenship. And you have that right not because you can afford it, but because you are one of us. Our Medicare cards are green and gold. They are proudly Australian institution. And by investing in bulk billing, we are ensuring they remain so for decades to come. And in this chamber, I think we often hear, Deputy Speaker, the member for Lyons lobbying for an urgent care clinic in Taree. And you know what? And you are. And I have a lot of time for that kind of argument. Because when members advocate for doctors, hospitals and healthcare services, they are talking about real issues facing Australians. But sometimes when I listen to many of the Member for Lyons colleagues, they're not talking about frontline services. They're talking about culture wars. They're talking about fear and division. Not about bread and butter issues like the access to doctors, which should be the focus of any decent opposition. When was the last time you heard a serious health policy from the Coalition? When was the last time you heard One Nation talk about bulk billing? Too many on that side are not talking about the problems facing their constituents. They're talking about the problems they are finding in their own algorithms instead. On this side of the chamber, we are listening to our communities. We are talking on their problems, and we are building the type of nation our citizens deserve. And I challenge those opposite to rise to the same challenge. Now, I want to turn to celebrating our multicultural communities. Last month, I had the privilege to attend the opening of the Museum of Chinese and Australian Haymarket. The Albanese government is proud to have supported the establishment of this museum, contributing $2.6 million in funding. Now, the museum celebrates and preserves the history of Chinese Australians and is hosted in the heritage-listed former Haymarket Library in Sydney. But what makes this museum so powerful is not just the history it preserves, it is the message it sends. It says that the story of Chinese Australians is not separate from the Australian story. It is part of it. As the Prime Minister said at the opening, the museum celebrates a vital thread through the history of our modern nation, the long and extraordinary story of Chinese people in Australia. And as the member for Sydney, Minister Plibersek, said, it reminds us that migrants do not arrive in Australia and replace the national story. They add to it. They enrich it. They expand it. Every generation adds another chapter, and that is how a nation grows. It was particularly special to celebrate the museum's opening during Lunar New Year. And this year is the year of the Firehorse, a time of renewal, hope and connection for millions of people here in Australia, across the world, including my own electorate of Barton. Lunar New Year is celebrated by many cultures, including Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean, and other East and Southeast Asian communities. Whilst traditions may differ, the shared themes are very familiar: hope for good health, prosperity, and good fortune in the year ahead. Across my electorate and across Australia, Lunar New Year is marked not just by lanterns and shared meals, but by something more enduring: the strength of community. It is a time when generations come together, when elders pass on stories and values, when young people learn the importance of respect, hard work, and belonging. And for many families who migrated to Australia, Lunar New Year is also a reminder of resilience. It reflects journeys of sacrifice and courage, the courage to leave behind everything familiar, but the courage to build a life somewhere new, and the courage to hold on to culture, language, and identity along the way. Because multiculturalism in Australia has never meant leaving culture at the door. It means bringing culture to the table. And when every culture brings something to the table, the whole country is much richer for it. And that is why celebrating multicultural Australia is not just about festivals or food. It is about recognising that modern Australia has been built by people from every corner of the world, and the Australian story is still being written. Every migration journey adds another page. Every community adds another voice. Every generation adds another chapter. Across Barton, local organisations hosted Lunar New Year celebrations including CAS, Cogra Storehouse, Advanced Diversity Services, Can Revive, and the Bayside and Georges River Councils. They have been planning these occasions for many months, practiced their own celebratory dances, red packets were ordered, invitations sent, speeches prepared. And most of this work is on volunteer basis. This represents so many hours spent serving and celebrating others, not for personal gain, but the love of one another. These organisations play an extraordinary role in bringing communities together. They are the quiet architects of social cohesion. They support families, they build bridges across cultures, and they remind us that multiculturalism is not an abstract idea. It is something that happens every day in local halls, community centres, and neighbourhood festivals. Thank you to those local organisations that made Lunar New Year so special, and so thankful to be invited and included in your celebrations. We have similar historical preservation works also being undertaken in Barton. I was proud to pledge $200,000 to restore the Hermes Ilion Hall and Library in Bexley. Yeah. This space is an important place for people to come together to celebrate and hand down their Olympian culture and traditions. In turn, it illuminates another thread in our Australian story. Every culture adds another colour to the national tapestry. Every story adds another chapter to our shared history. And in Barton, Greek Australians have been part of that story for generations. They built businesses, churches, and community organisations. They raised families. They helped shape the character of the local community. And the restoration of the Hermes Ilion Hall ensures that their history and their culture will continue to be celebrated for generations to come. And in a similar vein, I also want to sincerely thank the Australian Tamil Congress for the generous acknowledgement of my election. To be supported and welcomed by a community organisation with such a strong history of advocacy, service and leadership is deeply meaningful for me. For many years, the Congress has worked tirelessly to ensure the Tamil community is not only seen but heard, and that contributions to the Australian story are recognised and respected. I've seen the work that they do, standing up for the community welfare, preserving culture across generations, and advocating with courage and dignity on issues that deeply matter to them. The work strengthens not only the Tamil community, it strengthens Australia, because every time a community preserves its culture while contributing to Australian life, the national story just becomes much more richer. The Tamil story in Australia is one of perseverance and contribution, and it deserves to be reflected in our institutions, our policies and national conversations. Yeah. And I'd like to thank Mr Rajivan, the executive and the committee of the Australian Tamil Congress for their dedication and service. And I look forward to continually working side by side with the Congress and the Tamil community into the future. Finally, I want to highlight the government's Commonwealth paid PRACT payments, because once again, this side of the House is focused on equipping young people, no matter their background, with the skills they need to enter the workforce. And most importantly, we are equipping them to enter sectors where there are real skill shortages. This policy is for students studying teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work. And these students will now receive financial payment for the mandatory placements required as part of their training. For too long, these placements force students to work full-time for weeks or months without any pay. For many students, particularly those from migrant or working class families, that was simply not sustainable. So this reform matters. Because talent should not be determined by your bank balance, and opportunity should not depend on whether you can afford to work for free. This is the first time an Australian government has provided financial support for mandatory placements. It is a significant reform and one we should be all very proud of. I know many students at Cogra TAFE will benefit directly from this policy, and the professions that benefit from this reform share something important in common. They are caring professions, professions built on empathy, humility and service, and they are the professions that hold our communities together. Now, I think of Karuna Rawat, a local in my electorate of Barton, who is a mental health nurse and also Miss Nepal International, and she is an icon. She works night shifts in our local wards, caring for some of the most vulnerable members of our community. Then she wakes up the next day to champion the Nepali community and advocate for reform in our health system. That is the Australian story in action. A migrant community member serving others. A young woman stepping forward as a leader. A professional giving back to the country she now calls home. These are the stories our investments help create. Because budgets are not just about economics. They are about opportunity, they are about fairness, and they are about ensuring that every Australian, no matter where they come from, can see themselves in the story of this country. That is progressive patriotism, and that is the Australia we are building together. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I rise to speak today on the Appropriation Bills 2025-2026. And for those watching from home, these bills provide legislative authority for additional funding from the Consolidated Revenue Fund for decisions taken since the 2025-2026 budget. And that includes decisions announced in the mid-year economic and fiscal outlook. The government is today seeking approval for $12.7 billion in additional appropriations, of which $9.1 billion is for ordinary annual services of government, $3.5 billion for non-ordinary services and $9.2 million for parliamentary departments. Now, let me be very clear in saying that the opposition doesn't support all of the policies and programs that are contained within the budget. However, given the bills provide the legislative mechanism to fund government operations, we will not oppose or delay them. But appropriation bills and appropriation debates are one of very few opportunities in this parliament where we can examine the total list of operations of government and the direction of fiscal policy in this country. And those are the areas that I intend to address. When I came to this place mid-last year, in my first speech here in the House of Representatives, I made a comment that in my time in this place, it is my duty and privilege to represent the people of McPherson, to share with this place their thoughts and their values, and to work hard to ensure that they get the attention of government when they need it. Madam Acting Speaker, I think about those words very often, and in light of that commitment, I received an email from a constituent in Coolangatta only a couple of weeks ago, and I've had the opportunity since to go and meet with that particular individual and hear about their business. But I did tell them I would put their concerns on the public record in this place, and I think it's appropriate for me to read out the email that I received because within the context of the debate that we're having here, it showcases the interests, the needs and the concerns of people in the area that I represent on the southern Gold Coast.
The email that was sent to me started, "Dear Mr. Rebello, my name is Paul. I'm a veteran and co-owner of a small business in Coolangatta, a mum and dad small business established in 2012. We built this business ourselves. No safety net, no corporate backing, just risk, hard work and long hours. Right now, small business is being crushed. More than 700 small businesses reportedly went broke on the Gold Coast in 2024. That is not a statistic, that is families losing livelihoods. It is happening in our own street. The Coolangatta Pie Shop, operating since the 1960s, will close on 30 June. Waffle and Bean is gone. Dreamtime Artistry is gone. Established operators, decades of trade, gone. Here is what we face: expanding legislation, growing compliance burden, increasing employment risk, higher insurance, energy and supplier costs, customers cutting back due to cost of living pressure. Margins shrink, risk rises. We employed someone in good faith under a wage subsidy program. The employee resigned after just over 3 months. We met every obligation. We carried the cost. We received nothing. That is not support, that is risk transfer. Small business is constantly described as the backbone of the economy. If that is true, policy must reflect it. We are not asking for favours, we are asking for a fair environment in which to operate. Madam Acting Speaker, that is the sentiment of many small business owners across my electorate on the southern Gold Coast. And as I said, I had the opportunity to go and sit down with Paul the day after he sent me that email. And we talked through some really serious issues. And Paul was someone who has never reached out to a politician before. And the fact that we're seeing, and I'm sure colleagues across the political divide, but I know especially on this side, and I look at my colleague and friend, the member for Lyne, this is becoming all too frequent. And it's becoming all too frequent because of the decisions that are made in this building. And for the rest of my contribution, I'd like to speak to that record, to the full operations of this government. And I'll start with something that we've spoken about on this side of the chamber quite often, and that is record spending and record deficits. Now, Australia is currently running deficits, but it's not running deficits because our revenue is weak. It's running deficits because our spending is out of control. And I know in recent times, due to events that are happening around the world, the current Treasurer has been, out and about speaking about those particular issues. And yes, and I've said this in the past, there is no doubt there will be some level of contribution based on what's happening elsewhere. But we can't take away the fact that we have seen this record spending over the last 3 years. We've seen inflation running over the last 3 years as well. In 2024-2025, the Commonwealth raised $717 billion in receipts, which is 25.9% of GDP, the highest level in 25 years. There is no shortage of revenue, but again, we are running deficits because spending is out of control. This isn't the restraint or the fiscal restraint that the Treasurer talks about. And what have we seen? We've seen a government now, the Albanese Labor government, which has recorded the highest levels of government expenditure over the last 40 years outside a recession. Spending as a percentage of GDP is projected to reach 26.9% in 2025-26, 26.9% again in 26-27, and 26.6% in 27-28. So this isn't just a temporary blip in our record. This is something that is becoming systematic. And spending growth is running at 4 times the rate of the economy itself. Now, when I speak to the small business owners, when they hear those sort of statistics that spending is outpacing economic growth in this country at such a level, 4 to 1, that is not something that is sustainable. And small business owners know that. They can't run a business like that. You can't run a household like that. So the fact that we've got a government who is prepared to run a country like that is concerning, and it's resonating with our small businesses. We've said it many times that we expect many things of the people we represent, and one of those is to be fiscally responsible. I think it is high time that we in this place practice what we preach and do the same, and it's high time that this government does that. Since coming to office, spending is now $160 billion higher, or about $16,000 for every household in Australia. Now, you'd understand that if we saw an increase in services provided to us to the value of $16,000. But I know when I'm out in my community, whether it's in Burleigh Heads, whether it's in Coolangatta, in Currumbin, in Mudgeeraba, that people on the southern Gold Coast do not see value for money. They do not see that additional $16,000 per Australian household being injected through value back into their household. The small businesses in my seat don't see that either. We are now on track to hit $1 trillion in debt. This is not in 10 years, this is not in 5 years, this is any day now. And by the time we get to the next election, there's talk of $1.2 trillion in debt forecast. Now that isn't sustainable and it's not fair. Not only is it not fair for us now, it's not fair for our future generations. And again, I draw back to my maiden speech, the founding principles of me being in this place, where I stood up and said that as the youngest member of the coalition, I think it's important that I voice a very significant concern of the next generation, and that is the debt burden that we are leaving them, the intergenerational fairness that that is creating. Because as we all know, each and every dollar that we borrow today must be repaid at some point. And it's not repaid by us necessarily, but it is repaid by our children and by our grandchildren. And the only way we can get around that is by establishing some sort of fiscal discipline, and that is something that this government is lacking. High structural spending, which is locked into the budget, means fewer options in the future. It's less flexibility during downturns and less room for genuine emergencies. Responsible economic management means living within our means, and it means finding meaningful savings when we can, not just creative accounting. Now, we saw in Senate estimates recently that the Finance Minister spruiked $114 billion, I'll say that again, $114 billion in so-called savings. But what did we see when she was questioned and put under a bit more pressure? It became clear they actually weren't savings at all. They were reallocations. So taking money from one program and shifting it into another one is not a saving, but instead of that we're seeing $50 billion in new spending. So the fiscal guardrails have come off, and I think the being upfront and honest with the Australian people, which has been a long-standing tradition in this country, is something that has not been occurring as well. And then we look at inflation, which Australians see every single day. Inflation in Australia remains much higher than it should be. And this isn't something that we're seeing across the world. This is homegrown inflation. Make no mistake, this is the Treasurer's homegrown inflation. On the 28th of January, the ABS confirmed headline inflation in the 12 months to December was 3.8%. This is outside the Reserve Bank's target band. Now, as we all know in this place, or as we all should know in this place, the Reserve Bank's target is 2 to 3%. So this is 0.8% above the upper end of that target. Now that's all, it sounds interesting, but what does it actually mean? It means that every single Australian is paying, on average, 39%, up to 39% extra on their electricity bills. Rent is up 22%. I know in my electorate, a lot of the young people in particular that I speak to, they really struggle to get into the housing market, not only because there's not enough supply, but where they do find a place, they're competing with others and the rents are going up. Health is up 18%, education's up 17% and food's up 16%. And it's not that these are luxuries, these are essentials for people across Australia and essentials for people in my electorate. They're everyday costs that are hurting families. And when you look at our inflation rate, we are a standout. And we, are a standout for the wrong reasons. You compare us to comparable countries, the UK 3.4%, United States 2.7%, Canada 2.4%, Japan 2.1%, and Germany 1.8%. So it's not a global phenomenon. Again, this is homegrown inflation. It's a domestic problem. And we've seen this analysis backed in by senior economists. IFM's investors Alex Joyner have warned that fiscal guardrails have come off. We've had Shane Oliver saying that many of the factors driving inflation do relate to government spending as well. And we all know that those of us on this side of the House know that when public demand grows faster than supply, inflation follows. For those who have managed to get across the line and buy their first home, and I come to this place as someone who has in the last 5 years rented, so I've had that first-hand experience, but I've also bought my first home. But for all of those Australians who have gone through that hurdle and bought their first home, they've now been dealt a blow with 13 interest rate rises. That again is as a result of the government's increased expenditure, which the RBA is trying to counter by addressing interest rates. What does that actually convert to? It converts to the average Australian's mortgage holder paying an extra $1,800 every month on their repayments. These are all significant issues. And again, we go back to that intergenerational fairness. We need to start thinking in this place about what legacy we are leaving for our children. The $50,000 every 60 seconds that we're paying on our debt is not sustainable. Madam Acting Deputy Speaker, I will say in my final 30 seconds that we will support this bill. We don't support all the measures in this bill, but we will support it. But we will not let a day go past as the federal coalition without reminding this government that it must think about all of those individuals like Paul from my electorate in Coolangatta who are doing it tough, and they're doing it tough because of the decisions that are being made under this Labor government, under this Treasurer, who frankly should know better.
I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Appropriation bills may not always attract the attention of this House or get the front page headlines in the morning paper, but they sit at the very heart of our parliamentary democracy. They are how Parliament exercise one of its oldest and most important responsibilities, control and release of public expenditure. Without an appropriation passed by this House, the Commonwealth cannot lawfully spend a single dollar. Programs cannot operate, services cannot be delivered, and commitments made to the Australian people cannot be honoured. Appropriation bills are what turn policy decisions into real outcomes. They provide the legal authority that allows government to fund hospitals, schools, payments and national institutions. They ensure transparency, accountability and parliamentary oversight over how public money is used. Importantly, they allow government to respond to reality, to changes in demand, to updated cost pressures and to circumstances that could not have been fully anticipated at budget time. They ensure continuity of government, stability of services and confidence across the economy. At their core, appropriation bills are about responsible governance, about meeting obligations, paying the bills, and ensuring the machinery of government continues to function as intended. That is why appropriation bills matter, and why this House must always treat them with the seriousness they deserve. When appropriation bills are passed, it means that government promises can be delivered to communities. Communities like mine in Spence have been reaping the benefits of Labor deliveries since 2022. Recently, I had the pleasure of welcoming the Minister for Education to Elizabeth to officially open Uni Hub Playford, South Australia's first permanent suburban university study hub, right in the heart of Adelaide's north. This is a significant moment for our community because for too long, where you lived has determined whether higher education feels possible. Located at the TAFE SA Elizabeth campus, the hub provides modern, purpose-built study spaces, high-speed internet, quiet work areas and shared facilities for students enrolled at any university or training provider. But this hub is about much more than desks and Wi-Fi. Students will have access to academic skills assistance, career advice, wellbeing support and guidance to help them stay on track and succeed. For many people in the north, the barriers to study are real. Long travel times into the city, juggling work, caring responsibilities and family life. Uni Hub Playford helps break down those barriers by making study reachable, practicable and part of everyday life. This hub is part of the Australian Government's Suburban University Study Hubs program, working in partnership with local universities, TAFE and our school communities. It supports pathways into the jobs of the future in areas like defence, health, advanced manufacturing and technology. Most importantly, it sends a clear message to young people and mature-age learners alike. You don't have to leave the north to build your future. Opportunity is no longer something you travel hours to reach. It's arrived right in the heart of Elizabeth, and that is something our community can be proud of. And keeping on the topic of this Labor government delivering on education, recently we had the pleasure of celebrating 3 years of free TAFE courses. Free TAFE is about opening doors for young people leaving school, for workers retraining or changing careers, and for people looking to upskill without taking on more debt. It recognises a simple truth. A strong economy needs skilled workers, and Australians deserve clear, affordable pathways to secure jobs. At TAFE SA, some of the most popular free TAFE courses reflect the real needs of our workforce. Courses in information technology are in high demand, building digital skills that are now essential across almost every industry. Early childhood education and care has also seen strong uptakes, supporting the educators who underpin families, communities and workforce participation. Building and construction courses continue to attract strong interest, helping train the tradies needed to deliver homes and vital infrastructure. And importantly, free TAFE is delivering real cost of living relief, with South Australian students able to save up to $4,400 on courses like Certificate 4 in Information Technology and Certificate 3 in Early Childhood Education and Care. Free TAFE isn't just an education policy, it's a workforce reform, a cost of living measure and an investment in Australia's future. If you're willing to learn, the government is willing to back you. Beyond education, another key area of deliverables for any Labor government comes in healthcare. And in the town of Gawler, we have just opened a new Headspace facility to provide high-quality mental health services for the north. This new facility means more young people in the Gawler region will now have timely access to mental health support, counselling services and wellbeing programs right here in their town. Headspace has a proud national reputation for delivering youth-friendly, evidence-based care, and bringing that service to Gawler recognises the very real challenges local young people and families have been facing. For too long, many in our community have had to travel long distances to get the help they needed, at a time when reaching out for support can only feel too hard. The centre provides confidential mental health support, assistance with work and study concerns, alcohol and drug counselling, and guidance on physical and sexual health, all in a safe, welcoming space. This investment means that a young person struggling with anxiety, depression or stress doesn't have to wait weeks for help to leave their community to access care. Importantly, the new Headspace in Gawler will be a community hub where young people feel seen, heard and supported by professionals who understand their world. It's a recognition that mental health is as important as physical health and that early intervention changes lives. This centre will make a real difference in the lives of young people and families across Gawler and the surrounding districts. Across the country, we are also providing a record investment into more bulk billing practices so anyone can see a doctor for free. This is real relief for families facing cost of living pressures, for pensioners, for parents and for people managing chronic conditions. By increasing Medicare rebates and introducing new incentives for bulk billing practices, Labor is helping clinics keep their doors open and continue offering care that is free at the point of use. At its core, Medicare is about universality, the idea that everyone deserves access to quality health care, no matter their income or postcode. In my electorate of Spence, that investment is already delivering results. We now have 16 fully bulk billed practices out of 25 GP practices in total, meaning more locals can see a doctor without delay or cost. That translates to earlier diagnosis, better preventative care and less pressure on our hospitals. It also supports the hard-working GPs and practice staff who keep our primary care systems running. Labor's commitment to bulk billing is a commitment to fairness, to prevention, and to a healthcare system that works for everyone. And it's a commitment we will continue to deliver on for communities like Spence. And a strong health system starts with a strong workforce. That is why the Albanese Labor government is investing more than $1 billion to train more doctors in more communities. This historic investment is about planning for the future, ensuring Australians can see a GP when they need one, no matter where they live. Through new 5-year grant agreements, we are supporting the continued growth of Australia's GP and rural generalist workforce, providing certainty for training providers and for doctors choosing general practice. This year is on track to surpass 2025 as the largest GP training cohort on record. An estimated 2,100 doctors will commence GP training in 2026, including rural generalist trainees who play a critical role in delivering care in regional and rural communities. These trainees begin their training this month, stepping into a pathway that is essential to the long-term strength of primary health care. Importantly, this work is being delivered through the Australian General Practice Training Program, with both the Australian College of Rural and Remote Medicine and the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners committed to continuing their role. By backing training, Labor is backing access, prevention and continuity of care. It is a clear signal that general practice matters and that Labor is serious about building a healthcare system that works for every community. And another area we pride ourselves on is housing. One of the clearest commitments made by the Albanese Labor government was to tackle Australia's housing shortage head-on by building 100,000 new homes for Australians who have been locked out of the market for too long. This wasn't a slogan, it was a promise grounded in the reality facing families, renters and first home buyers across the country. And in South Australia, that promise has been delivered in a very real and tangible way. The announcement of 17,000 new homes to be built in South Australia is a game changer for our state, boosting supply and easing pressure in a tight housing market. Importantly, around 7,000 of these homes will be reserved specifically for first home buyers, giving young people and working families a genuine pathway to home ownership. For too many South Australians, owning a home has felt like something slipping further out of reach. Rising prices, rising rents and limited supply. This investment is about changing that trajectory. It's about increasing housing where people actually want and need to live, close to jobs, schools, transport and services. It's also about supporting local construction jobs, apprentices, apprenticeships and the small businesses that rely on a strong building sector. By partnering with states to unlock land and accelerate construction, Labor is addressing housing from every angle: supply, affordability and opportunity. This is nation-building work, but it's also deeply personal for the families who will finally get the keys to their first home. Labor said we would act on housing, and in South Australia, that action is now underway. And what is a house without a source of power? The Albanese Labor government's cheaper home battery scheme is about helping households take control of their power bills and take part in Australia's clean energy future. For many families, rooftop solar has already made a difference, but without a battery, too much of that energy is sent back to the grid during the day and brought back at night. This scheme changes that, making home batteries more affordable so families can store power they generate and use it when they need it most. It means lower electricity bills, greater energy independence and a more stable, reliable grid for everyone. It also strengthens our transition to renewables by supporting distributed storage across suburbs and communities rather than relying on a handful of large projects alone. In my electorate of Spence, locals are already embracing this opportunity. We now have 2,622 home batteries installed, the 5th highest total in South Australia and the 9th highest in Australia. That tells you something about our community. Practical, forward-looking and ready-to-back solutions that save money and support the environment. The Cheaper Home Battery Scheme builds on that momentum, helping more families participate in reducing upfront costs that can otherwise be a barrier. This is good for households, good for cost of living relief and good for our national energy security. Labor understands that the energy transition must be affordable and fair, and schemes like this ensure communities like Spence are not left behind, but leading the way. As I conclude, it is worth reminding ourselves why appropriation bills matter so profoundly in this place. They are not simply numbers on a page, not lines in a ledger, not dry accounting exercises. They are the mechanism by which this parliament turns priorities into progress. Through appropriations, we give legal authority for the public's money to be invested in the public good. It is through these bills that Medicare is strengthened, that bulk billing clinics keep the doors open, that free TAFE students gain new skills without new debt. It is through these bills that new homes are built, that mental health services open their doors, that more doctors are trained for more communities. Every initiative we have spoken about today, from education to housing, from healthcare to energy, depends on the authority granted by this parliament. Without appropriations, commitments cannot be delivered. Services cannot operate. Communities cannot rely on continuity and certainty. These bills are how we uphold responsible government, ensuring transparency, scrutiny and accountability in every dollar spent. They reflect our values, what we choose to prioritise and who we choose to support. Ultimately, appropriation bills are about trust, the trust Australians place in us to steward their resources wisely. And through these measures, we demonstrate that trust is being honoured, with investments that strengthen communities and build Australia's future. Thank you.
I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I rise today to raise my community's voice in our nation's parliament. And I have the honour to serve my community, a community my family has lived in since 1953, and to ensure that I'm a strong local voice fighting for our region, for the suburbs, to the valley, up to the hills, and all of the outer east. And when I'm out speaking with locals, visiting community groups, and hearing from small business owners, I know, and they know, that we live in a beautiful part of Australia, and just like them, I want our region to remain the best place to live, to work, to invest in a local business, to raise a family, and to enjoy your retirement. But I know the past few years haven't been easy. Household budgets are being stretched to cover rising housing costs, insurance, childcare and groceries. Families and small businesses are paying more for electricity and gas, and local roads and telecommunications are not keeping up. And as we move forward into 2026, my focus remains on being a strong local voice for our region. And I'll continue to advocate for cost of living relief, cheaper power bills, safer local roads, stronger emergency resilience and reliable telecommunications. Together, we'll keep working to make our community stronger. A strong economy is a key pillar for a strong community. And in the Economics Committee recently, I asked a question on behalf of a local directly to the Reserve Bank Governor, Michelle Bullock. As part of the hearing, the Lilydale local was Matt, and he wanted to know, how is the government spending affecting the economy, and has it contributed to the rate rise? The RBA Governor said that, and I quote, "Government spending is part of total spending and total aggregate demand in the economy, and that this was contributing to inflationary pressures, and that's why we've decided to raise interest rates." Now, this statement by the RBA Governor completely contradicts the spin from Treasurer Chalmers. And for our local community, it's just not economic theory. It's about real people, real families, and real small businesses who are seeing their cost of living rising because the government refuses to show spending restraint. The RBA confirmed that the Albanese Labor government spending is contributing to interest rate rises. And while local families and small businesses are having to manage their own household and business budgets, the Treasurer and Labor cannot manage their own budget, and it's Australians that pay the price. Local residents, like Matt from Lilydale, deserve to know why their interest rates have gone up, why they are paying more on their mortgage, and why cost of living pressure continues to worsen. The Treasurer thinks he can spin his way out of inflation, but the reality is he cannot. And it's the Australian people who continue to pay for his failures. And it's not only mortgages that are up. Rents are up by 22%, insurance premiums have risen by 39%, food is 16% more expensive, healthcare costs are up 17%, and families are paying up to 40% more just to keep the lights on. And the increase in cost of living is by far the single biggest challenge facing families. And what we're going to see now is a Treasurer try to spin his way out of this and blame overseas factors. But the community in Casey and all across the country know that the pressure they are under happened well before conflict in the Middle East, and the failures sit squarely with the Prime Minister and Treasurer of this country. Australians have suffered the largest decline in living standards compared to any other nation in the developed world, and it's because of the poor decisions of Prime Minister Albanese and his Labor government that Australian families are left paying the price for his cost of living crisis. The truth is, Australians are working harder, paying more and getting less under this government. And I want to hear directly from locals about how you're going and the relief that you need here in Canberra. And that's why I've launched my household budget survey. Let me know how the cost of living is impacting you. Is it higher interest rates, higher childcare costs, higher electricity bills? To best represent you and our community, it's so important that I hear about the issues that matter to you. And every Australian deserves access to affordable housing, whether that be buying a home or being able to rent a place of your own. And when I speak to young Australians, it is devastating to see that so many have almost given up on the idea of buying a home. They see that not enough houses are being built and prices for existing stock keeps climbing. And renters are paying 22% more. Interest rates have increased and mortgage holders are paying more as well. And house prices have increased by around $23,000 in the September 2025 quarter alone. Labor is failing to hit their own housing target, with recent data showing the government fell 15,000 homes short of their own goal. And I know that affordable housing is a challenge for so many in our community. And I'll continue to advocate for real action on housing to ease the pressure on renters and home buyers and increase supply of housing in our community. If you listen to the Minister for Housing, feels like she thinks that the job's done and she solved the challenge, but that's not what the Australian people are feeling. And not only do locals in Casey want to own a home, but they also want to access healthcare when they need it. And I was proud that our local campaign for a Medicare urgent care clinic to be established in the Yarra Ranges was successful. A new bulk billing Medicare urgent care clinic opened in December, located at Access Health and Inspiro at 17 Clark Street in Lilydale. The clinic is open for extended hours. And I'd like to thank the many local residents who signed my petition and joined our campaign for better local health care. I was proud to be your voice here in Parliament and advocate for better access to health in our community and make a commitment at the election for an urgent care clinic in my community. I'm glad the government chose to follow the lead and match my commitment. It is good to see that we can make a difference as good local members, and imitation is the greatest form of flattery, so I'm glad the Minister for Health chose to copy my announcement. And the clinic in Lilydale will help residents of the Yarra Ranges receive urgent care close to home and help to reduce pressure on our closest emergency departments. While a clinic in Lilydale is a step forward, families in the rural parts of our community are still left travelling long distances to access health care. Together, we'll keep pushing for better local health care, and I'll keep being a strong local voice for all in our region. Unfortunately, our community has one of the highest rates of youth mental health challenges in Victoria, and more needs to be done. especially since the government heartlessly shut down the Lilydale Youth Hub. We need to increase the capacity at Lilydale Headspace and make it a full-time service for the Yarra Rangers. Please add your voice to our local campaign for local, better youth mental health support. And I won't stop working until our community receives the healthcare services that it needs and deserves. It is crucial that we have reliable phone and internet communications, particularly during emergencies. And I've lived firsthand our local telecommunications challenges during weather events like the June storms and the 2009 Black Saturday bushfires. And I'm proud that Liberals improved local network capabilities by investing in phone towers in East Warburton, in Steeles Creek, in Reefton, in Mount Evelyn, McMahon's Creek, in Sylvan, in Menzies Creek and 2 in Chum Creek. And I'm focused on advocating for a reliable communications network that keeps us safe and it keeps us connected every day and in times of emergencies. Where we live, emergency preparedness is not optional, it's essential. We know that prepared communities recover faster and stay stronger. And I'm proud that I helped to deliver $10 million to Yarra Rangers Council to implement the Resilience Yarra Rangers program, which has improved our local disaster resilience by upgrading community buildings with solar, generators and plug-in points. And this includes resilience upgrades on facilities in Monbulk, Alinda, Hillsville, Montrose, Dixons Creek, Warburton, Mooroolbark, Mount Evelyn, Upwey and Kilsyth. And I'll continue to advocate for stronger emergency resilience right across our community to ensure that we are prepared for natural disasters. And a key part of emergency preparedness is first-class road infrastructure. And it's now 2026, and my community is rightly asking, what is happening with the Maroondah Highway and Killara Road upgrade? The former Liberal government secured $20 million to upgrade this busy intersection back in 2019, and we've been waiting on the Victorian State Labor government to deliver the project ever since. And I've continuously followed up this project with both the federal and state Labor Ministers for Infrastructure and the Victorian Minister for Roads and Road Safety to no avail. Our community was told pre-works and community consultation would occur in 2024, with construction to follow in 2025. I stand here now, in February of 26, and demand that the government step in and tell their Victorian colleagues to get on with the job at Killara Road. Residents in my community who use this intersection daily, including local CFA brigades turning out to emergencies, are fed up with being stuck in traffic and seeing near misses at this dangerous intersection. With the new estate now completing Coldstream, the added traffic has increased the urgency for this upgrade. And it's time that federal Labor told Victorian Labor to get on with it and upgrade this intersection. One of the reasons upgraded roads are needed is to prevent accidents. However, when accidents happen, we need to support those impacted. This government talks a big game when it comes to supporting people. However, the reality is very different from their spin. Recent funding cuts to community-based and peer-led support models are impacting disability advocacy networks. Brain Injury Matters is an advocacy and community education organisation run by and for people with acquired brain injury. And I recently met with KC local Ross Greenhorn, someone I was lucky enough to grow up with in Yarra Glen. And Ross explained how these cuts are impacting him. Disability advocacy networks and groups have reported that there are significant delays with new supports, which means organisations like Brain Injury Matters are facing the possibility of closure or a reduction in supports available for the community. This is causing an uncomfortable level of uncertainty for participants like Ross, impacting social mental and physical health outcomes. These are vital supports to help individuals and families after traumatic events have changed their lives, and they must be supported. And thank you, Ross, for having the courage to share your story. It was great to see you, and I look forward to continuing to support you on your journey. The federal government has a core responsibility to keep Australians safe. It is disappointing to see cuts to our defence capability in one of the most globally uncertain times our nation has seen. And I'm proud that the Coalition is committed to increasing defence spending to 3% of GDP, up from 2% under the current government. The government's 2% does not meet the strategic environment that we face. We have been warned that what we are currently spending to keep our nation safe is not adequate, and it is time those opposite heed those warnings. On the topic of defence and veterans, I wish to take the opportunity to publicly condemn recent comments by US President Donald Trump about our servicemen and women who served overseas with US forces. Many constituents in Casey, including Dean, have contacted me to express their disappointment. This was deeply offensive to our Aussie diggers and all allied troops who fought overseas, many paying the ultimate sacrifice. Those who put on a uniform to serve their country and allies deserve our respect and gratitude, and I'll always stand up for and support our veterans. As we are seeing right now, we live in dangerous times, and we need to support the ADF and make sure they have the support and equipment that they need to keep our country safe.
I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to stand here today and talk on the appropriation bills. It also gives members of Parliament an opportunity to look at budget promises that were made, what's been delivered, and certainly in the area of infrastructure, lots has been delivered in the federal seat of Adelaide. Deputy Speaker, we've seen the tram grade separation projects, which basically has had some infrastructure to have tram overpasses over certain roads, something that's been an issue in the federal seat of Adelaide for many, many years. Ever since I've been a member, constituents have lobbied me, have sent letters about the traffic congestion, about crossroads and the tram crossing and Marion Road, which has been a huge congestion pocket. It is right on the border of the member for Boothby's electorate and mine, and Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased that funding of $870 million jointly funded by the Australian and South Australian government, 50-50, has now come to fruition. And we've seen Marion Road and Crossroad level crossing removals with the tram overpass starting at South Road, going right through to Marion Road and down to Morford Road into the seat of Boothby. So the South Road tram overpass upgrade has been something, as I said, that's been for many, many years. Constituents have been lobbying members of Parliament to have it fixed, and I was very pleased that it was announced at the last election, and it's now come to fruition together with the state government. I went down to the original sod turning and then to different stages of the project. It was great to see the $435 million of federal funding and the rest from the state government come to fruition and clear up that congestion that used to take place, making it easier for people to access the Marion Road, South Road, and of course Morford Road in the seat of Boothby. Deputy Speaker, we also had an upgrade in the suburb of Cowandilla Hilton, Marion Road and Sir Donald Bradman Drive intersection. Those from South Australia that know that area, that is the road that goes, that crossing through Sir Donald Bradman Drive takes you straight into the airport. Thousands of cars, thousands and thousands of cars use it every day. It was getting really congested, and Marion Road and Sir Donald Bradman Drive are major commuter freight and public transport routes with around 60,000 vehicles. 60,000 vehicles crossing the intersection daily, and the intersection becomes very congested with long queues, especially during peak times, with increased demand. Now, the current intersection will not cater for future road user demands, and therefore this project has come to fruition once again, nearly completed, and $85 million from both our federal Labor government and the South Australian state government as well, to the value of $42.5 million. And the day after the last federal election, I was there to do the announcement together with the then Infrastructure State Minister, Tom Koutsandonis. So we had the election on the Saturday. Monday morning, 9 o'clock, we did a press conference releasing the information, and I'm very pleased that it is now just about completed, if not completely completed. The other big one, of course, in South Australia, which is huge and has been going since 2013, and that's the River Torrens to Darlington project. The River Torrens to Darlington project involves constructing two separate tunnels under the ground, the southern tunnels and the northern tunnels. The tunnels go right through my electorate, and the tunnels will be connected by an open motorway, and the motorway and the tunnels will have 3 lanes operating in each direction with a combined total distance of 10.5 kilometres. A preferred alliance partner has been selected to deliver this important project. The consortium includes John Holland and others. In that consortium, there are more than 120,000 vehicles using that South Marion and Goodwood roads each and every day. And when completed, Deputy Speaker, with the rest of the network, the crash rate along the T2 section of South Road is 11 times higher than the Northern Expressway, 7 times higher than the Southern Expressway, so therefore this will decrease it. Infrastructure Australia expects daily car trips across Adelaide to increase by 26% by 2031, and that's up to 6.2 million car trips each day, and this needs to be addressed. I'm very pleased that this government is addressing it. In fact, in 2013, again, we turned the first sod with the Prime Minister, who was then the Infrastructure Minister, Minister Albanese, and I recall that moment very clearly. And to see this project coming to fruition today is a great result, because this congestion will clear up the north-south and South Road, especially going right through my electorate. It's put into the Australian economy more than 230 million each year in lost productivity just from the time wasted on that north-south corridor, and it's one of Adelaide's most important transparent corridors. Deputy Speaker, it has access to Adelaide Airport, to Port Adelaide, the state's maritime gateway, and a wider national highway network, and there's funding of 7.7 billion, 15.4 billion in total. Again, another project where we're working very closely and collaboratively with the state government and the federal government. Also, during the last election, there was commitments in my electorate, many commitments that were made, and I was very pleased that some of them are starting their works right now. For example, the Western Youth Centre, through the Thriving Suburbs program, was given $7.5 million. The council's putting in some extra money. The Western Youth Centre is a great community group in my electorate, where they are a governing body that has about 15 different groups that operate at the centre, everything from football, cricket, judo, kinder gym, you name it, and it offers programs for individuals of all ages, from infants right through to seniors, and I'm very pleased that the $7.5 million will come to fruition by the end of this year, and it'll be a great refurbishment of the club rooms, the tennis courts, the oval, and certainly it'll be an area that many people in the Cowndilla, in those western suburb areas, will be able to use for years to come. For example, I played sport there when I was a kid. My kids played tennis there, and my grandkids now are participating in the activities there, from kinder gym right through to tennis and other things. So it's 3 generations just in my family that have used those facilities. I'm very pleased that they were successful in getting the $7.5 million. Deputy Speaker, we also have the Hutt Street revitalisation, and that's another $3 million. And this is, those of you that know Adelaide, Hutt Street is a beautiful street with restaurants, pubs, cafes, small shops, and this will be redeveloped to entice more people to use foot traffic and come into the area to ensure that the street remains a thriving street, and it needs to be revitalised because it's a great street. There were some issues with parking and how many car parks we're going to have. That's been resolved. We conducted a meeting with the state member, Lucy Hood, and the shop owners, and Thankfully, Council listened to them and have come up with a viable plan now that everyone's happy with, and we believe works will be starting very soon once they've been ticked off by the Infrastructure Minister. And this will be keeping Hutt Street's village feel, giving it that village feel that it has, and making it safer and easier for people.
Member for Adelaide, I'm sorry, it being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there is a conflict unfolding thousands of miles away, but it's casting a very real shadow on over households in my electorate of Fowler. When we speak about wars and geopolitical tensions in this place, it is often in the language of strategy, alliances and global security. But the people I represent in Sydney's West, be it in Cabramatta, Canning Vale, Bonnyrigg or Liverpool, geopolitics is not an abstract concept. It shows up in the most ordinary place of all, the petrol pump. In the past week alone, we have already seen fuel prices climb by a staggering 40 cents per litre as tensions escalate in the Middle East, and markets react to the risk of disruption in global oil supply. In parts of Western Sydney, regular unleaded has already pushed past $2.20 per litre, and I just filled mine up today at about $2.29. For many Australians, that may be an inconvenience, but for the families I represent, it's something far more serious. Fowler is a community of workers and travellers. Tradies driving youths packed with tools. Cleaners and carers driving across suburbs before sunrise. Parents doing the school drop-offs because reliable public transport simply does not reach where they live or where they work. Small business owners delivering stock in vans and trucks after hours just to keep their doors open. When fuel jumps as high as they are doing at the moment, it affects how a family can afford to get to work. It affects whether a small business can afford to deliver its products. And it smashes the weekly household budget, which still has to balance at the end of the month. For families already under immense cost of living pressure, these global shocks hit harder. And they hit communities in Western Sydney first. Because while people in some parts of our cities can rely on metro trains, trams and short commutes, many in my electorate simply cannot. They rely on their cars every single day. On top of the rising fuel prices, many of my constituents are already paying what they call the Western Sydney tax, thousands of dollars a year in tolls just to get to work. When you add fuel, tolls, groceries and electricity together, families in my community are telling me the same thing over and over. They're running out of room in the household budget. Deputy Speaker, the other group feeling the pressure tonight are our small businesses. Over the past few weeks, I've been speaking to local shop owners and operators across Fairfield, Wakeley, Bossley Park and Wetherill Park. Many of them run family businesses that have served the communities for decades. They're proud, resilient and hardworking people. They're worried, but they need to make a living and they have to work. When fuel prices rise, the cost of everything rises with it. Transport costs increase, delivery costs increase, supply prices increase. Yet these small businesses cannot simply keep passing on those costs to their customers because they know their customers, local families, are already doing it tough. So they absorb the increases themselves. Their margins shrink, their stress grows, and many quietly wonder how much longer they can keep going. Speaker, this conflict is unfolding. While this conflict is unfolding overseas, the economic impact is already being felt in suburbs across Western Sydney, today, tomorrow and next week. That is why the government must recognise the global instability does not stay overseas. It arrives quickly on the balance sheets of Australian households. We are now approaching the federal budget, and for communities like Fowler, that budget matters enormously. Families do not need more slogans, they need real relief. They need practical measures that ease the pressure on energy and transport costs. They need long-term thinking about Australia's fuel security, so we are not exposed every time conflict erupts near major global shipping routes. And they need a government that understands that the cost of living crisis looks very different depending on where you live. Speaker, Fowler is one of the most resilient communities in this country. It is a community built by migrants, refugees, workers and small business owners who have overcome enormous challenges to build better lives for themselves and their families. But resilience should never be mistaken for limitless capacity to absorb pressure. Even the strongest communities have a breaking point. Tonight, as conflict escalates overseas, families in Western Sydney are once again bracing themselves for the economic ripple effects. They're watching the petrol prices board rises, they're calculating the weekly budget, they're asking themselves what they will give next. To the families of Fowler, I want you to know this. I see the pressure you're under, I hear your concerns, and I'll continue to raise your voice in this place, because while wars may begin from outside our shores, their consequences are often felt by ordinary Australians simply trying to get through their week.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Speaker, Australia is the new home to 5 brave, courageous and inspiring Iranian football players who have had their asylum claim approved by the Albanese Labor government. And Speaker, Australia welcomes them. To Fatima Pasandide, Zara Ganbari, Zara Sabali, Atefe Ramazanzadeh and Mona Hamoudi, you are all welcome in Australia. And I'm very confident that, like the majority of migrants who come here, that you will make our country better, stronger and safer. In Australia, you have a nation that respects you, and you have a hospitable and proud and passionate Australian-Iranian community here in Australia to help you settle into your new home. Even today, Speaker, New South Wales Premier Chris Minns extended a welcome to these women to settle in Sydney, home to the largest Persian community in New South Wales. And Speaker, of course, they will be very welcome to settle in Bennelong, being home to the largest Australian-Iranian community in the state. On Church and Devlin Streets in Ryde, we have Little Persia, where locals can buy their groceries at Paradise or Bahar supermarkets, grab some meat at Persepolis Butchery, get some fresh Nun Sangak at 32 Bakehouse. To celebrate, they can have dinner with new friends at Nikan or Suri restaurants, and they can go for a dance afterwards at Kosh Ahmadin, the Persian basement in Lane Cove, which often has live music and entertainment. If they choose, Bennelong will welcome these 5 women with open arms. Speaker, the ability to seek asylum is a fundamental human right that Labor takes seriously. Those in Australia on a valid visa are able to claim asylum if they are at risk of serious harm if they return home. It is clear that a return home for some of these women was too much to bear. Speaker, the current Iranian regime are horrendous, tortuous, murderous government that have killed their own citizens, exported terror across the world, and targeted the Jewish community here in Australia. To the other members of the Iranian women's football team who have made the decision to return to Iran or are on their way to Sydney right now as we speak, we understand whatever decision you need to make, and we will support that decision for whatever reason you choose to take it. The situation these women face is unimaginable to so many of us, and it's important that these women are free to make this decision that suits them in the safety that we're able to provide them. But let me be clear, as the Prime Minister has stated, Australia's offer of humanitarian visas stands to all members of these team who choose to claim it. It goes without saying that events of the past few days wouldn't be possible without the commitment and tireless efforts of many. First and foremost, I praise the allies and supporters of the football team, both in the Australian, Iranian diaspora and others who have been staying in the hotel from the very start of the tournament. They've kept their eyes on these women, connected them with support and amplified this issue to government. This announcement was a demonstration of freedom, and it wouldn't have been possible without journalists like Raha Pourkabash and Ali Reza Mohebi from Iran International TV. I also recognise the tremendous impact and respect given to these women by the Matildas, who exchanged their jerseys with the players and used their platform to speak in solidarity with the Iranian Lionesses. And to people who have been directly messaging and contacting me, people like Sam Lewis, Siamek Garaman, and countless others, Speaker, I would like to thank them. They have all changed the lives of these 5 women. And finally, a thank you to the Prime Minister and to the Home Affairs Minister and all departmental staff involved with this operation. As a representative of one of the largest Iranian Australian communities in the country, I can tell you this, Speaker, that this government has made time to hear me when I approach them on matters that the Persian community care about. From listing the IRGC as a terrorist organisation, expelling the Australian ambassador, and to targeted sanctions on over 200 individuals, this government has taken more action against this murderous regime than any government before it. To these 5 women and to others who choose to stay, I say welcome home.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Lyne.
Mr Speaker, the legacy of the SAS in Afghanistan is one of bravery and sacrifice, of individual men putting their lives on the line to serve this country. Yet for many of these soldiers, their sacrifice has been met with betrayal, as they've been subjected to official inquiries and allegations of war crimes, led by the Office of the Special Investigator. Established 5 years ago, the Office of the Special Investigator has been responsible for building cases against 19 SAS veterans recommended by Judge Brereton to face prosecution for allegations of war crimes. Over $300 million has been spent by the OSI to date, yet only 1 person has been charged and no one has been convicted. With its substantial budget and a staff of around 160, it's beyond belief that only 1 person has been charged in the past 4 years. Mr Speaker, I'm not alone when I ask, what is taking so long? This significant expenditure raises serious questions about the effectiveness of the OSI and concerns about the undue strain that soldiers and their families have been under. It is a sad reality that our war veterans are prosecuted by a bureaucracy that enjoys the freedom and safety secured by the very soldiers they pursue, but it's simply shameful that those soldiers are being subjected to so much anguish and uncertainty as these prosecutions and investigations languish on for years without resolution. To the Office of the Special Investigator, you have the budget, you have the personnel. Why are you subjecting our war veterans to this turmoil? If evidence exists, lay charges. If there is no evidence, terminate the investigation. Otherwise, this is nothing short of a witch hunt. I strenuously oppose these belated attempts to prosecute war veterans. These men answered their country's call. They followed orders. They were working in a war zone, and in a war zone opposing Taliban zealots who had no rules of engagement, no respect for life, and no regard for our soldiers, routinely engaging in tactics of torture and execution. The people who promote this investigation seem to forget that bit. War is war. It is brutal. Mistakes are made. But that is the nature of war. What kind of message does this send to our next generation of soldiers? That after having put life and limb on the line for their country and its citizenry, some of those citizens, some do-gooder, will track you down and set the media upon you. That your sacrifice will be twisted into suspicion and scandal and held against you. That allegations may follow you for years. That is not what soldiers sign up for. It's unimaginable not to make a mistake in a war, and some Australian forces may have made mistakes in Afghanistan. But that does not mean what they did was unjust at the time, nor does it mean that justice is required, as some people in politics, law and the media think it must. There is a grey line about applying the lofty principles of law in the extremes of war. And there is an even bigger grey line about applying those principles to the men and women who were subjected to those extremes of war and have to live with it. I call on the federal government to bring the investigation to a conclusion and to finalise the work of the Office of the Special Investigator. I ask people to watch Channel 7 at 9 p.m. on the 26th of April. It is airing Bravery and Betrayal, a documentary about this whole sorry saga. Mr Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Gordon Griffiths, who tragically passed away on Sunday the 15th of February. As Nabiak's long-time butcher and owner of Griffiths Meats, Griffo was a stalwart of Nabiak, Cranback and the surrounding community, loved by all who knew him. His sudden passing has left an entire community in shock, completely devastated at the loss of this warm, happy and kind man. To quote his family, Griffo was a true legend in every sense of the word. If you were lucky enough to be his mate, you were one of the lucky ones, because his friendship was loyal, generous and full of laughter. I extend my sincere condolences to Narelle, Tracy, Chad, Judy, Jackson, Savannah, Bella and all extended family. Whilst nothing can ease your pain and loss, I hope that you may take comfort in the immense outpouring and the countless tributes that have flowed from the community, a testament to Griffo's character and the genuine warmth and affection he was held in by so many. Though he is gone, his memory will live on in our hearts for a very long time. Griffo loved a drink, a good joke, his beloved Manly Seagulls and the Griffo Meets community.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, we had some fantastic major announcements in the Solomon electorate last month. The location of the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, which is Osgood Drive in Eton, just next door to the ice skating rink, and the successful tender for the 120 to 150 bed aged care facility to serve Darwin, Palmerston and the top end. The Albanese Labor government has also delivered a once-in-a-generation change to bulk billing, which means that more Territorians can see a doctor for free, with no out-of-pocket expenses. There are now 23 Medicare bulk billing GP practices across Darwin and Palmerston. Over 70% of all local GP practices are now registered as Medicare bulk billing practices. But Speaker, we also launched services like 1800 Medicare, helping keep people out of emergency departments, and we have capped the PBS medicines at $25, saving Territorians real dollars. That's brilliant cost of living support. Add to this record hospital funding for the Northern Territory, with $3.5 billion over the years from 26-27 has also been delivered. We're also building the long-term health workforce with the NT's own medical school at Charles Darwin, which opened last month, which is housed in a brand new building called Gurwa, or the Better Health Futures building. And I thank Arnie Billawarra Lee for explaining that Gurwa means green tree fog in the Larrakia language, and that the site of the school is on the green tree frog dreaming. We have expanded mental health services with a Darwin Headspace Centre upgraded to a Headspace Plus and a youth specialist care centre in Darwin for young people with very complex needs. We are continuing to work with the Northern Territory Government to strengthen maternity services, and I call on the Northern Territory Government to stipulate that the new not-for-profit operator of Darwin's private hospital includes maternity services in their licence. Speaker, housing and home ownership, like everywhere in this country, is a challenge in my hometown of Darwin and also in Palmerston. So, we were proud to announce support for more first home buyers from Darwin and Palmerston and a bit past there into the rural area to get into home ownership by increasing the property price gap for the 5% home deposit scheme. From 1st of July this year, 2 price caps will now operate in the Northern Territory. One for Greater Darwin at $750,000 and the remainder of the Northern Territory remains at $600,000 in line with mean property prices. The 5% deposit scheme has already helped more than 1,800 Territorians move into their first home since we came into government. Territorians are also cutting their energy bills by installing a cheaper home battery. Darwin residents are installing batteries at double the rate of Melbourne. Nearly 700 residents have taken up the government's support to take 30% off the cost of a home battery, saving them around $2,300 per annum. Speaker, this government, the Albanese Labor government, are moving forward with the Scott Palmer Centre to support our Territory veterans and their families in the Darwin area who are experiencing or at the risk of experiencing homelessness. with transitional housing and assistance to find permanent housing solutions. The Salvation Army Northern Territory, the Salvos, have been approved to manage the grant and establish the centre. They are looking at a suitable complex of between 3 and 6 self-contained units that will be appropriate for housing veterans and located so that essential wraparound support can be provided to the tenants of the Scott Palmer Centre, which of course are our veterans. I want to thank the Territory veterans from the Council of Australian Veterans NT that kicked off this project and put in countless hours of volunteer work. I just want to say to the members of CAB that your volunteer work is appreciated. Thank you very much. That $3 million for the Scott Palmer Centre is now going to be with Salvos to provide that services with our veterans, who we say to them, thank you.
The question is the House do now adjourn. Give the call to member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Speaker. In October 2024, the long-awaited $1 billion Gympie bypass opened to traffic, turning one of the most dangerous sections of the Bruce Highway through Wide Bay into one of the safest. The new bypass has changed my hometown of Gympie significantly by improving livability, the amenity, and opening up new opportunities for our regional economy as we continue to grow as a vibrant and desirable destination with much to offer residents and visitors. Gympie is already renowned as the home of the Music Muster, a 3-day country music festival set in the Amamore State Forest, and an exciting calendar of events and activities which are planned for visitors to the Music Muster in 2026. This October, the Gympie Gold Rush Festival will make its return. The Gold Rush Festival originally ran from 1973 to 2020 in celebration of the town's rich and colourful heritage and the important contribution the discovery of gold at Gympie in 1867 made to Queensland's economy and future development. Sadly, COVID and other factors put a stop to the Gold Rush Festival, but thanks to the hard work of passionate locals and a new committee headed by President Murray Herron, this iconic celebration of Gympie's history will be making a comeback in 2026. In April this year, the power of the combustion engine will be on full display when Gympie hosts the opening round of the Australian Rally Championships, something local Mayor Glenn Hartwig has worked hard to secure for the local area. Motorsport lovers are excited about the Accent Benchtops Rally Queensland 2026 round, where Australia's best rally drivers will be competing over 3 days of full-throttled, thrilling and adrenaline-pumping action across the Gympie region. Gympie's CBD will play host to the sprint events, the Wheels on Mary Show and Shine, and the Street Rally Stage, which will be an exciting race on a purpose-built urban track through the closed streets in the town centre. The city streets will also be a focal point for spectators throughout the event as Gympie transforms into a full motorsport precinct with a walk-through service park where you can get close to the action and catch a behind-the-scenes look at the drivers and teams as they repair and maintain the race vehicles. Regional communities in Imbil, Amamore, Brewyer and Glastonbury present some of the best rally roads in the country, and the forestry stages of the event will test drivers' skills over gravel through blind turns and unforgiving terrain. I'm looking forward to seeing our local drivers in action, particularly my friend Sasha Power, an up-and-coming young female racer who has a big future ahead of her in motorsport. Gympie has come a long way from its origins as a gold mining town, and as we look ahead, it's clear the region is entering a new era, one shaped by our resilience, our community spirit, and our willingness to embrace all the opportunities that the future present. From world-class events to renewed celebrations of our heritage, our region is thriving and the momentum is only growing. Gympie's future is bright, bold and uniquely our own, and I'm proud to stand alongside our locals, volunteers and visionaries who are helping our community write its next great chapter.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Speaker. After a weekend celebrating International Women's Day, I rise in this chamber once again to talk about the incredible contribution of women to modern Australia. When women unite, we are unstoppable. Last Friday, I attended the International Women's Day March for Working Women at Victorian Trades Hall. I rallied with our mighty union movement, including the Transport Workers Union and the Rail, Tram and Bus Union, and was honoured to hear the stories of these powerful union women, like Gia from the RTBU, who I'm proud to support in the It's a Bloody Mess campaign for access to clean, safe and private toilets for Aussie women working in transport. Speaker, there's a reason I attend these rallies as a proud member of the Transport Workers Union. It's because I grew up with a mum who was one of the first women to work on Melbourne City Loop at a time when the railways were dominated by men. Because I grew up around women who taught me the value of fighting for what's right. Like my sister Emily, an infrastructure lawyer who's working on some of Melbourne's major transport infrastructure projects, and my late sister Clara, who worked as a lawyer and paved the way for housing estates to be built in Melbourne's western suburbs. Clara encouraged me and many other young women to get involved in the Labor Party, where real change is made. And I'm surrounded by women in my local community across my electorate of Gorton who inspire me every single day. Like Emily Attard, a Caroline Springs local who as a teenager saw a need in our community and founded Specialist Hoops. This is an organisation dedicated to providing a safe environment for local individuals with disabilities to play sports. And in our community are leaders like Pooja, who opened the Fraser Rise Cool Kids Childcare Centre, supporting our local families as our community continues to grow. And once these kids grow, they graduate into our wonderful local schools, run by dedicated women like the amazing Gab Zorko, principal of Springside Primary School and Kindergarten in Caroline Springs. Our local community is also so blessed to have women like Poonam and Devika, who I celebrated Holi with this weekend in Kings Park on International Women's Day. A big shout out to the Women of Brimbank Multicultural Organisation. Our local communities are fitter and cleaner thanks to women like Tanya and Janelle from Aintree Reserve Parkrun, who I recently saw at a community group's plogging event where we ran 5K, picking up rubbish along the way for Clean Up Australia Day. And I'd like to shout out Dawn Clark as well, an outstanding member of my local community, for putting together such an amazing International Women's Day event last week at Wintrington in Delahaye. These are just some of the incredible women who show real leadership, keeping our community connected. I commend them and thank them for the work of these incredible women and all women in Melbourne's western suburbs who I have the privilege to meet every single day for everything they do. I'd like to acknowledge the women of Iran and in particular the strength of the Iranian women's soccer team, because there is no greater challenge than having your rights stripped away from you. There is no question that Iranian women deserve better and that life under the IRGC and the situation that has been unfolding in Iran over the last several weeks is terrifying and is heartbreaking. But it takes a certain kind of courage that I can't quite put into words. For the women belonging to the Iranian women's soccer team playing here in Australia during the Women's AFC Asian Cup, to refuse to sing the Iranian national anthem as they did ahead of the opening game. Australians have been moved by the acts of bravery of these incredible women. Late last night, our Minister for Home Affairs issued 5 humanitarian visas to members of the Iranian women's soccer team. They're safe here and they should feel at home here. I have had the other teammates in mind as they head back to Iran, along with the safety of the team's families as well. This is also a really difficult time for those in our local community with family in the region, and I want to assure my community that we're doing everything we can as a government to return Australians home safely. As the Prime Minister has said, we remain available as a nation to help others. I commend the bravery of the Iranian women's soccer team and I welcome them home.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.